What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East, North Africa and South Asia Championship. This is the Pro Analysis segment. Super Johnny, joined by Fixtures, and this time there's a lot going on. We have multiple regions, we have a lot to break down, so we're going to start things off with teams to look out for, followed by the top players, and in the end we have something special.
Well, that's going to be the map hotspot, something new that we have for you guys this time.
Exactly, so without wasting any further time, let's get this party started. Now, starting things off, the first thing we talk about is teams to look out for, and on number 3 this time we have Galaxy Racers.
Well, considering the fact that they had a really good start during the league stages, winning it by almost like around 100 plus margin, and heading into the finals, I really felt they could have done better, because they were the ones who everyone thought would win the trophy, but that did not happen. They kind of messed things up when it actually really mattered. But still, overall, we know it's a very promising squad. They've got some good players in. Modi is one of those players to really look out for. So I think, yes, Galaxy Race is definitely going to shine in this one.
Exactly, it's one of the best teams from the MENA region, and they have time and time again proven it. But if you're talking about the best teams from their respective regions, we have to talk about the best team from Pakistan, and that is I8.
100%, even last time when we were doing the pro predictions, we sort of did think that, I8 would be having a decent time, but they had an even better one, right? Heading into the finals, Crypto being in a sublime form, and he's been outragging everybody the way he's been playing. But what really concerns me is Johnny's and Review's form, right? If they start clicking together, I think I8 is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
And I think that is something that we see them struggle with in this recent PMPL South Asia Season 3, but the team did improve. Yeah. And it is going to be a journey of improvement for the team. But talk about the journeys. On number 1, ladies and gentlemen, we have a team that has just started its journey, but they are looking really, really solid already, and that is Wizzes with Vibes.
100%. The Cinderella story being really alive over here.
Yes.
The way they have been playing, that was a clutch, right? Towards the very last day, they were not even in contention for the first spot, but the final day being so good and getting the chicken dinner, winning the tournament, being leveled up in terms of points. With, of course, Dead Eyes, this has been a dream run. Like, you enter the major leagues and you start winning it, and you've started feeling yourself. The confidence is on a different high right now, and this is what I'm going to expect from them. And you've got the players, Rules, Delta, everyone just contributing to the betterment of the squad. I think we're going to be looking at a really good performance from these lads.
Exactly. I mean, these teams have been incredible in their own right, but a few honorable mentions. I mean, these are going to be the obvious ones, starting things off with DRS taking on the competition. I mean, the team definitely has quite a lot to prove for themselves with the way things went in PMPL South Asia Season 4, and it is going to be a lot of fans hoping that DRS walk away with the trophy in this one, but only time will tell what is going to happen.
They're pretty moody, right? If they feel like having a chicken dinner, they just get it, right? That's as easy peasy for them. And on the other note, they've already qualified for the GC by the points that they were already accrued for themselves. But more than DRS, I really want to see as to how Dead Eyes, or rather Vibes, perform, because you're not talking about a team like Vibes. We know this is a team that can have the caliber to go really big. The chicken dinners that they get, that 17-18 kills every single time. But the only problem that they've been facing so far is the consistency. If they can manage to maintain that, I think we're looking at a potential top 3 for them.
Oh boy, there's a lot of interesting mixes in this championship, and it is going to be really exciting to watch what is going to happen when the action unfolds. But we've talked about the teams, now it's time to talk about the players. And as far as the individual players go, I think from the MENA region, we have to talk about Yusuf.
Yeah, I mean, being the MVP of that tournament, that is something that no one ever anticipated in their wildest of dreams, right? YALLA had always been a team that focused a lot of positioning, but this time was something entirely different. They were getting a lot of kills for them. They were also getting a lot of position points. The early points that they did accumulate for themselves, they did manage to hold it out in the very end, and he also did play a very important role in that. So for him to play in a different region, that's the biggest question. How is he going to fare off against the South Asian teams? But apart from that, I think I really have big hopes on this lad.
Exactly. I mean, he has a lot, as you said, I mean, you are hoping to see quite a lot from him. The fans are hoping to see quite a lot from him. And I believe YALLA Esports are going to be relying quite heavily on him as well. But there's another player from Wizzes Vibes who is sort of in a similar position, that is going to be Delta. I mean, quite heavily relied upon for those frags to come for his team, and he always delivers.
Yeah, I mean, he's the powerhouse, behind Wizzes with Vibes. They do not get a lot of kills, but whatever kills they get, Delta has some or the other way has an influence over that, either by assist or maybe he does it for himself, right? So he's definitely one of those players that did come out as a surprise this time, I must say, because we never really thought that he would be out-fragging the entire lobby over there. And Ansh did warn me about it, watch out for this lad. And well, it did turn true. And I believe the way he's been playing, he's got a really bright future up ahead.
I mean, and you talked about, you mentioned a few keywords over here that is going to be a perfect segue to the player that we are keeping on the first position in terms of the top players. You mentioned powerhouse, you mentioned player to look out for. And when those two words are put together, the first name that pops into your head is Crypto from i8 Esports.
He's evolved, right? He's evolved as a human, as a player as well. Because you talk about Crypto, his position, right? He usually loves to play that support role. But we've even seen him, in the PMPL this time, go against the likes of Zeus, even on those closer ranges, which was one of his weakness. He's worked on that, and he's very proficient on it right now. And heading in to the MENA Championships, I really think that he's going to outcrack the entire lobby. He's starting to feel himself. Of course, you've got the other big, giants. You've got players from DRS, the entire team. You've got the likes of Assassin. You've got the likes of Jiggle. They were good as well. You've got the Mongolians, for Christ's sake. You've got Action and Top, right? But, this, Crypto, what he puts on the table is something really special because time and again, you think that, he might underperform a bit and he always surprises you.
I mean, the most consistent player we have seen so far. So it's going to be quite exciting to see what is going to happen in the MEN and SA Championship. Alright, now it's time to talk about the hot spots on every single map, ladies and gentlemen. Starting things off on Erangel, the place that we are going to expect a lot of explosions as soon as the game starts. It is going to be Milta out of all places.
Yes, and you're talking about the teams contesting over there. You've got different flavors right off the bat. You've got Fate, Wizzes with Vibes, and TES. Now, TES being the dark horses, right? We do not know much about what they're going to offer because they've not got a lot of experienced players. But these are the players that you need to be more scared of because you really do not know what they're going to pull off over there. Suddenly you're going to be walking off and they hold your position and they just take you down.
Now the best thing about this collision is going to be the fact that you have Stalwart Esports right at no rep noise. You never know what they are going to bring to the table. But as we move forward to unexpected things, again another unexpected drop collision happens on Sanhok in Xiaomi.
Yeah, out of every place on earth, and it's understandable why, right? This is a place where teams generally tend to avoid fights. Now that they do know that they've got to face against two more extra teams, this is going to be interesting who backs off. And you're talking about the teams in contention. You've got teams like Galaxy Races. You've got KHK, again, one of those unprecedented teams that we have not heard of a lot. But I'm really excited to see what they're going to put on the table.
Exactly, and the excitement does not end here because when we move to Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about this faces. Monte Nuevo, DRS, and Rico Infinity.
Well, I mean, that is where things start to get interesting because, both the teams, they have dual drops over there. We've seen DRS going to Vitslaco Breria, so that's what I'm going to anticipate that they might, head off in that direction because Rico Infinity, if you talk about their past, this is one of those teams that's strongest in the map of Miramar and they've proved that time and again.
So, I mean, the excitement, it is at its peak, and what could take it to the next level is the tournament starting, which is going to be starting on the 9th, ladies and gentlemen, and ending on the 14th. We're going to have the league stage, we're going to have the finals of this MENA and SA Championship. Do make sure to tune in on the Pubgmobile Esports official YouTube channels and the Pubgmobile Esports South Asia YouTube channels as well, and we'll see you guys on the Battleground show. Goodbye.
हेलो एभ्रिवन, फेरि पनि सबैलाई स्वागत छ। हामी आज गर्नेवाला छौँ स्पेशल इन्टरभ्यू। PMPL सिजन 4 त सकिएको छ, बट नेक्स्ट स्टप रहनेवाला छ साउथ एसियन मेना च्याम्पियनशिप, एन्ड देन त्यसमा जानेवाला छ विनर भएर विजेज विथ भाइब। त्यो टिमबाट हामीसँग प्लेयर रहनेवाला छन् आज, जो रहेको छन् डेल्टा। स्वागत छ।
थ्याङ्क यू सो मच।
ओके, हामी कन्भर्सेसनलाई सिधै अगाडि बढाउनेवाला छौँ। म सिजन 4 को जर्नी बारेमा जान्न चाहे। विजेज विथ भाइबको एज लाइक जित्ने, अलिकता खराब फर्म पनि रहेको थियो, ट्रफी पनि उठायो, सो मिक्स फिलिङ रहेको थियो एज अ अडियन्समा पनि। बट टिमले के एक्सपिरियन्स गर्यो थियो यो PMPL सिजन 4 मा?
हामी चाहिँ पिएमपिएल फर्स्ट टाइम पुगेको हौँ र सब प्लेयरहरू पनि नयाँ थियौँ पिएमपिएलको लागि अनि हामीलाई कम्प्लिटली न्यू थियो लबी फर्स्टमा पछि हामीले एडप्ट गर्दै गर्दै हाम्रो गेम राम्रो गर्दै गयौँ जस्तो कि फाइनल्समा फर्स्ट दिनमै फर्स्ट 2 गेम्स चाहिँ हाम्रो 0-0 पोइन्ट थियो अनि थर्ड गेमबाट हामीले आफूलाई मेन्टली र फिजिकल्ली बुस्ट गरेर आफ्नो बेस्ट दियौँ र हल्का भयो नि पोइन्ट आयो फर्स्ट डेमा सेकेन्ड डेमा वी वेयर फाइनल्ली प्रिपेयर्ड एन्ड रेडी फर द रेस अनि हामीले आफ्नो बेस्ट दियौँ अनि हाम्रो राम्रै पोइन्ट आयो एन्ड थर्ड डेमा चाहिँ हाम्रो फोर्थ गेमसम्म पनि होप थियो #1 हुन्छौँ भनेर अनि हामी यतिकै #1 छोड्ने छैनौँ भनेर अनि हामी ढुक्क पनि थियौँ मेनाको लागि चाहिँ फिक्स नै भइसक्यौँ भनेर अनि फिफ्थ गेम फाइनल डेको फिफ्थ गेम हाम्रो ठिकै नै गयो अनि लास्ट गेम वी गेभ आवर बेस्ट अनि त्यही हो आफ्नो एउटा मोटो थियो हाम्रो टिमको द्याट एक्सपिरियन्स भन्दा ठुलो पर्फर्मेन्स हो अनि वी पर्फर्म अनि पिएमपिएल जित्यौँ त्यही हो
ओके पिएमपिएल जित्यो एकदमै क्लोज कल रहेको थियो सो विनिङ मोमेन्ट के चलिरहेको थियो टिम्सको डिस्कसन के चलिरहेको थियो अथवा म्याच सकिएपछि पनि टाई कन्डिसन रहेको थियो के कुरा भइरहेको थियो टिमको प्लेयरको एक आपसमा
हाम्रो चाहिँ सब गेम सकेपछि चाहिँ हाम्रो कोच ओनर हाम्रो ज्याकवार गगन दाइले चाहिँ हामीलाई बुस्ट गर्नुहुन्थ्यो आफ्टर एभ्री गेम कल गर्दै कि यो जर्नी यतिकै सकिन्न हामी जित्न सक्छौँ भन्दै हामीलाई बुस्ट गर्नुहुन्थ्यो दाइले अनि त्यही बुस्टले अनि मेन्टली हामी प्रिपेयर्ड भएर नै हामीले जितेको हौँ यही हो
ओके थोरै नर्भसनेस भए पनि सम हाउ टिमले चाहिँ क्लच गरेर अनि टाइटल आफ्नो नाममा गर्यो बट अबको अगाडिको खतराको बारेमा म कुरा गर्न चाहे त्यो रहेको छ मेना च्याम्पियनसिप अभियसली साउथ एसियन मेना च्याम्पियनसिप प्रिसाइजली भन्ने हो भने यहाँ नयाँ टिम्सहरू रहनेवाला छ सो त्यसको लागि के प्रिपरेसन चल्दैछ किन भन्दा टिम्सहरू त कम्प्लिट नयाँ हुन्छ जोसँग खेलेको छैन अथवा जसलाई पहिला देखेको छैन
हाम्रो त्यही हो हाम्रो ड्रप क्लास हुन्छ अनि हामी चाहिँ अब नयाँ ड्रप पनि ट्राई गर्दैछौँ नयाँ स्ट्राटेजी हुन्छ नयाँ रोटेसन हुन्छ नयाँ गन फाइट हुन्छ सब न्यू अनि टिम्सहरू पनि डिफ्रेन्ट भएका कारणले हामी प्र्याक्टिस गर्दैछौँ अनि ग्राइन्ड गर्दैछौँ
ओके सो प्रिपरेसन चल्दैछ मेना च्याम्पियनसिपको लागि एन्ड एउटा कुरा अभियस भइसकेको छ कि अब टप 4 टिम्सहरू चाहिँ ग्लोबल च्याम्पियनसिपको लागि जानेवाला छन् पिएमसी जित्यो पिएमपिएल जित्यो अब मेना च्याम्पियनसिप जितेर ग्रान्ड स्टाइलमा इन्ट्री मार्ने राम्रो मौका पनि रहेको छ सो WZVले के सोचिरहेको छ यो सब स्लट्स एन्ड सो अन लिएर
हामी चाहिँ सक्दो हार्डवर्क गर्दैछौँ ग्राइन्ड गर्दैछौँ र मेना पनि जित्नलाई ट्राई गर्नेछौँ वी विल गिभ आवर बेस्ट त्यही हो
ओके सो योभन्दा एउटा राम्रो इक्जाम्पल कुनै पनि थिएन होला सायद पुरानो इतिहासको कुरा गर्ने भने जुन WZVले सानो टाइममा गरेर देखाएको छ त्यसको लागि त भनौँ न मनबाट नै प्राउड फिल आउँछ यो टिमलाई हेर्दा पनि फ्यान मेसेज केही दिन चाहनुहुन्छ भने आफ्नो टिमको सपोर्टर एन्ड अभियसली फ्यामिली एन्ड सो अनको लागि
त्यही हो अहिलेसम्म पनि जति सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भयो त्यसको लागि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद अनि अझै पनि सपोर्ट गर्दै जानु होला यो जर्नी यही सकिनेवाला छैन अझै लामो छ जर्नी हामी हार्डवर्क गर्नेछौँ र आफूलाई प्रुभ गर्नेछौँ अनि जिसीको लागि पनि हामी लड्नेछौँ
यो रहेको थियो हाम्रो छोटो मिठो कुराकानी पिएमपिएल सिजन 4 को च्याम्पियन टिम विजेस विथ भाइबको खेलाडीसँग जहाँ हामी टिम्सको प्रिपरेसन अनि मेन्टालिटी के रहेको छ त अपकमिङ च्यालेन्ज द्याट इज मेना एन्ड साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिपको लागि भनेर बुझ्दै थियो यस्तै कुराकानी हामी फेरि पनि गर्नेवाला छौँ अरू कुनै टिमसँग फेरि हामी भेटौँला त्यति दिनको लागि आफ्नो ख्याल राखौँ
The boundaries will break here. The biggest regions will come under one roof. Here the weak will turn into dust. And survival is the only way to the top. Watch the elites make history. In the ultimate face-off, PMPL MENA and South Asia Championship is here. Battle for glory. 9th to 14th November.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship right here in this virtual arena. We're back again, and a big thanks for that to, of course, our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. I'm going to be your host, Floro. Joining us, of course, on this analyst panel are going to be these two amazing dudes. It's Ocean Sharma and Isaac Johnny. How are you guys doing today?
Well, excited, to be honest. If you just ask it in one word, we are really excited for this one because now a new journey begins, but it's a tough one for a lot of teams, to be honest, because the competition, it's expanding, but it's getting tougher and tougher day by day, match by match. So, well, we're here.
I mean, exactly. We are here, and as Ocean said, we are super excited as well. He put it out quite perfectly. The competition is getting tougher. It's a journey, and this is just another stage before we head to the next step. That is going to be the Global Championship. But this battle for glory, who's going to walk away with the prize? Who's going to walk away with the crown? That is what we are here to find out.
Jittery, first day jitters, that's exactly what these teams definitely are going to be feeling, because again, when it comes down to the teams themselves, right, because we've got so many teams coming in from all different sorts and regions, of course. Let's move on along and have a look at the format, of course, where we are looking, or rather being introduced to 20 teams right now during the league play days, and after that, only 16 teams move on forth to be participating in the finals. Ocean.
Well, that's true, but if you just look at that bottom line that it says, top 4 teams plus DRS Gaming and Nigma Galaxy, they'll qualify for PUBG Global Championship. That means if DRS Gaming and Nigma Galaxy, either of the teams or even both of the teams are in top 4, well, then the teams on the other side, obviously 5th or 6th, depending on that, they will be moving forward. So, well, these two teams, they definitely have made a name for themselves with the amazing gameplays. Now, let's see if they make this competition theirs as well.
Absolutely, but along with that, as Varun was mentioning, there's a big chunk of that money that is going to be another conversation starter for these teams, because $150,000 is on the line, for which, of course, the first team, the team that will in the finals claim that top position, the pole position, they will be walking away with $40,000. But along with that, Varun, let's talk about that tournament MVP night.
Exactly, that one individual lad who is going to be super lucky to walk away, well, not lucky, skillful in fact, to be walking away with the $2,000 that are there for the tournament MVP. And as Ocean was also, we already talked about this, I mean, Nigma Galaxy and DRS already headed to the Global Championship. It's going to get really interesting, because at this point, those two teams, they do have their reputation on the line, but they have the freedom to just play for the money itself. And that is going to allow those teams to be absolutely free inside the game, and it's going to make this tournament a lot more exciting.
That's true.
Ocean, good.
They have the freedom to take chances, right? And those chances, I would say, they just come down to these points where they land themselves by the end of the games, right?
Indeed, and that's going to be so very crucial as well, because again, when it comes to that kill point, that is so very crucial as you walk away with that 1 point. And so many times we've seen teams just getting those numbers up based on just those kill points itself. With that, we've been talking about teams. Let's get introduced to these teams as they are going to be brought onto our screens any minute now. Ocean.
Well, when we talk about these participating teams, right, coming up from different regions, they know the competition for themselves, but they haven't faced it exactly as of now. That's where we see, right, coming down from PMPL South Asia Season 4, PMPL Arabia Season 2, PMCO, HTM, and obviously PMCO Africa. These teams are definitely ready for each other, but, well, that face-off that happens, right, the presence that they will be giving up for themselves, that's something, that's where it begins right now.
Absolutely, and with that, and we are looking at 20 teams, but of course, when it comes to the games, we are going to be introduced to 16 teams per game. So these 20 teams have been divided in 5 individual groups, starting off from Group A. We have, of course, Cryptics right here, which again, Ocean and Varun were mentioning, based on their gameplay, are looking pretty confident. Same can be said for Lit Esports. Varun, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting to see what Lit Esports are going to be up to this time, because every single time we see them, a lot changes, and that is something that keeps this team fresh. And this time, especially being in Group A against Cryptics, a team that is coming from the MENA region, looking really, really strong. And also KHK Esports as well, along with the South Asian team that is going to be Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. It's going to be a really interesting mix of things in this particular group, but they're not the only ones that will be in the lobby. These are the teams that you cannot dodge any way or the other. They will always be there, but there will be other teams as well along with them.
Absolutely. With that, we get introduced to Group B, where right off the bat, we are looking at YALLA Esports along with K7 Esports joining us from Taiwan. And then we have this team, Wizzes with Vibes. Ocean, talk a little bit about this team. I mean, the way that they have introduced themselves, it is just phenomenal.
Group B is a group of potential, to be honest. If you talk about a team like Wizzes with Vibes, they show potential. Delta, Rules, Malik, we've seen these lads do amazing. Obviously, we've seen them a few days back doing amazing. And well, if you talk about a team like YALLA, right, this team kind of just made the competition much more fierce with their presence, to be honest. Powerful, Wonder, just coming out here, ID7, Yusuf. These lads, we've seen them play previously as well in the Arabian region. So, well, that's that. And well, Huojuan, Chashan, Ziv11, World League, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. But that's not it, of course. As we move on forth, getting introduced to these teams, we are looking at Group C right now, where we do have Train to Kill, Deadeye's guys joining us from Nepal, along with which we've got Fate Esports and SUDOR Esports from Saudi Arabia. Varun, I'd like to ask you to perhaps talk a little bit about the teams that are joining us from the MENA for Group C.
I mean, Fate Esports is one of the biggest names from the MENA region. They're always there at every big major tournament that shows up, and this team is really, really consistent as a unit. But it is SUDOR Esports that I will keep an eye out for, because in the last year or so, every single tournament that I've seen them in, it gets really interesting, because earlier on we used to see them go for those placement points quite a lot. This time they've looked a little more aggressive. They've tried to focus a little bit more on those kills, along with just keep making sure that they're getting those consistent placement points, which actually is what we like to see from the teams. But it's going to be really interesting to see what happens once they're up against the teams from South Asia, because I mean, we know this region, right? They like to take those fights. You try and run away, they will chase you down.
They most certainly will be dominating if you give them the opportunity to do so. But along with that, we are not yet done, because, of course, as we move on forth from Group C towards Group D, another set of potential teams that are maybe going to be making a name for themselves. And this is where, Ocean, what are your expectations, mate?
So Vibes, obviously an incredible team, and when we talk about Stalwart, we've seen these two teams play brilliantly. Talking about a team like Hikard and NASR, well, these teams kind of just have been there in the Arabian region doing good for themselves. Batika, Hassan, Miracle, Nabo, these lads. 4 of these have a good synergy, and if something goes wrong, well, they have Hamzi always for themselves. His previous name was Hamzi, now he's just done slight changes here and there with the name just coming down. But well, if we talk about the team of Iqard, right? Helmand is an incredible player when it comes down to his utility usage, and well, this region as a whole is just impressive with the utility usage. So I would love to see how aggressiveness works against utilities, how those edge fights comes down to the central movements when they'll be going on. So this is going to be an interesting group, to be honest, to just look forward when the entire group plays overall.
Absolutely, but that's not it. We do have 4 more teams to get introduced to, and that is where we talk about Group E. That is going to be on our screens now, and this is where things are going to take a different turn altogether, because Group E, for the first game, they're not going to be playing, but they certainly do have the upper edge, because they'll be able to look at how the other teams are playing.
And I have to say already, this is going to be the most fun group, because Nickla Galaxy, DRS Gaming, and I8 in the same group. Things are going to get very, very intense over here. Plus, Rico Infinity is going to be there. It's a lineup with a lot of experience for themselves, and they know for sure how they have to deal with DRS and I8 Esports. I8 definitely a team to look out for in this tournament, because, I mean, as we always say, this is a team built on raw aggression, just like Stalwart Esports. And one of the teams that I know for sure from the MENA region that knows how to deal with this sort of playstyle, it is going to be YALLA Esports, because their positioning, their entire game plan in those team fights is always to not initially engage like we do see I8 and Stalwart do. They prioritize their position, they leave a few players behind, bait their opponents into an unfavorable spot, and then just pin them down from 2 different directions. And it is going to be really interesting to see how those fights are going to work out once we actually are into the games.
Exactly, mate. It is exciting. It is definitely exciting right here when we talk about just day number 1. All these teams going to be jumping in with a blank slate, so to say, for our storyline. But along with that, talking about the storyline itself, let's talk about the dark horses, so to say, teams that are joining us from the side of course, HTM, as well as the African team. That, of course, is a team that, well, they have done really good for themselves, but this is a different stake altogether, right? That is where the opportunity will certainly be there, but will they be able to capitalize upon it is the conversation, Ocean.
I don't know. So for Dark Horse, it's always about making a statement wherever they are, right?
Right.
It's always about not exactly proving themselves when it comes down to the lobby, but showcasing that yes, they are worth much more when it comes down to the competition as it's increasing. Obviously, they are amazing teams on their region in their region when it comes down to the regional capabilities. But now, as soon as you enter a different territory, you kind of face a lot of things. It might be good, it might be bad, depending on how you're taking the pressure. First of all, right now they haven't played against each other, so it's a pressure of something out of the blue. And no doubt the other teams are facing that pressure as well, because they might not be knowing the exact strategies that these dark horses will bring, and hence they are dark horses. So maybe HTM. Yeah,
Right.
the X Factor. Maybe HTM and obviously African team, they might just do brilliant. If not on the first day, maybe second, third. There will be one day. You always do, third day or second. There's always that one day that changes everything. And well, this time it will be for Dark Horses.
Well, with that, as we move on forth, let's talk about a team that certainly did showcase that potential, and not only potential, but certainly did, well, all away with their gameplay. It is, of course, Wizzes with vibes that I'm talking about right now, because that team was sensational when it came down to Season 4 for PMPL SA Championship.
And I mean, we've been talking about it since they lifted the trophy. What an amazing way to make a debut, ladies and gentlemen.
True.
The first time they show up on a big stage and they walk away with the trophy, and in an incredible manner as well. Remember before that last game when we were talking about who's going to be winning the PMPL SA, Wizzes with Wives were really far behind, but with that last game they were able to clinch away the victory, the trophy and everything. And this team is, in my opinion, a perfect team. Everyone contributes equally to every single win. I mean, the damage numbers themselves are pretty incredible. The survival times on Reaperbot and Delta just make sure that the team is consistently getting those placement points. And Malik and Rules, they are not too far behind, but they focus a little bit more on getting those kills and securing the frags for the team. So it is going to be really interesting to see what is going to happen to Wizzes Vibes Factor, if you remember, right? What I want to say is, during the PMPL finals, Wizzes Vibes, they were the X Factor, if you remember, right?
True.
This time, everyone is going to be prepped.
I mean, so this is where, I kind of agree with this one. Plus, I have my own points as well. Just like you said, right? The team did really good. I get it. But talk about only one player's alive, maybe only two players are alive, and still they are just getting those points. I still remember it was some days first game when Delta was the last one surviving, and well, he was the one just getting in the top 3. Well, on the next game it was Reaper who was surviving, getting in the top 3. So they have done for themselves. If they know that they're vulnerable, if they know they don't have people for themselves, players for themselves to get them to good fights, they lay low. Even if it's a single person, right? He lays low, just stays on the back lines, and well, he bites when it will hurt the most, and well, he does that. He does that in a good way, and well, you remember Delta just coming down with the war cry, and well, just getting the final game for themselves.
See, that sort of dynamic play when it comes to a team is so very important. Knowing where you stand in the match, and then just being able to dynamically switch your places from being aggressive to absolutely dominant, and still walk on with those kill departments as well as placement points. And that is where this team definitely outshone with the competition.
Yeah. I mean, that's just how it is. But, so this is one thing. Look at this. First and second game for this team, right? That shows that this team would like to have a slow start if it comes down to it. But right now, this was obviously about the 18 games. Now, if we talk about obviously starting up now, but if we look at the journey of the finals that's going to be happening, that obviously is going to be just, 10 games. So if we talk about it, right, this time with 18 games, they kind of had a margin if they might have had a few bad games here and there. But now with the competition just growing, I don't see a margin. If you have to have a bad game, well, the next game should be so good that you kind of just forget about the bad game overall.
Exactly. You just scrub it away. It does not matter, because in the end, what matters is you being on top, you being able to just capitalize on those opportunities in the battleground itself. But with that, as you move on from one team to the next, it is time to talk about Dead Eyes, guys. A team that certainly a lot of people had high hopes from. They did kind of deliver as well, but somewhere along the way, they kind of slacked. Warren, what do you think?
Yeah, it was the very last game. The last few games, in fact, the last day of the finals where Dead Eyes guys messed up, and they were off to a phenomenal start. On top, doing a really wonderful job during the entire tournament. Rated and Fraxer and Shifu just making sure that On Top was provided the necessary cover fire that he needed running into those fights and trying to secure all those frags for his team. But this time, Deadass guys, they need to be extremely careful, because the last time something we noticed going into the final day was they got a little too comfortable with how they were doing, and were well, basically caught off guard in every single team fight and throughout the last day itself. And as Ocean mentioned, we only have this time. It is going to be if they make it to the finals, they will only have to play 10 games. So they have to be quick with getting those points. And if they get a similar start to how they did in the PMPL SA finals, I mean, Dead Eyes guys, they are looking really good if you just think about it.
I mean, Johnny, so you said obviously, they got a bit too comfortable. I get it, but there were mistakes that were made as well. It was just about the way the competition was evolving against them. You remember there was such a brilliant game of Miramar. To be honest, I remember first day, second day they had good Miramars for themselves. Third day was just the only Miramar, and well, they kind of faltered down the way they were trying to play, and well, they could not. 16 position eliminations happening for the team. That they should not have been there, right? They did try to get good games like this one. They had a really good chicken in this one. So they did have good games. But then again, the competition was just evolving against them, and well, they could not cope up against the pressure that, they had a lead, but the lead was being taken down. Look at the final day overall.
That was an interesting dip, right?
This shows pressure. This shows pressure that they just had on themselves. They had, 40 points lead till the second day.
Exactly. But this also reminds me of that crystal ball that Ocean keeps up around. And, that is something that certainly he had kind of spoken about against Dead Eyes guys somewhat along the lines. But this is a new start. This is going to be a different journey altogether. And again, if we know for a fact that this team can perform and outshine their competition, then this is their moment to do so, as Varun so perfectly mentioned. But will they be able to capitalize all of that based on, again, well, it's all in the future. It's all hypothetical right now because, well, that's all that the analysts can do based on the previous stats that we have. But moving on forth, now it is time to talk about you guys sitting back at home, because this is not it. All the entertainment and excitement that the game brings to you via these teams, well, that's not it, because now we talk about the giveaways. Now we talk about the prize. And right off the bat, we've got the special crate that is going to be in-game available, right, till 16th of November. Only till 16th of November. So you need to go into the game and get yourself in and play in, and that is going to be making your opportunity to get that crate for yourself, that special crate that you can then flaunt amongst your friends, and that's going to be so very important. Along with that, that's not it. As we move on forth, as you watch the PMPL on the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia and MENA YouTube pages, you stand a chance to get these wonderful in-game items for yourself. Oppo Reno Parachute, Oppo 2021 t-shirt, as well as an Oppo hat. So again, be very, very specific. PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page is where you need to be, and that is where in chat we're going to be just giving away those codes. Be quick with your fingers and they will be yours. Along with that, as you move on forth, now this is very important. Very, very important, because yes, you guys are here, but your friends maybe are not. So I want you to share this PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. We want to get the viewer number up. We want to be able to get the viewer number up. Why? Because again, the gifts are all for you in game. We've got some amazing stats lined up, but please do not forget to share this entire saga, this entire championship that's taken place. And you need to be, once again, very important, you need to be tuning in to the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube page. And with that, it is time to get our day started off. It is going to be an incredible start to the journey. So let's move on forth with the schedule. 5 games lined up. Starting off, it is going to be Erangel.
Yeah, I mean,
expectations?
Do we ask the
I'll
guy with the
show you
crystal ball first?
Alright, I'll show you my crystal ball once the camera just comes down to us. But yeah, till then, Johnny.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, we do have Group E sitting out of this match, so that is going to be Rico Infinity, Nigma Galaxy, DRS, and I8, the 4 teams that are not going to be playing this one. Apart from them, I mean, the teams that we did, in fact, talk about when we were looking at the squads earlier, Cryptics, YALLA Esports, I want to see how these teams, along with Fade Esports, I want to see how these teams are going to be starting out. And as far as the teams from South Asia are going to be considered, A1 Esports, this is a wonderful opportunity. This team has done really well for themselves as far as their performances on the international stages are considered. I mean, they've put up shows that have, well, they have made memories for themselves. I mean, we know the names that they have defeated in those squad fights, and I'm pretty sure this guy next to me is going to bring it up. But I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see what they're going to be up to this time. And of course, how can we forget the teams from HCM region and also KHK Esports as well, them K7 and LIT Esports. It's going to be really fun to watch what the first game is going to look like for these guys.
That's true. That's true.
Ocean?
So for the first time, this is a revelation that's happening. For the first time, I'm going to show you guys my crystal ball as how it is. So it's not a ball exactly. It's just a crystal airdrop that just speaks to me whenever, I need time. And it right now just says that let's just see what happens in the first game, because everyone's going to see that as well when they are in the game, right? Every player is going to just try and maybe just go for trial and errors, just, all those things is coming up for themselves. So that's what it says. And it always likes to say the right thing. So I believe it that maybe let's just test the waters as what the teams are going to be doing, definitely.
True.
So yeah,
Again, I mean, that is so perfectly mentioned as well. This is day number 1. It's going to be starting off with all these teams with a blank slate. I mean, of course, they're going to be looking on to the other teams and their play style, and of course, based on that, they're going to be able to make and come up with the strategies as they progress on along from one game to the next. That is going to be so very crucial. But in all of this, again, I mean, we talk about that Group E, right? We've got I8 in there, as so perfectly mentioned by you guys as well. We've got DRS as well as, of course, Nigma Galaxy. So these teams are going to be watching what the other teams are going to be bringing to Erangel, and maybe that is where they could bring in that X Factor working for themselves as they participate in the next game.
I mean,
you know what? I want to see drop clashes happening.
That's going to happen.
we did talk about Milta, right? We did talk about Milta before the show actually started, and that is something that I want to see. What is going to happen? And that's not the only drop location, by the way.
Yeah.
So true. Well, the journey does get started right about now. Fans sitting back at home, do not forget to, of course, share this with your friends and get them online watching the entire saga. With that, let's get our day started off. Let's move on to match number 1, thus implying we move on to the other side of the virtual arena. It is going to be Mustache, Dave, and XP to take you through this first game.
Thank you so much, Blotter, and of course it's lovely seeing the analyst desk over there, Johnny and Ocean, looking good. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and a privilege from across the world to introduce you to the Stash himself. It's Mustache Dave. How are you doing, my friend?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. I'm looking forward to these matches. It is going to be intense, and we saw right there Ocean taking out that crystal crate. I don't know what type of truths lie within that crystal crate here. Maybe some clashes early on here, day 1.
I mean, that crate definitely whispers something in his ears every now and then. And, once in a while, he does turn out to be correct. And I guess he makes everybody else listen to that. But anyway, it is going to be an exciting day now. For all the viewers watching at home, we've been doing our homework because, all the teams do bring something new to the table. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, match number 1 is going to be underway as the Big Bird is going to take the skies. But before that, let's have a look at all your favorite players. The question is, can you spot out your favorites?
Hey, these players getting locked and loaded, ready to go, making sure those fingers are nice and warmed up, and we can see all their comfortable positions right now, a lot of different strategies. You got the pillow on the lap, you got the recline, 90-degree angle, so this is a really nice view here of the players preparing for game number 1.
Plus, I like, how some of the players, they have one fan system. Some of them have multiple fans basically cooling their devices, which is exactly what you want. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the first 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, battle each other in the plains of Erangel. Now, if you have a look at the plane part, pretty straightforward. We are going to be flying west, pretty much directly in the center of the circle. We're going to be flying over Shelter. Pochinki is going to be under the flight path, and we're going to be ending things on the western coast of Gatka. Now, we do know that, a lot of these drop locations, a lot of teams, Dave, they have their favorite drop spots. And come here, hell or high water, they are going to be heading to their favorite spots. But I guess right at the beginning, since, we have a clash of so many different regions taking place right now, everyone's going to kind of test the waters out and see what's happening. No one's going to be going for those drastic maneuvers right at the beginning.
Yeah, I remember in the pre-show that we just had, they were mentioning that Fate Esports and Wizzes with Vibes might be dropping over there on Milta. So I'm really curious to see who will end up claiming that. It does look like Wizzes with Vibes will be the team to take that up for themselves for the time being. And okay, so Fate Esports actually pulling out last there towards the end of the flight plan. And to answer your question, that was exactly what I was looking for, because trust me, I love me a good old-fashioned hot drop, but when we get into a tournament like this with so much on the line, I just can't say it's worth it early game. I can't.
Oh yeah, especially right in game 1, you don't want to, show your cards and just have a little detrimental effect later on. But now, as you have a look at the circle, it is going to be towards the north, which means all the teams down south are going to have to migrate sooner or later. And another thing, just to bring you up to speed on something. So Dave, in life we have a few things that are certain, right? Death, taxes, and Stalwart Esports always heading to military base, no matter wherever the plane path is, no matter how far they are from that island. These boys always love heading out to that military base, which I did see them there earlier. But right now, of course, we do have big names on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. LIT Esports, earlier known as TES Esports, and one of the better teams to come out of Taiwan, Dave.
Lit. They're lit right now over here in Shelter. It looks like they got a couple vehicles to work with, and that's going to be the name of the game here early on. You want to capture as many vehicles, as much utility as possible. Like you mentioned, especially with this zone all the way out there to the north. You got Severny in play. It does look like we have, Train to Kill taking up that power position real early on and kind of doubling it back. Military base, it's full of loot. It's a good spot. But with this zone, your options, maybe take a boat all the way around. That'll be extremely risky. We know boats, they blow up in a couple bullets. The bridges, they might get gatekept, and it all comes down to how much study, how much intel these other squads have. Right? They prepared to possibly gatekeep teams that they know for a fact aren't going to be in circle number one.
Yeah, and it all depends on, how much homework all these teams have done, as you exactly mentioned right now, because, everybody does have an idea that, all right, I'm going to assume or anticipate that, so-and-so team is going to be in such and such place. So that is, of course, all going to be a given. But what's going to be exciting is, so I love the fact that, we have continents colliding now. Now, in the past, South Asia, they have a different kind of a game style, I'd say, as compared to the teams from the Middle East and North Africa. So what's exciting is to see this little clash of gameplays coming in, because, over the course of a tournament, as you are well aware, teams that they kind of get used to one another, they kind of get used to one another's play styles, and, it's easier to anticipate what's going to happen next. But right now, since we do have new teams clashing with one another, of course 8 teams from the Middle East and North Africa are going to be coming in, while the remaining teams, of course, are from South Asia. So it's going to be exciting to see how these play styles clash, whether they're going to go aggressive. But forget that, have a look at that beauty of a vehicle. Let's just take a moment to appreciate that. I think that's a Conic Seg, isn't it?
Oh, wow. Yeah, just look at that. The doors, the butterfly doors. You know you're going to win the game if you're driving that bad boy around here. That's just a fact. And plus, let's just give them a chicken dinner right here, right now. Maybe even a spot to the finals, because that right there, that's a nice looking vehicle.
A moment of silence, just appreciating the beauty over there. Love the fact
Daily
that the
driver.
cameraman, of course, I mean, if you have one of those vehicles, I don't care what the terrain is like, you're going to be driving it pretty much every day. But what I do like also is that Car 98 lying next to it. Now, I don't know about you, Dave, but me, I'm a bolt action man. I mean, I love me some snipers. What about you?
Yeah, trust me, I like a good old-fashioned bolty here and there, but when we talk about competitive, we just don't see it that much. A lot of these players, they tend to favor the M4 and the UMP, that nice combo wombo, and recently with the ground spawn, at least I've noticed the M249 becoming kind of a popular meta weapon here. So, I don't know, bolty, I'll let you hold on to the bolty. Good luck hitting your shots. I think I'll stick with my M4 spray. So, getting into this game, it looks like Vibes got an interesting little split. They got one of their squad mates across the Rozhawk inlet, looking to possibly scout out a new position just to bone steady. And you're talking about all these regions clashing. I know a couple of these teams, they had the opportunity to kind of play in other lobbies to prepare for these matches. But one team, when I was trying to do my research, I didn't notice them was YALLA. So I'm really curious what YALLA Esports will be able to do here today, kind of throw that wrench in the plan, because the reason I'm bringing them up, they're next to Cryptics. Cryptics up there in North Georgia. And I know you asked me. I'm looking forward to Cryptics. I think Cryptics is a team, in my opinion, that I'm going to call it top 4 PMGC spot. I can see them making it here. I'm calling it right here, right now.
All right, I'm not going to go against that. Definitely one of the strongest teams in this tournament so far. And, just to brush up on YALLA Esports. Now, these guys have been playing together for a long time. I mean, I remember them from the World League days. You know, I mean, these guys have been at it. The question is the synergy going to be up there as well? And while the match is going to be underway, while, you know, all the teams are trying to find a little soft spot, a little haven, remember, you guys can get a lot of outfits. Hold on to that right now, because Kalaga has spotted the enemy in the distance, and they said that it is going to come under fire. However, they are going to be in the blue right now, because a lot of the shots did not connect, and of course those vehicles are going to provide you with the cover. But there you have it, Dave. 7 minutes, almost 30 seconds in the game, and we finally have the first few shots let loose.
Yeah, look at that power pose, by the way. That's how you know you're gaming here. So K7 looks like they're going to be taking up this spot here, using these walls as cover, doing a little bit of jumping around to try to get as much intel as possible. And they're taking shots. They're making sure that no team crashes them here. They're making sure that this spot is their spot, so that when we go further on into these zones, that's locked down, that's secure. And you know what? I like that spot a lot. It's up there to the north. You have a good chance of not having any enemy up there in that water, of course. So you know at least one of your angles are going to be safe. And they're on one of these main roads that some of these teams might actually utilize to quickly kind of YOLO send it into a center position. So I really do like that spot. And jumping all the way downtown here, I'm looking near farm. I'm really curious. Will they kind of pump the brakes a little bit and try to gatekeep our squad down there who likes to drop military base? If so, they need to be very cautious.
Oh yeah, you know, A1 Esports, this team, they're going to be playing from the periphery. You are going to see them, you know, trying to hunker down in some fortification or the other. But what's exciting is, you did mention K7 just moments ago. It looks like they have a lot of teams coming in on their location. If you have a look from the east, we've got Wizzes with Vibes rolling in hot, but it looks like Malik is going to be stopping just a little bit short. And, well, they're going to be holding on towards the edge of that circle. And as the circle is going to get a little smaller, it is going to be imploding in on Severny. Now, we did see T2K in the city itself early on, so, you know, they're going to be hunkered down. However, they're going to have a lot of teams coming their way. And talking about teams coming their way, Jane is going to be unloading on Kalaga. And, of course, the first knock is going to come underway. And just as Jane gets the knock, he gets taken down instead by Ikerd. And now it is all open. Finally, the first few casualties, Dave. I'm excited. I need some more action.
Yeah, I really like the return fire right there to be able to get that knockout. And I'm curious, will we get the pickup on both sides? Legend already pulling up immediately, prepared, ready to get the pickup. The question is, though, will that player out there in the distance kind of just bleed on out? Because they are in the open, essentially.
Well, shots are being fired, and Deadeye's guys are going to be driving past as well. Just a little cavalcade in the distance, trying not to get in anybody's way. Of course, there's action already breaking out. You have a few options, like, do you go in for the fight or do you run away? But it looks like they are going to be in the fight, as Shifu Sir has been taken down, and now Hojuan is going to make sure that he's put on the ground, as well as multiple fights are going to be breaking out in close vicinity to one another, as T2K are going to be getting back to some cover. They do have this warehouse, which they are going to be calling home. Man, Ikerd almost did a devastating blow on them, but it does look like they have lost one member apiece, and they are going to be happy with that situation right now.
Yeah, it seems like they got the pickup, and they popped in that buggy. They flexed out just a little bit to try to secure that kill point here, and immediately popping back. I mean, look at their spot. They got a nice 2-2 split going on right now, dead center for the most part. So they're pretty much waiting to see if they do get blessed in the next circle, which is, you know, highly likely. I'm looking at Wizzes with Vibes, though. They've been slowly kind of just crawling their way in on that edge up there to the north, and it's only a matter of time before they're in a nice position to possibly third-party this engagement.
You know what's working for K7 right now? I feel like, you know, they're going to be in the thick and thin of all the action. Hold on, let's have a look at that replay, because we did see Hojuan just relentlessly spraying bullets, and there you have it. That M4, Dave, coming in handy, switches to the DP28, and is going to make sure he puts his enemy 6 feet under. Now, that is what this game is all about as an AUG. is going to be dropping from the heavens above. Now, again, just quickly coming back to K7, they are in a good position. However, the fact that you mentioned Wizzes with Vibes are crawling in, almost creeping in towards their prey like predators, that could get problematic sooner or later. But it looks like A1 Esports is coming under fire, and it is going to be SDR who's going to be doing all the dishing.
We got Cryptics over here just hugging the blue zone, all on their pathway in. Shooting range, wide and clear. Free terrain here, so they should be able to leapfrog and play their time here. I was talking to El Chapo, and they told me their game. Ooh, we'll get back to that because nice little run over right there to secure the point. That's A1 Sinister roadkill.
I don't know if you want to use that car and run over people. I don't want to spoil the paint job on that vehicle, but like you did, it is roadkill. We have some vehicular manslaughter coming in, and talking about the man himself, El Chapo, they are going to be moving in from the left of your maps right now, coming in from the west, just south of the shooting range. Now, they don't really have a lot of teams in their path right now, but YALLA Esports could be the first one to lay down some lead. As have a look at that, all the teams are going to be coming so close to one another, you can literally see each other's grills. It's going to be pandemonium. It's going to be chaotic in, a couple of minutes.
Probably seconds here. And doubling back to El Chapo, they're telling me their game plan here is to play safe early game, avoid fights, and just survive. Keep 4 up. I don't know if that's going to be an option right here. Like you mentioned, a lot of teams on that west side, it's going to be a challenge for them to make their way on in. And popping on over here, a lot of shots getting popped out there in the distance onto Vibes, who are all in vehicles, and it looks like they're trying to just thread the needle, avoid all these sight lines as possible. They're looking for a spot here to call home, and it looks like they're going to try to center up, but one of their squad mates, got tagged out in the process.
Well, that's what happens when you are going to be moving around, and Assassin did get tagged, and he's going to be taken out as quickly as he was knocked down and brought to his knees. Now, SUDOR Esports, they do have a good position as far as this compound goes, but again, it's like one of those, it does have high ground on either side of it. However, they have a lot of level ground to work with, so, if anybody does try to sneak in on them, they are going to spot the opposition, as Raw are going to be just south of Severny, making sure they have a couple of shacks to work around with. Not the best situations you want to find yourselves in, but again, when options are limited, anything is going to be good. But again, all teams are pretty much in the circle. Then, as you mentioned, El Chapo and the boys from Cryptics, they are going to be playing it a bit slower. They are going to be sticking to the edge of the periphery. But Dave, when they move in later on, oh boy, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, right now, Cryptics, they got their fingers crossed, or they have Ocean's Crystal Crate, and they're just hoping that the next circle does favor Severny. And if it does, they already have some hard cover to work with. Now, teams down there to the south, STE, it looks like they're trying to get a pick onto Lit over here. Lit super huddled up together, so if they can get closer, get that molly, get that grenade. But look at that, the Car 98 coming into play here. He's saying, Pika's saying, forget that, swapping on over to the M4, trying to get that spray down. But Lit right now is just snaking it, trying to avoid these bullets.
Well, what was scary was that Action, in fact, was a lot closer than his teammate Pika, just trying to get some cover fire. And now the push is coming in, and grenade has been locked. Scry is going to be handy overhead with a Molotov chucked right inside the shack, but it is going to be bursting outside. No damage done. Now Action and Scry are really coming up the right, but it looks like Weihong is going to spot the enemy. That AK does go off. However, the enemy's going to be quicker. Lit NIL is going to be coming in. He gets one down, goes around the shack. Can he get the second knock? Because Stalwart Esports, Action is going to be the man of action right now as Pika comes in from behind and gets a burst kill on Mercy. And there you have it, LIT, Lit Esports down to one man, almost getting a double knock, but Action gets the job done, and Stalwart Esports are still a 4-man squad here.
Drop shot right there to save the day. And remember, this squad, they started military base, so they're just trucking along, fighting their way into these zones time and time again. Nice usage of mollies there to try to section off the squad from making their way on out of that shack, and it came down to the wire. 2v1, but they came out on top. So SUDOR Esports out here still popping back over to their position, no longer in play for this next zone. So they're just trying to get as many knocks, maybe tire pops, trying to take out as much utility from their enemies as possible right here.
I think as far as damage dealt or, you know, shots fired, SUDOR Esports definitely are going to be up there. But right now, YALLA Esports' Yusuf is going to be fighting the enemy as Cryptics Chapo is going to be down on his knees. Now, he did lob a couple of grenades trying to get the enemy off guard, but his teammate from behind, Bonder, comes in from distance and is going to make sure that Cryptics are going to be at the receiving end of things as Lazy Boy goes down as well, which means Dave Marshall is the last man standing for Cryptics. This is not looking good for El Chapo and the boys.
Yeah, and what's even worse is the blue zone going to start to apply some pressure here very shortly. Yusuf up here in the front lines. Marshall is on fire, burning alive, and Cryptics taken out in 15th position right here. Man, talk about getting pinched from the blue zone towards your back and just running into two different teams, getting caught in the mix right there. Yeah, very unfortunate.
Going to hurt. Very unfortunate indeed, as of course the Moroccan team is going to be exiting early on. If you have a look at the replay over there, a lot of action breaking out, but hold on to the thought because it does look like RAW are finding themselves in a little bit of a pickle as well. Blah, 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 making sure he does deploy some cover. And wait a second, K7 is right next to them. I mean, they are pretty much head-to-head with one another as Shashi is going to spot the enemy out. Yosef, the last man standing for YALLA Esports, was spotted out as well, and with that, it does look like he is going to be going out, and YALLA Esports are going to bid us adieu as blah 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 does deploy another grenade. Question is it going to connect?
Dominating out here on the edge, and that position not in the zone either, so they're going to need to get those resets, those pickups, and smoke their way on in to a safe position moving forward. We're checking back in with Action. We saw Action get a nice grenade to open up the fight a couple moments ago, and still down here in the south, clocking in some work here, applying the pressure.
Applying the pressure indeed, and right now the little shack is all that stands between the enemy and their fallen comrade. That Sky is going to be unloading on safe from SDR. We have a couple of fights breaking out once again as T2K are taking the fight to Icon Triple Esports. Now Broad is going to be the last man standing. The enemy is going to be pushing in. He is to spring relentlessly, jumps out the window, in fact gets a knock. Legend does go down, but it is going to be Sandesh and Jane who come in from behind and put him down in the ground. And T2K, man, again, trained to kill. These boys are surprising me. They are firing in all cylinders right now. All for men still alive as we are going to be coming to the later stages of the game. But right now, it is going to be SUDOR Esports up against KHK Esports.
Thank you very much right there. Catching a grenade to the face. Can we get one more to defend this shack right here that everybody's got their eyes on uphill? Oh no, but one molly, if that can connect within the shack, they're going to burn alive, and that door was wide open, so it did indeed go in the shack, and, well, we'll call it the death shack, because nobody made it out alive.
Well,
whoa.
That was scary, almost knocking his teammate out.
Yeah, watch out.
Saif is going to be lucky to be still standing with a sliver of HP because have a look, Stalwart Esports, they heard all the commotion, Dave, and they're like, hey, wait a second, what's happening over here? As Pika P is going to whip out that Car 98 as usual and lets one shot loose downrange. Now NASR on the other hand are going to be in trouble. Sandesh slip and slide over here. He's trying to go in for the kill, but it looks like Nabo is going to make sure that he is going to be at bay, but Suyog is going to come in as well. There you have it, T2K, man. These boys are hungry and they are going after squad after squad after squad, wiping them off the face of Erangel.
And they were just able to acquire a nice little dip right there. Now, I would have liked to have seen just the full up, drive up right there, try to get that run over instead of popping out, trying to take some shots. But at the end of the day, they came out on top. They're using their numbers to their advantage, and they got a ton of kills to go with it. And talk about a ton of kills, Stalwart Esports down here in the south, just racking up all the kills, getting into fight after fight here. Let's see, can Action get another grenade off? No, Action actually going to be catching the grenade themselves.
Oh, man, that was a good grenade over there. Scry getting out of harm's way in the nick of time as Al-Shamri is still going to be relentless with those bullets. Another grenade over here might just do the trick, but it's Scry who took himself out, Dave, and now SUDOR Esports, all they have to do is pick up the pieces and get a few points for themselves, which they have done right now. Again, a little bit of a mishap coming in from Stalwart Esports as Scry just pretty much fried himself up.
Oh, no, it was a 2v2, but Top over there kind of popping out their smokes immediately connected on. I believe Pika trying to get the pickup, the revive onto action to kind of level the playing field. But up here in the northwest, action is just erupting everywhere right now.
It is, and with action erupting, it does look like one of the stronger teams, T2K, are finally going to be exiting this game as well. 8th position finish for them with a good 8 kills in their first game. Not a bad outing at all, which means now we're down to the final 7 teams. 19 people alive as blah, blah, blah from RAW is going to be taken out by the blue zone. Now, Wizzes with Vibes, they have lost Delta early on, but they do have a little nice ground. However, it's just a little shy of the next circle. And, well, if they do want to make it to the circle, they do have Fate right in front of them. Question is it going to be in their fate to make it through this team, or are Fate going to bring them down? We're going to have to wait and find out, as it does look like they have spotted the enemy, and Deadeye's guys are the intended targets.
Yeah, so Fate right now concentrating on Deadeye's over there. This might be a good opportunity for Wizards with Vibes to kind of pop up, try to third party from behind. Wizards with Vibes, they're going to have to fight now. This whole time they've been playing it nice and slow. We see them with 3 kills. They've been playing the edge, but now is their moment to shine as they need to make that breach into the new zone.
Well, the breach is going to be coming in sooner or later. Now, they don't really have a lot of options, right? Because if you have a look, they can't really go left because it's open terrain. As 6ix9ine Boy is going to find Frag Boy, and looks like he's going to be found out instead by True Love, but he is going to get into cover in the nick of time as Malik is going to be taken down by Chari elsewhere. Now, Frag Boy, he is going to be relaying some important, information as to the positions of A1 Esports, but again, these positions are already known, and you know what it is, one good grenade could be devastating for either party, as Deadeye's guys are getting decimated right now, as it does look like Fate are going to be joining in the party as well.
You know what he was saying? He was saying, hey, team, they're right here on this boulder.
They're right here.
they're right here. Come and get them. Where's the sand? Save my life. And it looks like they were able to use that knock and actually rotate around them. So A1 right now playing this one really smart, but they need to avoid the sightlines from across the way, because SUDOR right now trying to get some grenades right on top of their smoke pile. So the tables just might have turned as Wizzes with Vibes. Oh, they were not able to make their way into the zone over there. We saw them taken out.
Again, you are going to be playing at the edge. You have some pros and you have some cons. And the biggest con is a lot of teams are going to gatekeep you. But of course, they are going to be exiting the teams. Now, Deadeye's guys are going to be one man standing. Can True Love get a revive on his teammate, as it did look like Ragnarok was going to be firing uninterrupted. But from the distance, he was taken down. And True Love is now going to be opening up on A1 Esports. In fact, a caught-on grenade was what did them in, Dave. 3 kills, I do believe, with that one big boom.
True Love, sir, right there. I don't know if they're going to be feeling the same way after getting them taken out right there. So looking at the numbers, Fate Esports, the only team with 4 up right here. They're up there towards the north, and they also have a nice boulder with some high ground. Venom needs to make sure to heal up, though, and avoid those sightlines. But looking at this, I feel like Fate, they have the advantage over everybody else.
Well, it definitely is in their favor. Now, the only thing that does kind of concern me, well, it was Deadeye's guys, but it looks like these guys are going to be dealt with, as it does look like SUDOR Esports are going to be punching in. But right now, Deadeye's guys, True Love is going to be exposed from the side, and Ragnarok from Fate Esports is going to be putting that nail in his coffin, which means one man survives for Deadeye's guys, and he is on a sliver of HP. Question is, can he patch himself up on time? Can he get his teammate up on time? Because right now, Fate are going to be averting their attention to another team, as SUDOR Esports are getting picked one by one, and well, these guys are just being shredded.
Yeah, SUDOR Esports, I believe they had like a 2-1 split. They had one of their squad mates kind of watching the edge right there, but we saw right there, once when your teammates need that support, need that help, it's just going to be impossible to regroup with them in this terrain. So I am surprised. Deadeye's, how many times have they been knocked out, but they're able to get the pick up, the revive, the reset, the heal up, and they're over here, they're looking to get another kill. Rated. Is that going to connect?
I think it's on the other side of the tree. But again, with Deadeye's guys, oh, we had our speculations. But there you have it from afar. Fate are going to seal their own fate as they take SUDOR Esports out of the game. We're down to the final two teams. It's going to be a 4-on-2 situation. Deadeye's guys up against Team Fate. Now, Fate are looking to take fate in their own hands as grenades are being lobbed in every which direction. And well, there you have it. 2 Love is out. Rated Sir is going to be the last man standing. But the question is, for how much longer? Because it looks like, Dave, Fate have definitely sealed the deal.
Yeah, okay, they're actually going to try to go out for the fight here, but that's going to be it. Fate 4 up. One trade, but Fate at the end of the day using their numbers to get the winner chicken dinner. We can see them right here cheering, pumped up as ever, and that's a good sign because, in my opinion, you want to come into these games, especially day one, and you want to start strong. You want to get as many points as possible. They got the kills. They got the 15 points with the winner chicken dinner. So that should alleviate some of that pressure, some of those day one nerves that we were talking about on the desk.
Oh yeah, you know, jitters and nerves are of course part and parcel of the game. But again, congratulations to the team for getting the job done in style. 9 kills again. That is going to be something that's going to help them, you know, get that little lead on the overall leaderboard. But I guess one could say that, you know, they kind of sealed the deal. It was in their destiny, right? I mean, this was their fate to win the game. The first game, in fact, in this championship, which is going to be something that is going to carry that momentum forward.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 1. Don't go anywhere. We got a ton more PUBG Mobile coming up after the break.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship. Right here, we are on day number 1. First game taken care of, all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. And what a start, a sensational start this has turned out to be. What do you guys think?
I mean, do you want to take this first?
No.
Go for it.
Just go for it, go for it, go for it.
I mean, I was just going to say, like, I think Ocean is going to agree with me on this. We expected a much slower start in this game. We did not expect the action to break out the way it did. But the circle is to blame for half of it. The initial shift towards the north as it happened,
so
like the formation, it threw the game plan out the window.
Half of the circle was in water, so circle is to blame half of it because half of it was in the water. So players have had half of the circle to play for themselves. So yeah, that kind of summarizes half of the story. But the rest half kind of just comes down to one thing, and that is wherever we were expecting that maybe drop clashes might happen, well, they did not happen because everyone it turned out that every team had done their homework for themselves. That was really good. And right now, Fate coming down from Group C, getting their first chicken dinner on the first game, that showcases that yes, that they did understand the way they had to move forward. Because we'll have a conversation about that, where they were in the circle and where they actually moved forward to. But Action again, this lad just he knows his ways.
Every single time. I mean, this is something that casters mentioned as well, right? Stalwart, they started off all the way down bottom from military base, and
Lower
then they just perfect. Just perfect gameplay being showcased once again. I mean, it's Stalwart, so nothing taken away from them. But as we move on for 2, Fate. Now, this has been an incredible start for their side.
Yeah.
Fate Esports walking away with that chicken dinner, along with the first light right here with 4 kills, 777 damage coming into his name.
And I mean, especially against the competition from their own region, right? I mean, if you talk about it, the best teams from MENA getting taken out early, I'm talking about YALLA and Cryptics, who were forced to take an early exit. Fate Esports and SUDOR, for both of them, this is a start that they need to make sure sort of the momentum carries forward towards the matches they're going to play next. And it was an incredible performance from them, especially in that final fight. The positioning, the way they were slowing things down. As soon as one of their lads would get knocked out, they would just step back. They would give space to DE to do whatever they want until they would get their own teammate back on their feet and then move in.
Johnny.
It was like the pacing was perfect.
As much as I love the lads of DE, right? As much as I know that these lads know their game style, they know how to just stay inside the circle. I would still say it's too early to talk about DE right now, because we have seen right. They have their good days and then the bad days. This time they obviously had just 1 kill, so they most probably just went on to the placement points for themselves more or less. But now, well, they did good, but it's still too early, I would say, to just say anything about this team as of now.
I mean, it's just one game done, right?
Yeah.
I mean, right now, as you both had mentioned as well, we were talking about the day being a slow start because the team is going to be just looking on to that information, and then from day 2 onwards is where a complete different battleground is going to be showcased from them.
Exactly, and if we're talking about the performances being put on display on the battleground right now, I mean, look at those grenade kills. We saw a lot of grenade action, a lot of utility being put to use, and not talking about smokes here. It was those mollies and grenades that were being tossed onto the players that were trying to hide in those shacks.
Yeah, I mean, this region, if we talk about, if we talk about teams like SUDOR and all, like coming down to MENA region, this region is definitely amazing when it comes down to their utilities. And, well, they did get results with that.
They most certainly did. With that, as we move on to the match, ranking coming in from this game, this is where things are going to be looking pretty good for the side of Fate Esports with those 9 kills, 24 points to them. On the other front, as we move on down from that, there is a little bit of a difference from that first position to the second, SUDOR Esports with 17 points.
Yeah, but still, just the first game that has been completed, there is going to be an opportunity for these teams to sort of catch up to Fate Esports as we move forward with our matches. But I want to say, I mean, Stalwart Esports and Train to Kill just sticking to what they know best. And that is to get those kills. Look at that, 8 kills, 2 placement points for Stalwart Esports, and Train to Kill sitting with 8 kills and just 1 placement points. I mean, the aggression that these teams are bringing into the table, it is looking really fun. I mean, the fights that are taken by both of them are looking really entertaining and really exciting to watch, but it can backfire. As you are going to transition to the late game stage, you have to be a little bit careful, and that is why Wizzes with Vibes, Deadeyes guys did it quite perfectly, but they did not have the man advantage to actually take those fights. And Fate Esports and Wizzes with Vibes, I have to say, they were doing really well up until that final point where Fate actually ended up with the high ground.
I'm really happy about Raw, right? They had that ruthless aggression for themselves. And Shari being a new addition to the team, it surely just showcases the way the lads is coming up with his calls. And also, I'm really happy for the team.
Well, with that, let's move on to the zone analysis where we will have a look at the rotations being showcased from these teams and what did work out for them and what did not. Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, just coming down for the starters, you see where the circle is and you see, how the circle was moving forward for its own self. I mean, this is where you kind of understand a lot of things when we just, talk about it. Look at the cluster that there is and look at the way the circle just shifted, right? So there were a few teams, I still remember, obviously definitely this team just comes down to the area around Seveni and, well, they kind of just, I remember Dave talking about it, they kind of prayed that, the circle should fall down to Seveni because they had good covers for themselves. But, well, talking about a team like Stalwart, they move really good. Talking about a team like Nasser, they just try to run down really good. But well, in all these areas, look at where Fate is. I mean, Johnny, this is such a brilliant and boldness. It's staying outside the circle, and that too on the other side of the northern side where the circle right now is. And look at where DE is right now, Johnny.
Exactly. I mean, it was looking really interesting, as you mentioned. For Fade Esports, I have to say it was a bit risky, but thanks to Stalwart Esports, who basically cleared out every single team in the pathway. Fade Esports was sort of allowed a little bit more freedom to get out of their position in Rozhok and move towards the circle. Yeah, just take the route from the west.
And this is where it kind of helped them. Yeah, this is kind of what helped them, because the circle shift kind of just goes to that direction, more or less, right?
Yeah.
So if they wanted to stay, well, they could have stayed on to this area, which kind of just helps them a lot again. A1 Esports, well, they did really decent for themselves, just coming down onto their entry sides and just trying to do really good. Stalwart, well, they had really good fights for themselves. But the thing is, after taking the fights, they did not have the adequate amount to just get inside the circle on the realistic time for themselves. And that kind of just went against them if we just talk about it. But, well, that's what Stalwart is all about, right? Taking those aggressive stances for themselves and delivering results with those. But well, somehow now I would love to see what happens, because look at the next circle where Fate is. They are kind of at the center lines, not exactly now, but in the previous circle they were at the center lines of the circle. Like this is the area which they were holding, and now, well, they're comfortable inside the zone, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really comfortable position, and this is what I was talking about. This is where everything changed for not just for ADA Esports, but Wizzes Vibes as well, who were doing really well holding that northern shoreline. And once they were forced to get out of that position, it got really tricky for them, because as they came down south, I mean, they were under a lot of pressure. Fade Esports on the other side did really well to make sure they were able to maintain control of the high ground advantage that they had, and they were able to sort of convert it into pressure that they were tossing out on the opposite teams, especially Dead Eyes guys and SUDOR Esports as well. And again, there will be multiple opportunities for these teams to actually build up a lot more points for themselves, but consistency is something that we're going to be hoping out for. And that means, I mean, not just Fade Esports, but YALLA Esports and Cryptics, they will be required to step up.
Most certainly will be. Along with that, when it came down to the game itself, as you guys were talking about it, you expected a slow game. Well, right off the bat, in the first 6 minutes itself, 7 minutes, we were looking at kills being showcased from the side of these teams. So let's cue in the Oppo F90 Pro moments.
I mean, already once you you spot down someone, you'll try to just punish them all out. But well, you're getting punished down as well. That's what happens in the fights of the open areas, and that is one thing that did happen. But well, early eliminations, they did happen. Like Lit just going down and all those things just coming out. Those were unexpected ones, but well, they did happen.
When we did hear the experiment worried about the paint job on that very, very good-looking vehicle, and I agree with him. But I mean, talk about worrying vibes. It looks like we're quite worried about, as Ocean mentioned, how you're supposed to rotate within those open positions. I guess that is why these shacks became a really high priority. And Stalwart Esports, again, they were able to sort of exploit the teams that were trying to use this really constricted space as cover. As we did see, that was the first team that they took out. It would come again in another fight where we did have a sort of sandwich situation between Stalwart and two other teams, where they did hold the high ground advantage, but that's going to happen much later in the game.
Yeah, this one just so they had really good area for themselves.
Yeah.
And well, this one, Nasser, it looked like that they were winning up the fights for themselves, but all of a sudden, well, the things did change. Look at Sanhok just marching in brilliantly, bravely taking down Nasser's players, and that gonna change a lot of things. But now, moving forward, wherever they thought they had a safe place, well, that's where they were being pinned down.
Exactly. I mean, there was no safe space, to be very honest, in this game. Because my expectation was, and I think majority of the teams, YALLA, Wizzes Vibes, they were thinking the circle is going to keep moving up north, and Fade Esports, they were forced into those fights sort of when the teams were forced to come down south. Otherwise, even they would have just stayed back and moved from edge to edge, just trying to make sure that the competition, rest of the team stayed ahead of them. But again, as I said, kudos to this team for dealing with the pressure that came upon them slowly as the circle. They all of a sudden found themselves in the center of the circle, and it was something that needed to be done. Otherwise, what would have happened is Wizzes Vibes would have been the team that would have traded places with them, and then they would have been in an amazing position towards the end.
True.
Absolutely, but perfect play being showcased on the side of Fate Esports. Indeed, with that, they get that chicken dinner, 24 points to that team. On the other front, we do have, of course, Deadeyes, who did get only that one kill, but certainly were part of some decent fights. 820 damage for the side of this team, but of course, placement points is what this team walked away with. But as the day progresses on along, we are bound to see some changes on this graph overall from one game to the next.
I mean, this amount of damage for DE right now kind of shows that they were playing a bit defensive as well with their approach, right? They were trying to get inside the circle, they got inside the circle. But holding that area for themselves was kind of a bit of a challenge for themselves, given the fact that they were losing their players one by one, right? And that kind of just puts them to that position. And, well, look at where Stalwart is, right? They did really good for themselves alongside T2K. These two teams were really aggressive. Looks like they have cracked the code for the lobby already. Well, all they need to do is just get a bit more placement points here and there.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on forth, this is just game number 1 done for the day. We still have 4 more games remaining, so let's move on to the schedule, where we will be jumping from first game to the next, where Group E now is going to be chiming in, and this is going to be an interesting affair from the side of course, well, you've got incredible teams that you both did mention. Group E is going to be that X-Factor potential, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we did talk about Group E, and that means Rico Infinity, Nigma Galaxy DRS, and I8 Esports will be returning to the battlefield. In the meanwhile, Nasser Esports, Ikud, Triple Esports, Whites, and Stalwart Esports are going to be the 4 teams that are going to be sitting out. So a small little break for them to actually experience and make notes on what exactly these teams from Group E have prepped, because even in the last Erangel, we did see Fade Esports move a little extra towards the west, and it did work out quite nicely for them, but this is going to be a different map, so things are definitely going to change.
Definitely, and I'm most certainly going to be looking forward to I8, because, well, the one team that could have given them that drop location X-Factor is Stalwart, which is not going to be playing, so I8 is certainly going to be comfortable with that military zone for themselves. As we have spoken enough and taken enough time, let's move on along to match number 2, and it is going to be Mustache, Dave, and XP to take you through this.
Thank you once again, Blotter, and again, it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful time. Game number 2 is going to be underway. The first game has already been done and dealt with. Now, Dave, we can't really say anything about the game styles, right? Because it's just the beginning.
I8. I hear the fans in the crowd screaming, I8 Esports looking to come out on top here, maybe get this winner chicken dinner. I'm also a true believer in momentum. And last game, Fate, they currently got 24 points. They will be playing in this game, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm really curious what they will be able to acquire here in game number 2 as we get a nice glimpse at the players. And let's be honest, if your room doesn't have the LED setup, are you really gaming?
Right? I mean, can you call yourself a gamer if you don't have some RGB in the background? I mean, come on, guys, you gotta have something or the other. But of course, all jokes aside, the plane is going to be in the sky one more time. And a similar plane path as to what we saw on Erangel, we are going to be flying west, pretty much just a little above the center of this map. We are going to be flying over the junkyard, over San Martin, all the way south of El Pozo. Now, all the teams are going to be dropping off to their favorite spots again. That is going to be what everyone is going to be looking out for. But what I'm looking out for is Group E. Now, there are a couple of names. You're excited for I8, as was the entire stadium back there, because like you said, the chant was going on. But I'm looking forward to Nigma Galaxy. Now, previously known as Galaxy Racers, so I'm sure a lot of the people in the audience know exactly who I'm talking about. Dave, how is this team going to fare today?
Yeah, NGX, right? Pretty interesting squad because they already qualified for PMGC. So right now they're pretty much playing for all that cash money on the line. And talking to Freak here from the squad, they're telling me that for the most part, a lot of the players on the team are together in one spot at a boot camp, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to help them out when it comes to looking to build that synergy. I also asked Freak, okay, Freak, since you guys already got the PMGC spot, are you going to hot drop? And he's like, nah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And I said, well, if you're not going to hot drop, are you going to gatekeep other squads? We'll have to get back to that because A1 possibly contested from Fate, but 2 members of Fate, looks like they're pulling off because they don't want this smoke, because you have to assume the first player, the first team to make it into the compounds, they're definitely going to get that gun. So we see those 2 squad mates from Fate just running away, full blown.
Oh, absolutely. And the funny thing is, we were talking about hot drops. Looks like we were really close to having one right now. Of course, all this action is going to be taking place, I do believe, just a little north of, or south, in fact, of Los Leones. But in fact, we have another team trying to break into San Martin. Now, Deadeye's guys, they are going to be holed up in that massive building all by themselves. They do have a couple of teams in the vicinity. If you quickly have a look at the circle, almost the majority of the teams are going to be in the circle, and they are going to be happy with their drop spots. And I only see a couple of teams outside. Now, as far as Cryptics go, I really don't see any issue coming in the circle, because, I'm going to assume teams like R8T and NGX, they're going to move further inland as time goes by, so they shouldn't really have any opposition in their path. But it does look like they are going to be heading down south, possibly looting up near Valle del Mar, and looks like we might have a clash with Lead Esports sooner or later. But elsewhere, things are looking pretty calm for the time being.
Lit in the chat. So Deadeye's had a pretty decent game number 1. YALLA, they need to be very cautious. They need to watch out. Back to Cryptics. Game 1, not the best. We can see they only got went. I'm going to be on that bandwagon, though, the entirety of the event. So I'm not worried at all. I called finals, top 4, PMGC spot. I'm definitely confident. But pulling back to my NGX talking to Freak, going back to that. We see them in El Pozo.
Roll it back.
Roll it back. They're not going to hot drop. But one thing that was interesting that was mentioned is that as the event progresses, and we only got 4 days of league play and then 2 days of finals, so there's not a lot of games to play here. But as we get towards the end, say there is a certain team on the leaderboard that they do not want to make it to PMGC, so in a form of gatekeeping that team, when we talk leaderboard points, Freak did tell me that maybe we will do that. So keep that in mind. Yeah, I thought that was really interesting, because at the end of the day, we're looking at DRS, we're looking at NGX. They both have spots to PMGC. So they have a lot of power. Yes, obviously they want to get all this money that's on the line. There's a ton of money on the line. But at the end of the day, bigger picture, PMGC, they can kind of decide, right? Like who they want to make it to that lobby, who they want to verse on the global stage. So keep that in mind. Very interesting little, tidbit that, in my opinion, might play crucial as the event winds down.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And, of course, they can dictate, like you mentioned, which all teams come through. But again, it is going to be hard work, and they are going to have to go up for some fights. They are going to have to target a few teams and hot drop if they want to do that. But again, 40,000 big ones on the line, $40,000. That is not an amount to laugh about. I mean, of course, they're going to go in for the money, even though they have the GC spots confirmed. Now, if we quickly have a look at the winners of the last game, now Fate, they were firing on all cylinders. They had all 4 up right at the end, which is, again, something that goes to say, communication was well in that team. They were synergizing to a good extent, which means they had all the grounds covered, and basically they had a good 360 vigil. But again, it is Miramar, and in Miramar, especially in the South Asian circuit, Dave, what happens is, yeah, you do have a few engagements, at distance, but again, it's just to deplete the other's utilities and, make sure that they are just pegged down, they have all their armor chunked out, and you don't really see a lot of action until the vehicles start moving around. And more often than not, I do believe the first few kills are going to be the kind, when a vehicle goes boom and the bodies inside burn.
The vehicle goes boom. Yeah. I'm trying. It's in my head. We're not talking about the new vehicle, all right? Because that paint job.
Nobody touches that car.
Okay, yeah, I can only imagine.
I think it's sacrilegious if anybody even shoots at that car, Dave.
Yeah, it might cost a prize pool to even get that thing painted again. If you get a scratch in Miramar, definitely one of the most challenging maps in my eyes when it comes to rotating with vehicles. a lot of times these main roads are going to be gate kept, like we're kind of seeing right now from True Lover. They got a nice little position here and a nice clean road right ahead of them. So we'll see what ends up occurring here. It looks like the clean pickup will occur. They're going to pull back to their squad mates who are a little more out there on the west side. It looks like they do have a nice little mountaintop to work with. So Miramar hours, baby. It is podcast hours, early game. Last game, early game, it was also kind of the same story. Kind of quiet, but then when we got to that mid game where we started to see those zone shifts kind of yoink to the left or the right, that's when that action started to occur. So right now, everybody trying to get that loot, trying to set up, trying to get as many meds as possible, trying to get as many vehicles as possible, just to have a nice game 2 here.
Well, have a nice game. That is what everybody wants. And talking of loot, all the teams are going to be looting up, but all you wonderful people watching at home, you guys can loot up as well. You did see that graphic on your screen just moments ago. Remember, the PMPL 2021 Special Crate is now available in the in-game store. And let me tell you one thing, guys, it has a lot of goodies that you do not want to miss out. But right now, Fate, Lathe, he is now going to be keeping his calm and composure. He cannot move a muscle as the enemy is going to be driving around him. Now, good job on him not even to go prone, because again, any movement gives that little sound cue, right? And he could have been in a world of trouble, but looks like he has relayed that information. And it is I8, a team which is on the lips of a lot of people, and I'm pretty sure everyone wants to see them in the thick and thin of action, Dave.
I was just looking at Leith. I was looking at the concentration on their face right there, that reclined position, 90 degrees with the phone right there, and not even blinking, trying not to move a muscle, like you said. They didn't want to. You blink, you die. You move. So looks like I8 did actually drive past them. Didn't expect a thing. But this is an interesting fight because this is I8. That's the squad that I'm thinking is going to come out strong here for their first game of the evening. We know the chat are just cheering for them, but then they're kind of getting intertwined with Fate, who had a amazing game number 1. So this clash down here on the edge is going to be a huge fight.
Oh, huge fight indeed. And, just like you mentioned at the beginning of this game, even I'm a firm believer in momentum, right? If you have that rhythm, if you have that ball rolling in your court, you can definitely, help it carry you forward. Now, that is something that Fate is going to be looking at. Now, I8, it is going to be the first game, and talking about the two teams, looks like Crypto is going to be the one who gets first blood in this case, as Venom is going to be brought down to his bloody knees, as the remaining members of I8 are going to be making them move, trying to encircle the enemy and trying to get as many flanks as they can. And it looks like Reef is going to have the opposition right at his face. He does make the right decision to, fall back a little bit and make sure he doesn't have enemies on all sides. He could potentially be shot in the back right now, courtesy of I8's blade. But again, Fate, they have been caught out in the open, and now they are just scrambling to get an idea of where the enemy is.
I love this aggression. They got a knock, and they just sent it uphill. They're trying to isolate these players from Fate one at a time and use their numbers to their advantage. Right here, looking at I8, looking at their playstyle this early on, if you are a I8 fan, you have to be happy, because right now they're looking like a smooth, oiled machine after, what was that, maybe even 3 points early game that they might acquire here?
It is going to be possible because, Crypto is going to come and make sure that Venom is going to be ended, and he's going to be searching frantically for him. There you have it. The target has been acquired, and the enemy has been put down. And now you have all that loot up for grabs. Now, Fate again, we did talk about them, and, looks like they are going to be at the receiving end of things right now, as they have lost a couple of their members early on. And actually, we just saw breaking out on our screens. And of course, this is happening at La Bendita, all the way to the southeast of the new circle. But it looks like the fight is still not over yet, as Crypto has ascertained the position of Ragnarok, and now Ozim and Crypto are going to be bringing in on the position. He comes out, but it's the Wakel that's going to be chucking him aside. And there you have it.
I'm just impressed with how I8 they're able to the aggression, but they're able to isolate these players one by one. Like, it is extremely impressive. And now Fate Esports down to just one, trying to survive here, trying to go for those placement points, trying not to get spotted out. But I8, they have a good feeling where they might have ran. One good thing, though, I guess on a positive note, if we are looking at Fate, not talking about the fact that they just got mopped up right there, but their points, right? They have a lot of points from their game number 1 that even if they get taken out first here with 0 points with the goose egg, they can afford it, right? They can afford to get 0 points this game because they have a nice little cushion from their game number 1 performance.
Yes, absolutely. But again, you know how cushions are. They can be depleted in the blink of an eye. And if IA does something extraordinary this game, they might just overtake them instead. Now, the circle is going to be closing in about 5 seconds. Question is, are we going to have a curveball thrown at the players, or is it just going to implode in on itself? It kind of does implode in on itself. San Martin is going to be where we have the last few circles going to be taking place. Of course, the teams are going to be kind of happy with this situation because, you know, you have a lot of buildings, you have a lot of urban areas for cover, a lot of fortification in the city, and of course you have the power grid, you have the mountains around as well, which brings me to the next question. What's your preferred game style as far as casting goes? Would you rather cast fights out in the open, or are you like me, like up close and personal the better?
Dude, I just want some clean fights, right? I'm talking 4v4, no third-party action, so we get to really see the skills of these teams when they clash. At the end of the day, the favorite zone of mine personally to end in has to be water. Okay? Nothing but swimming. A little troll here. So I8, I'm still following with them because they had a great little pull-up early on. I'm curious, Train to Kill now in their sight lines? Yes, how will Train to Kill? How will they make it on out of here alive? Because once when they smell that blood, oh man, there's nothing stopping them.
Once they smell the blood, they are like sharks in the water. It can sniff you out from miles away. But right now, Train to Kill definitely are trained. But are they trained to go up against an aggressive I8? Now, you know, again, kudos to I8 for the fact that, you know, they've been a team. They've been playing together for so long that they haven't really broken up. They haven't really had a lot of infighting. That synergy is just phenomenal in that team. The communication and the team plays, you know, that is, of course, what gets the job done. You saw that earlier on when they took out Fate. The moment they got the knock, they already had the rotations coming in and all the flanks for the opponent team were cut off, which is exactly what you want to do. But right now, it is going to be K7's Hojuan. He has spotted the enemy. Now, the Hacienda del Patron, the house of the boss, is occupied by SUDOR Gaming, but I do believe it's outside the circle, which means they're going to have to come in sooner or later. And I think that's exactly what Hojuan is waiting for.
Yeah, the thing is, though, with Hojuan, K7, they are on the roof. They are gathering that intel. But if they're spotted, if they decide to take some shots and they get knocked out, you have to assume, like, they're going to bleed on out or get thirsted immediately because their squad mates aren't really close enough, in my opinion, to be able to provide that support. And to make matters worse, there's another squad raw here on the edge looking to breach. So there's going to be 3 teams over here on the edge of the boss's mansion, as you put it.
Well, it is 3 teams, but a little glimpse of the map just showed me a 4th one could be coming in as well, because it does look like KHK Esports are going to be nearby. Have a look, of course. This action is taking place on the right side of your screens right now at Hacienda del Patron, whereas elsewhere we do see we might have a little bit of a skirmish take place just north of Picado, because A1 Esports could be going up against Cryptics once again. But right now, it is going to be RAW. They are pushing in on K7's position. Chucksheen and Zivi have their work cut out as one of the members, Hojuan, was taken out by SUDOR Gaming, as Chari is now going in for the kill.
Ruthless, aggressive warriors looking to make the pull-up, looking to get these kill points underneath their belt, and they don't have a lot of time to do so. They need to clear this building out, they need to heal up, and they need to reposition, or at least think about it, because the next zone does not favor them. And like you pointed out, there's a lot of teams in the area just waiting to take advantage, waiting to third party if they are caught slipping.
Now, what's kind of fascinating is the fact that, you know, SUDOR Esports, they just had a godsend in the way of RAW. They should start moving a bit further towards the circle right now. Hopefully, you know, trying to cut off whichever team makes it out alive from this little skirmish, or they can actually join in on the fun and just start spraying bullets third party. But right now, it looks like NXG are going to be in a world of trouble. 2 of the members down on their knees as Freak is going to try his best to keep the enemy at bay, but that one grenade by Anas is going to make sure the job is done. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have Rico Infinity creating a little bit of a ripple as MGX, one of the favorites, were taken out. But right now, Jackson is down on his knees as RAW are taking the fight directly to K7's face. And it looks like RAW are the ones that come out on top.
Now's the time for SUDOR to immediately send it.
Go.
Immediately send it. You know, we need to see that aggression. They heard the gunshots. They saw it lit up. I'm actually surprised they're being a little passive here in this situation because there's only one squad mate down there healing up. Man, it looks like they will be getting a pickup.
That's when the confidence comes in, right? I mean, yes, they all have the skills. They all are amazing players. But again, you got to have that confidence to go in. You got to make sure you can get the job done because I8 are going to be obliterated by KHK, and it looks like we have a little bit of an upset as Fate is going to be the last man standing inside that shack. Little does he know, right outside, he has two enemies where he could literally just take a couple of kills away from, I do believe it was I8 who was shooting down at them, but right now it's going to be, well, A1 Esports. Are going to get those free kills as KHK are going to be coming in with a little bit of support. Question is, do they know that Lathe is standing inside? I think they do.
Yeah.
But right now, the revive is coming in. I don't think they have an idea, Dave.
Ooh, I think they do know because they were pre-firing at the door. Yeah, they were pre-firing at the door to make sure that they can't get the thirst on their squad mates here. So
I think that was A1 Esports, in fact, shooting them from behind.
Might have been Dante with those clear sight lines over there. Regardless, though, taken out. Fate taken out early here after their IA clash. Yeah, after the IA clash. So lit up here on the mountaintops, on the high ground, trying to defend it right here. And of course, I8's in the mix, trained to kill. They're also in the mix. All these squads trying to take up position up here because this mountaintop pretty much cutting the zone in half for the most part. You got the east side and you got the west side over there at Power Grid. Besides that, though, this is a big land feature here that's going to play a crucial role in having control moving forward with these zones.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And especially from Lit Esports' position. Have a look at that. They have a good 360 visual. Well, the circle is going to be in their favor as well, which is something they're going to look forward to. But what I'm worried about is the teams that are going to be coming in, or creeping up, rather, from the south, because A1 Esports is going to be coming up behind them, and Cryptics are going to be coming up behind them as well. But right now, DRS, the real soldiers, are going to have their first test as they go up against Rico. Now, Rico do have a little bit to work with, but AJ is going to be sprayed on from afar. And, well, there you have it. DRS are going to be at the receiving end of things as Galzin tries to reciprocate a little bit with that M4 of his.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to make a play, trying to take out these two enemies in the dip here, but they don't have a lot of cover to work with. They got a couple smokes, but we did see AJ kind of popping out of that soft cover. Ooh, Nemo with the UMP spray right there, trying to save the day. It looks like their squad mate trying to crawl, trying to get that pickup, but from across the way, the vehicle explosion from Rico Infinity team. Oh, taking out the duo that was split out there from DRS. So DRS still with 2 up over here. Only 1 kill point, though. Ooh, that was tough.
That was tough. They definitely need to up their game right now because losing 2 members is going to have a detrimental effect in the future. But right now, Rico, they have their work cut out as well because they are in the thick and thin of all the action. But again, so many teams have their crosshairs trained on them, and they do have that smoke for cover, and they do have those shacks. But again, the smoke will dissipate sooner or later. And once again, the enemy shall be in the team. Right now, Rules is the one who is going to be seen, and the vehicle does go boom. However, Rules is still on his feet.
You talked about it. I think you took Ocean's Crystal Crate. How'd you know vehicles would go boom this game? Hey, Ocean, what happened to your crate? Where's it at, man? I think someone might have taken it. Looking at DRS, though, DRS, in my opinion, big chillin'. I think what they really want to focus on here in this lobby is to hone their skills, hone their team communication, hone their gunfights, hone their team fights. So we'll have to pay attention to them because a lot of action right here. We got YALLA in the north trying to get some kill points.
You know, the thing about DRS is they generally, historically speaking, they start off really slow and then they, gain that momentum. They play from the edges and then they go out for the kills. Let's see if that's going to happen. It might not happen this time because they might just be knocked out, as A1 Esports are definitely going to be eliminated in the 10th position. They're going to bid us adieu as SUDOR Gaming are still in a fight with YALLA. That could be a powerful grenade. In fact, Powerful just moves out in the nick of time as Al Sharmi is still on his knees. Now that revive, it does seem unlikely that it's going to come on through because we have it caught on is going to be spotted out as well. And with that, SUDOR Gaming are going to bid us adieu in Miramar.
That was good because YALLA, they're kind of pinched. They didn't have a lot of terrain to work with because once when they popped over from a ledge, they're immediately spotted from Train to Kill, who were trying to third party that fight. So they need to play that one nice and slow, nice and steady, methodical. That's exactly what they did. They have some time to recalculate how they plan to breach this next zone because it doesn't favor them anymore. So pay attention to YALLA. But I'm still impressed with, we got I8 somehow. Still with the duo alive, trying to avoid the sidelines, trying to carry that I8 flag and get these placement points.
Well, again, IA, they do survive till the end, but what is kind of exciting or what's kind of surprising is the fact that, YALLA Esports, Dave, they started this game off as a 3-man squad. Better numbers or something that are always going to be in your favor. But right now, it looks like Cryptics are going to be going up against I8. Reviews is going to make sure he puts 1 and 2 down. And wait a second, that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Cryptics once again have been snuffed out, and it is going to be the 2-man squad from I8. Well, one name in particular, Reviews, take a bow.
Wow, Cryptics having a rough go at things here, trying to get that thing kick-started, ready in the lobby. 4 days of league play. But over here, Train to Kill up here on the high ground. Looks like Jane going to be popping down with that spray down from the AKM, receiving a lot of shots. Not able to hit it. Powerful. 1 HP right there. UMP, YALLA Esports. This is what you like to see. Only a trio this game, but they are not scared to take these fights. 7 kill points so far.
They aren't scared. Indeed, 7 kill points is just phenomenal right now. They have been really ramping up the action, and right now T2K is going to be right under their feet. But Emperor from Lit Esports does see the enemy in the distance as his teammate Mercy is going to make sure Rico is at the receiving end of things. This Legend from T2K is trying to get a position on the enemy, but YALLA, Powerful, is going to make sure he keeps them at bay, making sure the Molotov is going to force them in one direction, and that grenade could be devastating. So York might just be in the blast radius, but he gets out in the nick of time. And right now T2K, they have to work that out because, they are going to be focusing all their attention on Powerful from YALLA Esports. But we know IA, they're close by. They could come in and, well, be a thorn in the side for that team.
Yeah, and Powerful also needs to be aware that up there on top of them, you got Lit and you got Wizzes. So not a lot of room to work with here, but still trying to make a play here on the high ground. 1 molly, 1 grenade could spell disaster for Train to Kill. The blue zone going to be pushing in just a little bit. Powerful knows this, knows they have the high ground, swapping on over to UMP, looking to get some more kill points because right now their back is against the wall.
Their back is against the wall, and Powerful's teammate just blew himself up. Bander is going to be out of this game as Powerful is going to have that UMP unleashing on Sandesh. Sandesh is going to be the first one for T2K coming in the line of fire. He wants to kill. They are sick and tired of it, but he's going to be taken down instead. And now CEO comes in, almost getting knocked out as well, but it's going to make sure he puts Powerful 6 feet under. And with that, YALLA Esports, 7 kills. Not a bad outing for them.
Not a bad outing, especially all things considered. They only had a trio, so they did better than most of these teams with a whole squad. But getting back into this game, like I8, they were taken out during that fight with Powerful. Now we're down to just 3 teams. Lit. 4 up right here. Numbers advantage. And they have a crate. I'm not sure if they looted that yet, but that level 3 gear could come in handy. So this one's going to be interesting.
Well, if you look at it on paper, Lit should definitely walk away the winners over here, right? They have the terrain, they have the high ground, and they can pretty much suppress anyone in any direction. As Powerful is going to be taken down, I think that was a little bit of a lag in the kill feed as T2K are going to be going up against LIT, and it looks like Wizzes with Wise wanted to play as well. But T2K are going to come under heavy fire, and that is all she wrote. In fact, Reaper Bot is going to be one of the last guys to get that kill in. This means without a 4-2 situation once again. This time, however, It's LIT who have a 4-man squad. Correction, they've been reduced to a 2-man squad in the nick of time right now, and Weezes is the last man standing. A 1-on-2 situation. I think they've got it.
They got it. Winner, chicken dinner. Game number 2, Miramar. Wizzes with vibes, though. Shout out to them because I believe this is 2 games in a row that they show up in that late game, right? So talk about consistency when we get those placement points. Yeah, they might not have a lot of kills, but it's all about trying to get as many points as possible. Lit, I think we pointed them out mid-game. Weren't they up there? Didn't they take up that high ground position very early on those mountain tops? And they just played it nice and slow. The zones kept popping on top of them, and they kept controlling that high ground, making sure nobody could pull up there and take it from them.
Well, nobody could take it from them. They were indeed the kings of the hill at the end of this game, getting the job done. 9 kills again, that means another 24 points for this team, something similar to what we saw in the last game. But again, I do believe a couple of things to point out in this game is going to be I8 and that ruthless aggression that these boys showed. You know, first taking out the top teams, Crypto went down to them, Fate went down to them. And in fact, like a pack of wolves, you know, they had that synergy. They were communicating, they were howling to one another, encircling the enemy and snuffing out their lives.
Wow. Hey, that was an exciting game number 2. I8, where you at? We're looking for that comeback, and congrats to Lit. Ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2 in the books, done and dusted. Don't go anywhere. More PUBG Mobile coming up next.
Hello and welcome to the virtual saga right here. That is just getting better and better, one game to the next right here at PMPL MENA and SA Championship. Game number 2 taken care of. And what a game that was. I mean, LIT lit. They were first game not able to perform. This one, they walk out with a chicken dinner.
I mean, you could say this game they were very lit.
Yeah,
they were.
So this joke's gonna carry forward, obviously, every time they perform good, right? I get it, but
true, exactly.
The thing is, they turn the tables for themselves. That's the best part, right? Obviously, first game just not being able to make up their mark, or just as would Johnny say, they were not lit in the first game, but now you know that they come up good, and well, the circle can help them a lot in this one, to be honest. And with that, well, that airdrop that Dave was talking about, well, they got a growth arm. That's a good weapon.
The positioning, airdrop, the circle, all of it working in favor for this wonderful, wonderful lad. And of course, now the entire team, of course, thus they get to the 2nd position in the overall ranking. Looking pretty neat. But on that, we move on to the top players, where Wizzes with vibes. I mean, this is another theme to talk about where consistency is the key. Well, this team is just rocking it with style.
Yeah, definitely. Wizzes vibes, they had a decent run in this game, getting off those kills and those placement points. But I have to say, there's another team that I want to say have been pretty consistent, because the last match they got a lot of kills. This match they got a lot of placement points for themselves, and that is going to be T2K. That is, well, no representation from the lineup in the list of top players. But we do have a representation from I8.
Yeah, I mean, Crypto comes down there. I mean, I8 had a really good early fight, right? Their early skirmish was just so brilliant when it comes down. And well, if we talk about Rico Infinity, we have one lad from that as well. And just coming down on us with 4 kills, 421 damage coming down for this lad. And well, KHK lit these teams again. Lit, obviously, we know what they had an impressive chicken dinner for themselves. So all the teams that are here, right? They had a good area, good spacing for themselves around the final zones, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the positioning, the spacing, as you mentioned, towards the final circle was quite critical. But I have to say, I mean, Lit Esports, they were doing quite a lot, putting up a lot of pressure on the players of T2K, because Wizzes Vibes, they were in that final, well, top 3 sort of skirmish. They were stuck on that small little flat surface that was there between, well, Lit on the high ground and T2K trying to climb up from down below. But it was an interesting performance, and I have to say, I mean, we have talked about these teams. Lit definitely a good way to turn things around. Wizzes Vibes sort of being consistent right now at this point. But Rico Infinity, they and I8, these two teams had a really good start. This was their first game, and they definitely made their presence felt.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, you talk about those kill feeds. I8 was just there again and again. Mustache Dave was talking about it, and every single time he would bring it up, well, I8 was in a fight against one team or the next. But as we move on forth to the match summary, now this is where things certainly are looking pretty interesting, because as we move on to KHK's player, well, he finds himself with the high skills.
Yeah, higher skills coming down. Their rules as well, and well, all the lads are out here. They have 4 kills for themselves. Crypto coming down with most utilities, given the fact that it's just 12. And well, previous Erangel had 17 as the highest number in the utility department. Well, we have grenade kills here again, and this time again, if we talk about the MENA region, well, the teams are just doing really good with the results that they have with the utilities that they use. So it's impressive.
It most certainly is. And again, I mean, this was Miramar to bring in the stats, but as we move on to the match ranking, this is where we do, of course, see Lit Esports walking away with the chicken dinner, 24 points to the team. Previous game also the team walking away with chicken dinner, 24 points. So pretty interesting performance being showcased from these 2 games. But in all of this, I do want to mention YALLA Esports. The team sitting on that 4th spot, 3-man army dominating in style.
Yes.
I mean, we do talk about... I'm pretty sure this was not an experiment for them, but that was definitely a surprise for us. In YALLA Esports, I did not know how to feel about them when the game started. I was like, all right, 3 players, this is going to be a tough match for them. All they have to do is try and survive. But everything changes once you are past the 21-minute marker in Miramar, and they were forced into the fights. They took them quite nicely, getting all those kills secured. YALLA Esports is doing really well, and they had to, because the last game was not a good exit.
I mean, Johnny, I get it. That team is doing really well. Nigma Galaxy, DRS Gaming, the 2 teams that are there, that we were talking about, that how will they deliver the competition. Fate Esports, previous game, so good. Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, previous game, so good. DE, previous game, so good. Things turned out like it was like what, a 180, or like what Blotter says, ayayo.
Exactly, it certainly is. But it is, again, it's still pretty early in the day to bring up that sort of a performance, or rather that sort of expectation.
Yeah.
Right? It's just, they're just trying to find out what is going to work best for them. And again, we do know the names that we're talking about. We can definitely see a comeback from them. But before we talk about all of that, let's move on and have a look at the zone analysis. Ocean, it's your time. Take us through these teams' rotations.
Yes, sir. So when we're just talking about the teams that there are, and obviously the way they were playing, look at this. I mean, all the teams were ready to just move inside the circle around the areas of San Martin. Not this circle that was just moving forward, right? We'll see a few circles that will just deliver a lot of things about the mentality of these lads overall, to be honest. Till this time, obviously, we have a cluster, we have a lot of teams, but now comes the main part, I would say. So a lot of teams just outside the circle. This is where, Johnny, I mean, you and I, we definitely had the conversation. And that was, the way DRS likes to play, right? They were really slow. We have seen them play really slow around the days when they had their hat trick as well in the PMPL Season 4, right? They tried to move really slowly, tried to get inside the circle. Well, that did not exactly work out in their favor, but they were definitely trying really good stats for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the attempt was made from their side, but it was definitely going to be an interesting game, because once you move towards the eastern edge of Power Grid, exactly on top of this mountain, Lit held that high ground for a really long time. And the terrain also is really, really hard to tackle, because as Ocean points out, the position of the team from the lads of Rico Infinity, that is a straight line that you can shoot at if you are the player from either Wizzes Vibes or Lit Esports. So that is a really, really tough uphill battle for them.
Definitely, and just moving forward, that was a really good point, Johnny, but definitely, moving up forward, if we talk about the way Lit was playing, in the next circles, it would be just really, really catastrophic as for what they were doing for them. So look at where Mercy is, right? He is the only lad inside the circle right now, whereas his team is just, trying to gatekeep the areas. If you just have a look at this, they have all the players surviving. They have the numbers advantage when it comes down to the lobby for themselves. So their players are trying to gatekeep different areas. Look at where Wei Hong is. He's taking a fight against, different lads to whomsoever he sees. And well, there's one lad who stays inside the circle trying to mark up a safer space for the team.
Yeah.
Just such a good decision by the team that actually paid them. I mean, you can do this only and only if you have people in your team just surviving, like players surviving for yourselves. And well, they had all the players surviving. They had a really good high ground, all thanks to Mercy just staying at that position. And well, they had the game.
Oh, yes, they did. They most certainly did. And it was required as well. It was most certainly required for the side of the team to be able to bring up that performance. And again, first game not working in their favor. Second game, they just rise up onto the top. The third one, we'll see where that goes. But before we move on towards the third game conversation, let's go through all the wonderful moments that took place on this Miramar game. Let's bring up the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
And I mean, it is going to be an interesting point, as we did see the lads from Fate Esports be the first ones to get destroyed when they went up against the lads from I8. And I mean, that was something that we did not expect, because Fate Esports off to a good start in the last game. The momentum is going. They need to make sure the momentum is going to hold strong in this match as well. But I8 is the worst possible team to come across in the early game situations, because this is one team that will never back off. They will push for the kill.
I mean, they definitely will. That's just the way they like to, play for themselves. And hey, given the fact it's a map of Miramar, they like to have those advantages of those ridges and just moving around those areas, like playing with the minds of their opponents. Those macro decisions can just come down really good for themselves whenever we're talking about understanding of the map. And well, I8 has it. Not just I8 though. There are multiple teams. Wizzes with Vibes, right? They know how to just play around. Well, things kind of just did not work out for themselves exactly the way they wanted to. I mean, they definitely had the run till the final moments for themselves. I would love to see a chicken being scored by Wizzes with Vibes, to be honest, because personally, because the lads, they have done really good for themselves with the consistency that they are bringing down the table right now.
I mean, either them or T2K, if either of the teams gets the chicken dinner, I'm going to be a happy man. Both the teams are doing really well for themselves. I mean, we do see some form of consistency in their performance, be it getting those consistent placement points in one game or securing the kills in the next. But as Ocean pointed out in that final fight, I have to say I completely agree with him. Wei Hong surviving over there was the perfect win condition for Lit Esports, but look at the damage numbers.
Yeah, and talking about the damage numbers, right? Previous game, it was DE, 820 damage and just one kill. This time it's T2K, right? 927 with one kill, but Nigma Galaxy, that's low.
I mean, so Nigma Galaxy and DRS, my mind is split. I mean, because we do know they have already made it to the Global Championship, and at this point, the only thing they're going to play for is for the bragging rights and obviously the cash that is going to be there. So it's going to be really interesting to see exactly how they approach the matches from this point onwards.
Absolutely. With that, let's have a look at the storyboard, which is going to be brought on right here with the overall ranking, where we do see, of course, Lit Esports in this game walking away with 24 points. That is going to be bringing them up 14 positions to that second place. And Wizzes with Vibes find themselves with 27 points on that first position, on that pole position for themselves as of now.
Wow. No chicken dinner though, but the consistency that I was talking about, right?
True.
This is the exact thing that I was talking about. No doubt they were playing really good. They are consistent. They have just taking them down to top 2, top 3 positions for themselves. But I would still love to see that chicken dinner coming down for the lads, right? That would guarantee one thing, and that would be a higher gap between first and second position if they manage to get a chicken dinner in upcoming games for sure.
Well, the crystal ball might just bring in some luck for the side of Wizzes with Vibes. Maybe. The way Ocean is expecting it, it might just turn out to be the case. But on the other front, as we move on to the second page, this is where teams sitting on that 18th position, 20th position, not anticipated, 15th position, Cryptics, just not anticipated.
Yeah, I mean...
Vibes as well.
Vibes as well, true.
Exactly, Vibes as well.
I mean, so many names.
almost every single team over here, because these are some of the best teams from their region, right? And you would not expect them to be this low in the standings. But then again, as we have been saying, the day is just starting off. The tournament is just getting started. But let's not forget that this is going to be very short. I mean, this league stage is when we have 20 teams combined, and as we move forward to the finals, it's going to be a very quick deal. So they have to make sure that they step up in the very next game.
Absolutely. Now I want to talk to the fans. The teams that are right here on the second page. Fans, if you are, well, kind of thinking about, well, no, this is not right, don't worry, it will all change. This is just 2 games done. As the game moves on forth, we have some incredible news to talk about. As you've been noticing, we have the PUBG Mobile X Arcane collaboration game mode that will be going live November 16th onwards, wherein Jinx, Wee, Catalin and Jace are new additions to PUBG Mobile. Do not miss out on this. Go to the game and play to win all the rewards. Once again, this is going to be going live November 16th onwards, and this is going to be a perfect opportunity for you to, well, get exhilarated into the PUBG Mobile, along with the perfect collaboration with Arcane League of Legends. But with that, as you move on forth, we've got 3 more games remaining, and now for the 3rd game, Erangel is going to be brought on along once again. So, dudes, what is going to be your anticipation this time around from the teams, as Group C is not going to be participating?
I mean, if we are talking about the fact that Group C is not going to be participating, that means obviously we have Fate, SUDOR, DE, T2K not just being a part of it. But that's where, you know, it just kind of gets interesting. We still will be seeing DRS, Nigma Galaxy, I8 coming down. I8 would drop down to the area around military base. You know, they would just loot that area. We'll see how much Circle favors them, because in the first Erangel, right, the Circle went down to the northern side. Imagine if in this one, the Circle just goes down to military base and, well, they have a good game. I would love to see that. And then, Wizzes with Vibes. Where are they ending their day, right? So with each and every game, that's going to be an important question as well.
I mean, absolutely. Along with that, again, I mean, talk about that military base. We do know that Stalwart I8 are going to be right there. And if that zone goes down south, we do know that Collide is going to take place. But, Varun, what is going to be your prediction for this game?
I just want to see I8 versus Stalwart. That's it. That's all I want to see in this match.
Well, you read me mind, mate. With that, let's move on forth and ask the casters as to what are they anticipating for the game number 3 of the day. It is going to be Mustache Dave and XP to take you through this.
Thank you once again, Blotter. But I guess we'll keep the predictions on that side of the stadium. Dave and I, we have the easy jobs. We're just going to talk about the game predictions. Ocean already has his little crystal crates. You know, I think we'll leave the prediction to them, innit?
Hey, one thing that I am excited for, though, the 16th, the Arcane collab. Dude, I'm going to get in game with those 5 mittens. I'm going to be punching everybody out. So I'm looking forward to that. And getting back to what they were mentioning, I8, Stalwart, who's going to come out on top down there in military base? Hey, I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking for the early action, the early fights here in game number 3.
Well, before the action does break out, have a look at all your favorite players once again, because by the end of this game, maybe only 4 of them are going to be left standing on their feet, walking away with that chicken dinner, as that C-130 is going to take to the sky once more. This time, however, looks like the flight path is going to be a little different, as we are going to be heading up north. We are going to be flying over Nova's up north, which means a couple of teams, Storm Esports, I'm looking at you. You can actually drop out right about now, as the plane path is going to end all the way to the north at Siverny. Now, again, you know, all the teams, yes, they are going to be going to their favorite spots, but I like something that I did kind of notice, right? So in game 1, we had Fate winning the game, which, again, the team comes from the MENA region. In game 2, we had the PMCO HTM team, LIT Esports, win the game, which means, you know, even though we have different locations, different geographical areas or whatever, there really isn't much of a difference in the gaming styles. I thought it's going to be a little, you know, problematic at the beginning for, you know, teams from each region to keep up to one another, but it looks like pretty even Steven out there.
Even Steven, my favorite show. And talk about my favorite show, well, we also have a Lit down there on military base. So we got I8, we got Lit, and we got Stalwart. So listen, I8 are the Titan killers, the Titan slayers, because to add to your point, game 1, Fate got the chicken dinner, I8 took them out. They gobbled them up. Game 2, lit, got the chicken dinner. Look who's, you see where I'm going with this? IA. Is IA going to take him out? Like, IA is like, hey, y'all can eat as much chicken as possible, but we're going to take you out the next game. No worries. And also, something that was interesting on the overall leaderboard, IA, they were on the first page, and they only played one game. Everybody else around them, they played 2 games, so pretty impressive.
Well, talking about people around one another, YALLA Esports are going to have a field day as they are going to try and run over teammates, or rather opposition from SUDOR, Cryptics, I beg your pardon. I did see SUDOR in the beginning as well, but that was at another place. Looks like a lot of teams have jumped pretty close to one another as Senke and his teammate Lazy Boy, well, he better not be lazy right now because he has quite a long trek up in front of him. And just to make sure that I have my information absolutely correct, I do believe this is going to be happening just south of the shooting range. And again, a lot of teams have opted for that northern drop, which makes sense, you know, judging by the last game, in fact, in Erangel, everything was up north, but looks like we have a little bit of a drive-by over here. Are we in California? Because it looks like drive-by is not going to take place, and Raw Joker is going to be the first one to bring Radu off his vehicle, and they weren't expecting that at all.
Oh, man, what a bait. How are you going to do your squad, mate, like that? You had them on the back of the buggy. They had the pistol in hand. You're like, yeah, use the pistol. Take them out. You got this, champ. And then immediately after they got sniped out the buggy, nope. Quick U-turn. See you later. I don't even know you type of deal. So
that's what it was.
That's what it was. That's
that guy. Point. That guy just yeeted out of there. He's like, I'm out of this place.
No.
I mean,
NGX. Hey, no stress though. No stress from them. They're trying some new things out. They're trying to build that synergy, prepare for the battle ahead. Of course, they want this cash money here, but PMGC, bigger picture, they already got that ticket punched, man. So going back, I forget who it was. I think it was somebody from A1. We saw their player cams. I wanted to touch on that because they were laying on their stomach. That's a new meta here, and it caught my attention. I'm really curious if that is better than laying on your back. I know it's kind of off topic, but sometimes things just stick out to me.
I'm pretty sure you do not want to be caught out laying on your back in this game right now, as the pistol is going to come in effect, something that you don't see every day, as Ollie from KHK Esports is going to knock the teammate, his opposition out, and put him 6 feet under, as KHK Esports in a world of trouble right now, losing 2 members early on. Now, mind you, I like the weapons being used over here. Of course, you do see Ali with the pistol, but just moments ago, we did have Calaga knock out one of the members from KHK with the VSS. Again, another gun that is really underrated in my opinion, and isn't really used enough. But there you have it. You called it, Dave. You wanted action right off the bat, and well, we have had little spurts of action, you know, break out on different parts of the map, but I guess action is action as bodies have been dropped. But the question is, what is going to happen next? Now the circle is still going to be pretty much center of the map. Everyone's going to be nice and happy about it. I wonder if there's actually going to be a bridge block, because let me tell you one thing. Over the last PMPL Season 4, you know, I've been wishing for a bridge fight, Dave, but it never came through. Maybe today might be the day that LIT might just put up a little blockade over there.
Yeah, all it takes is some VOD review, and you know what? If we don't have it today, experiment tomorrow. I guarantee you, these teams are going to go back, they're going to review the footage, and they're going to be like, okay, Stalwart Esports always drop there, and all it takes is just noting their preferred pathing, you know, which bridge they like to take. Do they take a boat? And just setting up a camp, right? Honestly, in my opinion, it's going to get sweaty when we look at day 3 and day 4. So if you could take advantage of your enemy's habits, especially early game, those are points. You know, to me, Stalwart, 3 points. They always drop here. They always have the same pathing. To me, if I can get my gun, set up a camp, that's a free 4 points. And we see a lot of these tournaments within competitive, it always comes down to a team qualifying by 1 or 2 points, right? So every single point matters. And if they could take advantage of their enemy's habits, in my opinion, that's huge, especially early game and early on in the tournament too.
I mean, you're talking about, it all coming down to 1 or 2 points. I mean, PMPL Season 4, Wizzes with Vibes, South Asia, they won. They were tied. They won on, I think, chicken dinners and kill points. So, it is really razor-thin competition out there, just the way we like it. And I like the fact that, everyone's on a level playing field, and it all comes down to your gun games, your skills, and your presence of mind, because that is one aspect, is kind of overlooked in gaming, because the average viewer, the average gamer, is going to talk about skills and all that, right? But your nerves, Dave, the mindset, you got to be calm and composed under pressure. That is one of those key factors which I believe, kind of differentiate the winners from the rest of the gang. And right now, it does look like Luis is just on a little bit of a trek. Nice sunny day for a little walkabout on the mountain. But the only problem is you don't have to be worried about predators as far as animals are concerned. It's the humans you got to be looking out for with their big, bad guns. Now, as the circle is going to be imploding in sooner or later, a couple of these teams are going to have to make some drastic decisions. Now, quickly, just to brush up on the Stalwart Esports point that we made early on. Yes, if teams do their homework, if they actually go and have a look at the WODs, you can, us humans, Dave, we're creatures of habit, right? We're going to do the same thing again and again till someone says no. So, they could do that. But again, in Stalwart's defense, I'm pretty sure they've, run some scenarios where they've actually anticipated that, and they might have a little work around it as well.
Hey, speak for yourself, us humans, all right? I don't know. I'm not a human, all right? So I agree, though. I mean, I'm just joking. I agree, though. Like, they probably ran different scrims, different lobbies in here. And, of course, you have to assume with their drop spot down there how it is so concrete that if you're going to play like that, you need to be aware of the teams that will drop near you and their play styles early game because, they know their drop spot. Everybody knows about it. And they know the teams that drop near them. So they're going to be prepared for that too. So it's a two-way sword for sure. And so far they've been doing pretty solid. I know it's real early on. This is only game number 3. But all things considered, Stalwart Esports, I'm pretty confident that they'll at least make it to the finals here, which still have 10 games to play and compete for those top 4 spots. And getting a nice bigger picture, if you don't mind, kind of popping out here. I'm looking at Cryptics. I came into game 1 real confident about the squad, really feeling it. And in their first 2 maps, they just haven't really been picking up the ball here.
Kind of fizzled out. Yeah, but so the thing is, you did kind of mention, you had a talk with El Chapo. You said that, they want to play it slow. They're going to play from the edge, and they're going to try and slowly build that momentum up. It is a good, this could be a bit tricky, as it does look like K7 did realize the enemy is nearby, but they're going to be getting out of harm's way. Coming back to the point real quick. So that does make sense. But again, all these teams, especially if I talk about the South Asian circuit, right? Maybe a couple of tournaments before that would have worked out wonderful for them, right? Because back in the day, we take it a bit slower. You want to play from the edge. You want to make your way in slow and steady. Things have changed now, Dave. Everyone is going to go for the center. They're picking fights because, they know that kill points are going to be essential. And, gone are the days when we're waiting for someone to walk in a line of fire. Now we're actually going out getting those kills. So that is something Cryptics need to be ready for. They need to just go back to their old way of playing games, all-out aggression, all-out assault, driving around looking for the enemies as they've done in the past. So, I guess a couple of games more, they'll finally get the ins and out of, how teams work. And like you mentioned, every team, if they go and review their WODs from today, they're going to definitely do something different tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think what it is for Cryptics, and this is probably the same story for a lot of these teams, is when I was kind of diving in, looking at Cryptics as a team, they played in PUBG Mobile World League West, right? Mm-hmm. And then they got demoted, sent back to PMCO, qualified through PMCO to PMPL. So it's like that redemption, right? They're trying to earn their spot back in the lobby at the top with those well-known names in the lobby. So I feel like that added pressure might be why they are so passive, playing so slow, playing so, I don't want to say scared, but just methodical in a sense of trying to avoid fights early game. To tack onto your point, you're talking about the old days, they were really aggressive. So it's really curious, these different mind games that come into play with teams and their pressure from the outside forces.
And again, it does, like you mentioned, the mental aspect of the game does kind of come in as well, because, if they do, say, get a kill, they get a squad wipe, that momentum's going to come in, the confidence is going to be rolling on, and, they might just do something spectacular later on. But right now, El Chapo and the boys are going to be content in holding a compound by the water overhead, just trying to make sure, just trying to ascertain, rather, the positions of all the teams nearby, as an MG3 is going to drop down. A lazy boy finally spots some movement in the distance, and with that Scar L, he is going to let loose a few bullets. However, the members from KHK Esports from Iraq are going to be driving past without any bother, because, well, I think those bullets just kind of tickle the car there.
Yeah, and this is kind of exactly what we're kind of building up to, chatting about, right? Cryptics, they like to play slow. They like to avoid fights. We saw El Chapo recognizing a push across the way in some vehicles. To me, another squad would have sprayed that down. Would have tried to pop some tires. Would have tried to get a head bop out the car, right? But instead, they waited until the squad was in a good position, in my opinion, behind cover to take those shots. So that slight 2 seconds of hesitation, I hope that isn't playing a factor here today on their performance on the overall leaderboard.
Well, now they are going to have the work cut out, because they've got a decision to make. Now, the circle has kind of shifted in. If you have a look at Cryptics, Senke is going to be all by his lonesome on the other side of the KHK players, while his teammates are going to make sure that they have the edge of the circle to their own. Now, they know that there's a team on that hill above them, so they either need to, deal with them right now, or try and position themselves in such a way that it doesn't come to bite them in the backsides later on, as it looks like Crypto is going to be opening up on A1 Esports elsewhere on the map, as Sinister has gone down, while Wipes, they're just going to make sure that Rico are in check and the position is well known.
To tack on to your point, it's kind of the same story here. What we see with Vibes is a lot of teams already set up within the zone, trying to do their best to, I don't want to call it gatekeep, but definitely poke the bear, right? If they see an enemy running out in the open between buildings, trying to group up with their squad mates, try to get that knock, try to get that shot, try to get that thirst, get these early kill points if possible, because as we progress with these zones, nothing is guaranteed. Next zone, Rozhawk is in play. That water still up there to the north here. I just hope for the players' sake that the next circle will shift down there to the south, because if it goes to the north, there's a lot of water. Like, for a viewer, that's what I want. Mustache Dave wants that. Ocean Shawarma, let me see that crystal crate. I want it to go up to the north. Don't get me wrong. But the players in the game, oh no, that would be like the worst case scenario.
Oh, if it does head up north, pretty much 90% of the players are going to be displaced, and there's going to be a mad migration due north, and that is where you basically are going to be shooting fish in a barrel. You can pick off your opponents as they drive by, and, well, that is, again, speculation on our ends right now, because if you have a look, everyone is going to be comfortable, as Stalwart Esports are going to be one of the final teams, Dave, coming in from the south, just to the north of Pachinki, but they do have their work cut out, because it does look like NGX, the boys from Nigma Galaxy, are going to be lying in wait. Now, we already know that they've qualified for the Global Championship, but again, a lot of moolah is going to be on the line, and I don't think 40,000 is something to scoff at. So, they might just want to try their best. As Powerful from YALLA Esports is going to come under heavy fire from KHK.
I think that's your day rate, right? 40,000. That's what I heard. Ooh, look at that replay. Snipe, though. You're talking about. Yeah, hey, sorry. Leaks. My bad. But popping on over here, you got YALLA Powerful. Somehow was able to evacuate into the U.S. right here. Okay, so if they would have crested that hill, I think they would have been taken out. So that pressure from YALLA to be able to have Powerful retreat in that situation, that's pretty clean.
Especially since LIT is coming in the fray as well. That was, in fact, really clean, but now Kalaga is going to be in a little bit of trouble. As you can see, Bonder over there with some shots on that vehicle, but little does he know that, he is out of harm's way. I like the fact they're still going to be lobbing in grenades, anticipating that the people are going to be moving left, and Kalaga is going to be hoping, counting his lucky stars right now, as grenades are going to be exploding left, right, and center. All that shrapnel just barely missing him, and one almost blowing up in his face. But it does look like that revive is going to be coming through, and YALLA Esports are still going to be applying the pressure. They haven't really moved in. They did have that option to kind of move in from the right flank where Vander is right now. However, like I mentioned, LIT coming in kind of screwed the pooch for them over there, as right now K7 up against Wizzes with Vibes.
Yeah, what is happening here? They got a sneaky snake just crawling up this hill, and K7, the other 3 squad mates are in school. I'm really not sure what the play is right there, in my opinion, because school is pretty strong here in this zone, and I would hate for them to lose a squad mate. Looking to get, what, 1 kill point out of here? So, we'll see.
Well, rules
real interesting fight.
It is, because again, it is kind of surprising seeing Hojuan up there all by his lonesome. But again, that is where, you know, you have that little faith in your teammates, right? That they are going to have me covered, because you are not going to be in any position that you get outflanked. Right now, Powerful is going to find himself in a little bit of a pickle, because I do believe his vehicle is now out of commission, and there you have it. Crypto is going to make sure he puts in the distance, and now I8 once again in the thick and thin of all the action, laying down lead in every direction. It looks like I could be in trouble, as both those members are on a sliver of HP. 1 bullet could be problematic, but looks like Caliga just fell out from his vehicle and knocked himself out. Lucky for him, his teammate is still alive.
Yeah, and they need to worry about the blue zone now pushing on in. But baby. Cryptics, Lazy Boy, making the pull-up. This is Wizzes with 5. Oh, Lazy Boy sending it a little too far. Look at Reaper with the double knock grenade right there in the garage. It is up to Marshall from across the road. What is the play, man? Last one alive. Oh, Cryptics looking to make a play, looking to make a stand, looking to get some points here. Marshall, though, responding.
He is responding. He needs to lay down the law right about now if he wants to do anything for his team. But it looks like El Chapo is going to be bleeding out as well. He's going to bid us adieu, which means Marshall now is going to be the last man standing. Now, his position is well known, because we did see one of the members from Wizzes with Wives lay down some lead in his direction. Now, the question is, he doesn't really have a lot of options taking this fight, because, you know, he can't really cross the street. He's going to get shot down, because a lot of teams are coming close to one another right up in their faces, as RAW are going to be saying hello to A1 Esports. Now, 6ix9ine Boy, it does seem like is going to be one of the last few members alive from his team. Now, his teammate Jax is going to be out by the tree in that little plume of smoke for cover, but looks like he just took a few shots. Oh my goodness, Dave, that first aid came in at the nick of time.
Yeah, 6ix9ine Boy, and this should be the call here for Ruthless, aggressive Warriors to make the push, make the collapse, get another kill point underneath their belt. Currently with 4 here. And it looks like they'll be able to clear out this 3-story just like that. Just in time, too, because the next zone goes up. NGX dead center here. But Raw, I think they're going to be getting pushed here from I8. The aggressors in the lobby.
I guess it is the right call overhead, because again, I8, they do have those, those glitches, those little ridges and crevices for cover, but it's not going to be enough, as Uzum is going to make sure he comes back to his teammate, as now they could be in a little bit of trouble, because the circle has shifted further inland, and now they're going to have to make a move for it. Funny thing is, from Cryptics, Dave, Marshall is still alive and kicking. There you have it, just as I call his name out with that M24, he pops that head off, clean, quick scope. There you have it, some bold action for you.
Oh, man, I'm looking at the minimap, too, and it looks like they're going to be clashing with DRS. I don't know how long they'll be able to survive here, but Vibes out here trying to survive. Talk about surviving. They also need to avoid those sightlines from Crypto, from I8, trying to third-party this.
Oh, that's a good nade. Oh, just a little bit too long. That would have been detrimental, but Assassin over there, Dave, just ran in that Molotov. In fact, he could have avoided being knocked out, but right now, Vibes are going to be in a world of trouble. Killer is going to be the last man standing, as Rico are giving their everything to make sure they put them in the ground, but now that grenade is going to be a bit to the left. Not going to do a lot of damage on Rico, but looks like a lot of teams are coming in from behind. Now, forget King of the Hill. This is going to be a mad dash, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 teams all vying for the same spot. Question is, who is going to come out on top?
Yeah, DRS are awfully grouped up with each other. One grenade, one volley, or one vehicle explosion might do them in, as they are going to be looking to push into the next zone. We do see, I believe that's K7 who pushed up on that hill, trying to get the high ground, trying to pretty much gatekeep these squads up in the north, making their way on in, but they're receiving some shots from Rico downtown.
Rico trying to lay down the lead, trying to make sure that they actually, just submit the enemy and suppress them, not really going in for the kills because they're going to have to work out a little situation with DRS right now because Nima is going to be throwing grenades. It's not at them. In fact, it's at Vibes as one of the members is going to be brought down, which means Killer is going to be the last man standing for his team. Elsewhere, Reaper X is, again, a last man standing for his team, but that is not going to stop him from looting those delicious airdrops, making sure he has level 3 armor and, of course, the goodies that come along with it. Now, it kind of seems like somebody called in for an artillery strike because grenades are going to be going left, right, and center. However, none of them find their mark there.
Yeah, in DRS, we can see how they're kind of cresting over that hill, being really cautious, trying to be aware, because when they push over too far, they're immediately met with some shots, with some bullets from across the way from downtown. And they felt that firsthand as 2 of their squad mates were taken out. But they were able to pull back behind that ridge, get the reset, hopefully come out on top. Next zone does not favor any of the teams up there to the north, so good luck to whoever comes on top surviving with this new circle shift.
Well, it looks like NASR, they've wiped out the winners from the last game. Lit Esports are out of this game in the 11th position. Final tell teams as now Stalwart are going to make sure that they have no moment to recuperate because Top is going to make sure he has the aggression right on top of them as action. Again, a man of action goes in, but Miracle was in a wonderful, miraculous position. His position was so wonderful that the flag was unnoticed, and there you go, he did get the knock. However, is going to be taken down by Pika instead. Now, they are going to be one man down each from either side. I do believe Batika is going to get that revive coming in as Top is going to go on Stalwart, but now looks like Wives is going to be coming in as well. It's going to be pandemonium. It's going to be chaotic, Dave, as people are going to be toppling over like dominoes now.
I think Top trying to prioritize getting the pickup on Pika, who is behind these boulders, should be safe. They also have this broken wall to work with, and both these squads can kind of play nice neighbor for the time being because, if I'm not mistaken, this is right there on the edge, so there is going to be hard cover. But Raw, K7, 2 different teams on the opposite end of the hill. They're going to be applying pressure.
They are going to be applying pressure. However, I do believe that the teams behind them could be devastating as they are going to be moving in the circle. Now, they are in a good position, but they can't really do anything from over there because the moment they get up, they are going to be shot at. So Stalwart Esports right now in a good position. NASR in a good position as well, but from elsewhere, it looks like I8 could be coming in. That grenade was beautiful as action is going to take Batika off his feet. The follow-up grenades are coming in as well, and there you have it. They're not going to wait for the smoke to dissipate. They're going in for the kill.
A full set MVP look right there with the UMP caught off guard, but just in time to be able to secure this warehouse. And that warehouse, strong zone, strong position right here as I8 looking to make the pull up onto NGX, who have been blessed in these zones for some time now.
I8 with 8 kills already, again, making sure they use those bridges to perfection as NGX are going to be coming under heavy fire with Freak, and looks like Hixie is going to be the last man standing. Now, Lord is going to get the revive. Smokes are going to be deployed, but again, grenades are going to be relentlessly thrown in every which direction. So you got to be careful. You got to look at the skies above because that is where death is raining down from as Top does spot RAW. They're going to be out as K7 now. The last man standing, Chuck Sheen. Not the last man, in fact. Hujuan is by him as well. They are going to be pretty much in no man's land directly in the center as Lord does Crypto grenade. That could be good. Crypto could be off his feet. How is he still up?
Ooh, that grenade doing a lot of damage, but you need to keep your eye on the kill feed because in the warehouse down to the south, STE, great position to third party. That's why both these teams, NGX and I8, they need to be cautious about not cresting over that ledge as Blade looking to secure some additional kill points up here. 10 kills so far. Oh, and taking out, spotting out Lord at the end. Wow, I8, they are just putting in the work here this game.
They are putting in the work, but right now Stalwart Esports are facing all that brunt as they are going to be pretty much hit from every which direction, and the revives are coming in. This is going to be a little bit drastic, a little ballsy move, if I may say so, but looks like it is going to be working out in their favor for now. Have a look at Scry's position. He's making sure that, nobody comes in from the side. Chak Sheen, again, a snake in the grass over there with his position pretty much much oblivious to anyone else, as Uzum is going to spot the enemy and is going to take him down. Now, this is where Chakshin can shine. He needs to let the teammates go past him before he lets loose, because again, his position hasn't been given away yet. But this one grenade could be devastating. Uzum does give his position away. Chakshin goes in for the kill. He does have that Uzi. However, he misses his shots. That is going to be devastating. And now his cover has been given away.
Wow, trying to play spoiler right there. Now it looks like we're down to just 2 teams. I8 with 13 kills. They got this nice little trench, this open terrain right in the middle. Both teams, South and North, have a nice little dip, a nice little hill to work with for cover, so that they can come up with a strategy on how they want to play this next one out. But honestly, I8, they are looking like a wrecking ball here, a force of nature this game.
A wrecking ball indeed, and looks like they are going to be making the opponents. And Scribe with a beautiful Molotov thrown on point is going to make sure he goes in the backdrop. He needs to drop and roll, but it's not going to be enough, as that fire is going to burn him to a crisp. And with that, Stalwart Esports are now down to a 2-man squad. Now, we've seen them do it in the past. They might just move around. There you have it. They're on the move. One is going to go on the left flank, while a couple of them go on the right. Blade is going to be the first one up against Action. He does spot him out. In fact, the grenade comes in. He switches over to Pika. Pika almost getting knocked out. Reviews coming down instead, as Pika is going to make sure that he keeps the enemy at bay. But now the grenade is going to come up. Blade is trying to make sure Molotovs are going to force the enemy out of their position. But again, they are fortified in, as Stalwart Esports have to work out. Wait a second! Are you kidding me? A couple of members are down. It's down to a one-on-one situation. Sliver of HP. Dave, this is maddening. Uzum up against Action. Who is going to come out on top? He jumps, he shoots, he gets the kill.
Oh my goodness, that was a close one. Though. I8, they had the numbers advantage, but their aggression in the end, their aggression in the end, almost losing them. The winner chicken dinner. Oh man, that has to have been the most intense final zone right there. Yeah, the kills, that's equivalent to a chicken dinner. So they practically got 2 chicken dinners this game alone. I8, we talked about it, the fair cheer, and they're cheering for a reason.
Man, we knew that this team was going to be hard-hitting, but 16 kills, 3,000 points of damage. Again, we said it, they were in the thick and thin of the action, you know, right from the get-go, basically getting the job done. And there you have it. A lot of viewers are going to be happy with this little outing in Erangel. But again, I love the fact that, you know, the final few teams, Dave, they kind of surprised me. I love the fact that, you know, we've actually got some tactical gameplay on display right now. People are thinking.
Honestly, STE almost winning, too. They had their backs against the wall. They were burning alive. They almost came out on top right there, making it a 1v1 at the end. All it took was a couple more bullets, and that would have been it. But regardless, I8 Esports, a ton of kills, a ton of points. Ladies and gentlemen, that was match number 3. Can they do it again? Well, you have to find out after the break.
are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship. 3 games are done for the day, but what a smacker of a game this was, the final one. Nobody could have predicted that result, but boy oh boy, that certainly does bring up i8's name to another glorious level.
Yeah, I mean, right now I feel like I should have joined the big boys on the other side on the caster's desk when they were chanting as the day started, I8, I8,
Yeah.
I8. The team is doing phenomenal right now.
I mean, the final moments of the games, they were just, nothing else was coming down.
It's so true. That is so true. But with that, let's move on along and have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game, the 3rd game of the day on Erangel, and it is going to be Blade.
I mean, it gets here, right? I8 is doing really good. Blade coming up 6 kills, 950 damage, 444 healing done. This shows that, well, this win, it wasn't easy, to be honest. 4 assists as well. And with this team, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, starts their journey from military base.
Yep, and the team that they faced off against as well, on the same island usually. But it was, I mean, we wanted that fight, right? We wanted that fight, but we wanted it in the early game. They fought in the late game, still worth it. The wait that was there to see these two giants face off against each other. But I have to say, I mean, it was quite interesting the way it all happened. Because, first of all, I mean, the way the circle was moving and the challenges that were faced off by I8 as well, as we do always talk about their rotation pathway through the military bridge, you will always have to be extra cautious when you're almost at the main island. And this team, they know how to do it perfectly every single time. They always get to the other side.
Absolutely. I mean, it's clearly evident with that first 3 players in the top players list being the players from I8 itself. On the other front, as we move on to the 4th and 5th, we were, of course, looking at Hassan as well as Wizzes with Vibes player. But moving on to this final fight, what a dominating play this was, even from Stalwart's side as well. I mean, it was pretty close.
Yeah.
It definitely was. Just think about it, right? Both teams are average survival. In fact, Stalwart, in the final moments, I tell you one thing, Stalwart had only 3 players. Still, their average survival is more than I8 somehow. As if it's just, look at this one. But 3,000 plus damage coming down from I8's side showcases the way they were taking a fight. And with one lad just, going down to what, 900 plus damage, that just shows amazing skills that they were just, coming up with for themselves. And well, Blade. I mean, was the person who actually got awarded Terminator, if I would say, because he was the last. He took down the last player.
And along with that, another point to bring up is going to be the Gleesu Duduzin was brought down so many times before. Had he not been given that revival again and again, it could have been a completely different outcome.
I mean, out of 4 players, 3 players of I8 are just here in the higher skill department. Just think about it.
Yep.
And the damage as well. I mean, we do see Blade, who's in Crypto being there. So, definitely a wonderful performance from this team.
Think about it. Performance to the lobby.
Uzum is there.
From the side of I8.
Uzum is there in the most grenade kills. Uzum is there in the most utilities. Uzum is there in the highest damage. Uzum is there in the highest skills. Well, Blade and Crypto are there in longest distances. They had the area for themselves.
That's the points. I mean, 16 kills along with the chicken dinner, 31 points to this team. Perfectly said by Ocean. It's just a complete dismissal of all the other teams in the lobby from I8.
And coming back to what Ocean just mentioned a few moments ago, Stalwart Esports, they were down to the 3 players, and that is what actually changed everything, because even the casters pointed out when the fight was happening, the most important fight for I8 wasn't the final fight against Stalwart Esports was definitely important, but before that it was the fight against Nigma Galaxy, because if you remember the terrain they were fighting with, there was a ridge that was being used as a cover by both I8 and Nigma Galaxy so that Stalwart wouldn't aggress. Scry did try to get get himself into a position from where he could have actually used the utility, or maybe if they had the numbers, they could have gone for a 2-2 split, just put I8 under a little bit of pressure, and maybe the numbers would have dwindled down, worked out in the favor of Stalwart Esports. But I8, they made quick work of Nigma Galaxy first, and then in the end, Stalwart were the ones who were sort of just waiting to suffer the rat. This team is just on a path of absolute destruction, because even in the last game they were being very aggressive this time as well. And I remember what I said during PMPL SA for IA to slow things down and be a little bit more controlled. This time I would say, lads, it's time to go all out.
And they
That's
are.
true. That's true. But, you know, again, this is where I just get down to a few things. Well, now we're down with 3 games, right?
Yeah.
Vibes still just no, they're kind of struggling. Not exactly though, but they're kind of struggling. And if we talk about Cryptics, right? Not exactly the kind of gameplay that we were expecting from this team. Yalla's just here lit. Well, they had a really good game for themselves, but then things, you know, it's kind of a curve that I would like to see from down to up to down again. I don't know.
Not the kind of day that they would have anticipated to start off right here in this championship. But again, this is just day number 1. Only 3 games are done, and there's still so many more opportunities remaining. So we can keep our fingers crossed for that same exact regard. But on the other front, when it came down to this game and the final fight that took place, now it's time for both of you guys to break this final fight down for us.
Well, here's a lecture on maths, ladies and boys and girls, if I will just, you know, talk about it. Because you see this one at this moment. So this distance is around approximately, I would say, 63 meters. How do I know it? Well, when they threw the molly, it just hit here, which is the distance of the way molly just moves forward. So this is 63 meters. That's 6, I'm telling you, and that's 3. But, you know, talking down to it, right? 100 meters distance gets covered in 17 seconds. This means a distance of from this area to this area will be covered in approximately 5.88 seconds, if we talk about it, right? So 5.88 seconds was the distance that I8 needed to move forward and take down the players of Stalwart. Well, they did start really good. As Scree was taken down by the Molotov, you see that happening, right? As soon as that happens, they have a green signal for themselves. The green signal is that one player, obviously that is Blade at this moment, will try to move forward with his own cover, and whenever he sees the players or something, they kind of know that the players are here because there's a cluster of smoke onto this area, and well, there's one player taken down onto this area. So they know that this player is vulnerable because it's 7 alive and they have 4 players from their team. So they know it. Both the players might just be onto this area. It's just about the perfect calls that they had to give for themselves. That, you know, we need to rush, we need to push, we need to keep the pressure aligned. But, well, it was Action who was still surviving. Action was spotted down. But look at the way Action was giving out damage, right? If you look at his perspective, he was doing really good with the damage as he had his own cover as well. Look at this. Pika and Action. They had covers for themselves, and the damage that they were giving was just quite impressive, even though the circle was ready to punish them in next 30 seconds. But still, I mean, this is where I loved it the most. Look at him. Action. He just switches down his area, takes down one more player. As soon as he does this, look at Ism. On a sliver of HP, look at Action. On the same sliver of HP, almost, if we just talk about it, right? True. Crypto's down, Pika's down, everyone, like every other player's down. And then comes the moment of truth on 2 things. First thing, obviously, you see the helmet was just, you know, completely damaged. And then who puts up the first aid first and who moves forward first? That was just 0.5 seconds. Because a first aid takes 4.9 seconds. And now look at this. 0.5 seconds coming down on Action. Just that minute difference.
I did not realize this. It was literally a few extra steps that he took before he actually started on the first aid. Had he literally, the last man went down, started off the first aid, maybe things would have been, well, the fight would have carried on between the final 1v1. But as Ocean mentioned, Uzum was actually already putting on his first aid, and it could have actually gone either way. But Action, I have to say, the man has ice running in his veins, nerves of steel, because that was a lot of pressure to deal with in that final fight.
But hey, I mean, we're talking about Stalwart Esports. This team, again and again, so many times, has done exactly that. You know, just beaten the odds so many times. So nothing separated from them and their gameplay. With that, let's move on through to the other team's gameplay that was showcased through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
I mean, again, we see those run-ins just happening. It's kind of a norm nowadays, Johnny, when we talk about the run-ons happening overall. But, well, this game was kind of different from the other Erangels that we have seen that, obviously, Fixes was talking about this as well. Some different kind of vibe with the circle just coming up overall, which I would say was good because it was needed.
Yeah.
These circles was kind of, these circles were kind of open, but not exactly open. I remember, Dave talking about that the circle shift should happen north, but, well, that did not happen. And this moment here, you remember how alongside the areas of Rozok, Cryptics was kind of they were struggling with their own decisions.
Yeah, not just Cryptics though. YALLA Esports have been in a world of trouble as well as far as their previous matches today have gone, and it is going to be really interesting to see how the teams actually do plan on bouncing back and bring themselves back into the tournament, because again, some of the best teams from the MENA region, and we did not expect them to have these sort of performances. But again, this was the fight that I was talking about. I8, that was the opportunity for Stalwart Esports to actually capitalize and push towards I8, because they were distracted by Enigma Galaxy for so long. But again, the numbers disadvantage holding them back till the final moment, and then just a few extra steps. Now the few extra steps to get behind cover and then put on the first aid, costing the chicken dinner in this match. But still, kudos to I8 Esports. Incredible run so far, and I want this to go on for the next matches as well.
It probably will. It definitely will, in fact, because of the gameplay that they've showcased already till now. With that, let's have a look at the damage histograph coming in from this game, and an interesting play being showcased as we start the conversation on from the right-hand side of the teams. Not looking too good.
Yeah, definitely. It's not looking too good, but again, another game, another team in top 5 with 1 kill and a lot of damage is coming on. This is another pattern that's been going on today. Starting out with 820, then it was 927, and now it's almost 1200 with 1196 coming down from the side of KSM. So it's really good. But talk about the teams, right? A1 Esports, Cryptics, YALLA, Lit. They did deliver. They used to deliver. They have delivered in their in their own matches here and there in the previous season, in this season. But now, I don't know. I mean, we know what's at stake after this one, right?
Oh yes, and the stakes couldn't be getting any higher, because every single match that is done, we're basically lowering down the number of opportunities that these teams have. And again, through the league plays, only 16 teams going to be participating into the finals. That's the crucial thing. With that, let's move on to the storyboard that's going to be showcasing the overall ranking. And indeed, in doing so, well, I8 have made a mark. Is that mark good enough to give a very capitalizing lead for themselves? And it is.
Wow.
6 points, 8 positions jump for this side.
Also, classic I8, 25 kills, just 21 placement points. They have their own style of doing things, and it is working out quite nicely for these lads.
There was one more time, if you remember, right? I8 had the first position in this season only, if you remember, in PMPL, right? They had the first position and they never let it go. I remember that was the league days only. I would want the same performance from I8 right now. I would want them to be in top 3 by the end of this this entire saga as of what happens, because this team knows how to deliver. This team, we know they have had the ups and downs, but now, well, they are coming up with really good ups, and, well, this team is just doing impressive. So I would love to see them stay in top 3.
Absolutely. With that, we also have Stalwart jumping up to that 3rd spot with 9 positions lead that they've been able to create. But moving on to the second page is where things are not looking too good for quite a lot of these teams. Well, Enigma Galaxy certainly making a comeback for themselves, jumping up from that with 7 positions on the 13th spot. So a decent play from showcased from their side. And again, the day is not yet done, because we still have 2 more games remaining.
I mean, definitely. As you mentioned, Enigma Galaxy, I want to say, I mean, it is going to take them another game or two to sort of adjust to what is going on at the top of the leaderboard, because everyone over there in the top 5 is looking to just go for this fight. But this time, it is going to be really interesting to see how exactly Enigma Galaxy is going to deal with the situation. Also, DRS sitting on that 17th position. I'm pretty sure they want to make it to the finals as well. And it is DRS, so yeah, exactly what Ocean said, they will, but how?
Well, time will tell. For that, time will tell. But right now, we just incredible fight that was showcased from these two sides, Stalwart and I8. That was exhilarating, but the exhilaration does not stop right there, because now we move on to a very special thing that I am honored to announce. It is the PUBG Mobile Reunion Party. Yep, you heard that right. The Reunion Party. And what all does this include? Well, get ready. There's quite a lot. There is quite a lot. So, join the game to participate in this exciting global festival, which is only available for a limited time, mind you, viewers. So, you definitely need to be tuning into the game every single day. Alongside that, as we move on forth, all the modes of the game are coming back. All of them. Look at that right there. Each and every single thing that you have been participating over the years, they're all coming back together. And you, if you have not experienced this wonderful awesomeness from the Vikendi to Payload to Metro Redux Reunion, it is just a gala affair that you are certainly going to be allowed to participate in. With that, as you move on forth, like I said, you have to be tuning into the game. Daily rewards. Just log in and get permanent free items, time limited UC, and a brand new character, Anna, along with her amazing outfits that are also available for you lads. So don't just sit back and watch and enjoy, but also tune in as soon as the stream is done. Tune into the game, and you of course will be participating in all of these wonderful opportunities that are available for you. With that, as you move on forth, last but not the least, we also do have this world-leading hypercar, a custom-made Jesco by Conseg, is available to try out the lightning fast ride. Go to in-game and get one for yourself. Only available till the end of November, so you better get busy with PUBG Mobile. With that, we are also going to get busy. Let's move on to the schedule. As game number 4, there's a little bit of change. Group B is not playing, and the map is going to be Sanhok. So it is going to be a fast-paced affair, just like Conseg's Jesco, I think. What do you guys think?
I mean, it is fast-paced affair, but, in my mind, there's just one thing. Well, we've seen our teams just coming down. If we talk about South Asia, right? When they used to play Sanhok, we've seen a lot of heals happening outside the circle.
Yes.
But if we talk about MENA region, that region kind of likes to play at the edge of the circle, but not outside the circle in the final zones. So I would love to see what that region specifically does when it comes down to the map of Sanhok. I would love to see if they gatekeep the players that are healing or something, like what they will exactly do.
Indeed, Evan. Varun, what are your anticipations?
I mean, quite a lot of questions, but I want to see, I just want to see IA do the same thing they've been doing so far and see if Star Wars Esports can stop it.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. With that, it is time to move on into the game. Thus, it is time to introduce the Panda Bros. Yes, they're back again. It's going to be none other than Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, what an evening has it been so far with the way teams have been starting off, and R8 completely looking pristine as ever. Now Necro heading into Sanhok. I never imagined, I'm going to be witnessing Wizzes with Vibes not playing this one, because you do know how impactful they are, right?
Exactly. Wizzes Vibes not really playing this one out because the Group B is sitting this one out. So that means I also was kind of anticipating, if Wizzes Vibes was playing this one, there could have been a lot of drop clashes, especially near Sami. That's where they really like to go. But unfortunately, they're not really playing over here. That means the team that is going to be taking Sami is going to be GXR probably, because that's what they have been going in the PMPL Arabia finals. But this is the happy faces of the players. They're ready to go, man.
I mean, 100%, right? Because the way things are, going off, we're witnessing different versions of gameplay over here. On one side, we've got teams like IH, you've got teams like Wizzes with Vibes that just need to get done with all the required points, just to qualify for the finals, because that is what matters. But, we're going to carry on with this conversation as we do have the big bird in the sky, and we've got an Enigma Galaxy just dropping off wide off the bat, and I want to see some skirmishes, right? I want to see some clashes wide off the bat, because this is something that hasn't been happening so far, because the way things started off early on, teams started to play pretty slow, but Sanhok is where, you're going to change the pace out.
Exactly. Sanhok is where you get the breath of fresh air, and teams as well, they will have to adapt to how teams are going to be playing, how teams are going to be thinking, especially the IGLs, how they're going to be processing the map in future lines. But right now we also do hear a few players kind of looting up, but hold on. The circle, another circle, it's not something new, Fixes. We have seen this in the past as well, but what really comes down to is that final zone, where it goes.
I mean, it's starting to look interesting already because we've got some action maybe just brewing up for us around the Painan area because we've got Lit and Ekarth, right? And the way these two teams have been playing, especially Lit, I've really been liking them because you've got Wee Hong. He's got that experience, right? He's played a few couple of tournaments and he's won in his region. He's placed second. He's a veteran player, so he does add that extra punch that they do need. But right now, taking a look at how the circle has really panned out. I mean, A1 Esports, they've already, they're sitting out of this one. So it's kind of a sigh of relief for Rico Infinity because they get to do what they want and they've got the blessings of the circle. Now, in Sanhok, if you're having a center and you're having a compound like Paradise, and that's you are having a good time.
Yeah, you definitely will be having a good time. Just like in the past game, NGX had the center of the circle, but again, the problem was they were kind of exposed, man. The backs were exposed. You always got to watch your backs, and that's where things might go south for you. And this is the same thing in Sanhok as well. It's known for those third parties. It's known for snakes lying in the grass, and you never know where you might just face an enemy. But over here, I mean, take a look at how KHK are playing. Kind of a split. This reminds me of the previous game as well. Now, KHK were supposed to drop in Rozhawk, but instead, they split out way too much in the start, and that's where the early bodies started hitting the deck as well.
Yeah, 100%. KHK, one of those teams hailing from Africa. You sort of tend to expect, that this team might underperform, and well, they have been not really getting up on the pedal right now. But I'm pretty sure they're just tasting the waters, right? As those days goes on, I think tomorrow or maybe day after, they're definitely gonna 100% bag of chicken for us, and we're all gonna be happy about that. But more than that, I really want to touch upon DRS, the way they've been playing. Now we did talk about having two different versions of gameplay for us today, right? One of those teams, we've got teams like R8 that are right off the bat explosive, and then we've got DRS. They're taking things slow. They know they've got to get into the top 16. They're confident about that, and sometimes, they've been cocky about that, and well, they've been punished, right? But this time, their primary objective would, of course, be just being there in the top 16. And once you head off into the finals, that is where they're gonna explode.
That's where they definitely will explode. Yeah, I like how you pointed that out. DRS this time are playing really slow and safe. I mean, my personal perspective over here, how DRS is playing, I just feel like they're just kind of like shy in taking fights. What do you think so, though?
Well, yeah, they are 100%. Right now, what all these teams are looking forward to, because come on, we have got an amalgamation of cultures over here, right? We've got teams from Middle East, we've got teams from Africa, we've got South Asian teams. They've got different play styles, and that has been pretty much visible throughout, even right off the first game, right, where we did see the Middle Eastern teams just trying to kind of go on that back rotation, but we do have a fight brewing amongst us. Jiggle, who was just hiding behind a rock, does find out Miracle from NASA, and not a really good start for them, and Team Vibes. They're going to be cheeky, right? They're going to be happy about that. But, again, coming back to what we were really talking about is Middle Eastern teams being really very cautious on their rotation. They love playing the edges where we do witness the South Asian teams, let's say like Dead Eyes, they love the center. And then we did see in the second game of Erangel things changing up a little bit. We did see Nigma Galaxy holding the center, where we did have the South Asian teams trying to play around the edges, the peripheries. So, these changes that are being made, this adaptiveness by all these teams, I'm really excited as to where it all ends down to.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure each and every single viewer as well is really excited for this game. Probably they have been waiting for ages now at this point, and finally we are seeing these competitions in front of our eyes. But hold on. Seems like SUDOR, they have spotted Lit out. I mean, Lit, they're looking pretty good inside this game, but hold on. Not anymore, as Mercy, right? Yeah, actually Mercy has found himself being taken down. That's quite an unfortunate way to go down over here. And Lit, again, they're quite separated out, so that's not really good. It's a 2-2 split, and this is where SUDOR capitalizes onto it. They realize Mercy is knocked out. There's only one more lad in the compound. Emperor is trying his best to hold the fort down, but is he going to be able to do so? We'll find out in a few seconds.
Oh, we certainly will be because taking a look at safe. I mean that is one of those things about Molotov, right? It does not ricochet. Had it been a grenade, I think Emperor was also donezo. And finally, Cotton is gonna do that. He explodes the players of LIT. Now, the way this thing started off, right? Lit did manage to drop off at Painan, but look at how things have happened. The fight eventually took down someone towards the eastern side of Ruins. Now, quite an exciting start to the game so far, I must say, because considering how the past 3 games have been, I was starting to get worried. Why aren't the teams fighting? It's the first day. You're supposed to be going aggressive. Now, finally, teams did have an understanding of that, and we have the first airdrop, the MK14 with an extended quick draw mag. Now, this is the best attachment you could ask for with this weapon. 100%.
Exactly. I mean, for sure. I mean, that's the best thing, of course. Extra bullets in the magazine. That's all you need to at least spray someone down with this weapon. Yep, exactly. That's also adds a little bit more reload speed as well. So, but I would still say the extra kind of magazine size that helps you out so much with that MK14 in those close range combats. I mean, I'm a kind of person, I like to put on the red dot on it and then use it in the close range fights. But we did see a few shots being rattled off over here. Now, LIT, they're running really far away over here. They do not want any smoke with any kind of teams on the bottom left side. So they're just like, all right, we're going to be taking a safe rotation all the way from Tambong. They're just in a no man's land. They're so scared at this point that they don't even want to be anywhere near any teams.
I mean, someone had to pull off that Wizzes with vibes, right? Someone had to wait outside. I mean, come on, it's Sanhok, right? Now, what I would really suggest the players of Tambang, if they could hear me, through the voices in their head, I would really say, just pack up with any amount of first aids you can. Just go. It is the meta, right? In Sanhok, well, a lot of teams have abused it, and as long as it's legal, you might want to do that as well. I mean, you do not have the numbers, but what you can do is go and opt for the healing battle, get those important crucial position points, get 40-50 first aids for yourself, keep an entire stack right in front of you as to when you're going to need that. But taking a look at things, we do have DRS also rotating to the first rotation. Then we do have I8 making the move, and Team Fate from the backlines. Now, this is one of those teams that always tends to surprise me, because I really do not know what I'm expecting from them. They come in, they suddenly get a chicken dinner, then the next game they go out in the 16th position, and that is the kind of consistency I do not want from them. Because Fate, I know it's a veteran team, I have casted them in the MENA region, and I do have a lot of high expectations, especially Ragnarok. You gotta watch out for that lad.
Faye, of course, is one of those stronger components inside this game, or stronger opponents, I would say. And I mean, of course, they got the first chicken dinner.
Yeah,
that's what really matters. I mean, that's going to be setting the mood up and forward. But then later on in the second game, instantly fell down in those early stages of the game. That's not what you really want. Getting from all the way top up and then falling all the way down bad. That's where you got to question their consistency. But hold on, we also are going to be talking about that because it's just the first day, right? I mean, we can't really judge a lot of things about it. But again, you don't really have a lot of days fixes, and you gotta capitalize on each and every single match.
100% agree with you on that, because you just have 4 days right now. The task is rather simpler, because all you have to do out of 20 teams, be in the top 16, at least carry yourselves to chicken dinner, and the remainder of the matches have a decent 3 or 4 points, and you're looking at qualification 100%. So the experience bunch, they figured that one out, right? The desk was getting really concerned about DRS, Enigma Galaxy, but I do know at the bottom of my heart, it's not going to be a big concern, at least as of now. That's for the 4th day, that's for the last day. That's where we start worrying, because right now, I'm here to see some fights. I am here to see some really different approaches to the game, because the circle so far in the past 3 games have been so refreshing, right? Every single circle being something new, and these teams are having such tough time figuring that out. But considering what we do have in front of us right now, this current circle, I mean, Paradise Resort is where it should be heading out, but we know it never does.
Yeah, something like that you can say. Rico Infinity is the one who has the entire side of Paradise Resort in their hands. Take a look at that vibe still. Almost silenced the rookie over there, but Assassin took a few shots, instantly backed off in cover, did realize he doesn't want to overcommit over here. If he goes down, it's going to be putting his team in a little bit of more panic mode. And Fate is this team that they're going against. It's not a team that you want to challenge a fight like that, up on up, aim duels. And I mean, of course, Vibes as well, they have all-star lineup. So this fight can be a worth watching fight, but again, they're really far away from each other. So I just think they're just going to be tickling each other a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, just making their presence felt. They do not mean harm right now, unless not till they just go head on. Just trying to apply that extra bit of pressure. But we do have Starwood making the move, right? They've left boot camp. They're gonna take those compounds just beside it and try to keep the center as much as possible. As Ragnarok, just when I was telling you need to watch out for this lad. He does, take a few shots at Assassin and has managed to, dwindle him down 50% HP. Of course, he's gonna heal himself up, but now Vibes, they've got to be extra careful.
Stalwart Esports have a pretty good position. They have the entire hill for themselves. Looking pretty good over there. But, so you can take a look at Lit as well. Now, in the start of the game, they were looking pretty much like extroverts, and now they're like introverts. They just don't want to be with anyone. They just want to party for themselves. They want to stay away from the crowd. And they're just like, all right, guys, we're going to be taking our sweet little time. We want to find as much as loot as possible. Probably those first days, as you mentioned, the heal battle has been one of those things, especially in Sanhok, that has been prioritized a lot, especially by a team like Wizzes Vibes, which is not really playing over here.
Yeah, I mean, with Vibes, this team, man. I mean, you even talk about the MENA champions, right? You've got Cryptics and Wizzes with Vibes, two of these teams that, well, we never really thought we would be witnessing. But that has been the underdog story so far. And well, that has been so beautiful, right? The way they've been playing. Now, they've got two different styles of gameplay. Now, Cryptics, they've had a really interesting roadmap, right? They were known as Road to Glory, and they did play the Arabian region last time. And I, in fact, did also cast them during the World Invitationals. And then we did witness, the rosters being shuffled out. I do not know the backstory, however, but they had to rebuild themselves up from scratch. They did play the CEOs. They played really well over there, heading into the Arabian PMPL. We did have them rather having a slower start, but in the finals, when it all mattered, Wizzes with Vibes and Cryptics both stepped out. And for Wizzes with Vibes, that was more of a Cinderella story, because no one ever anticipated that in those last two final games, they're going to be taking the final laugh.
Exactly. For Wizzes Vibes, they're more kind of like a thing where it's a dream come true, right? I mean, they didn't really think that they might just be the one, because none of us thought that. Let's be honest, none of us were counting them in. We all thought that, okay, maybe it's going to be the DRS, who probably comes out all the way on top in Season 4. But then it was just Wizzes Vibes, and we all were just completely shocked. We all were surprised, and I mean, they deserve each and every single inch of that victory. But for now, we got to get our heads back in the game over here. I8, I mean, after that banger of a win in the past game, their morals are going to be boosted up. Their adrenaline might be high as well. All-time high over here. And they're also on a high ground a little bit. They do have a decent amount of info with this one. They can see all around them. And that's what you really need, especially if you're I8s, because we know they do want a little bit of blood on their hand.
They certainly, I mean, it's the fact they're playing right now, and yeah, Crypto is looking so sublime. And not just Crypto, right? You've got Blade, you've got Refuse, you've even got Uzim stepping up, clutching it out. Now they're in hot form, right? They're not scared of anything at all. But, that is where it does not have to end, right? They've got to keep this sort of a gameplay going on, right? They've got to do the same thing in the finals, because, well, they're the best from the Pakistan region. We 100% know that. But they've got to be the best, not just in the South Asian anymore. They've got to be the best in the Middle East and the NA region as well. These conglomerations happening, so many teams playing with each other, different, play styles. This is what we love, right? Everyone being united by the game. And, well, if anybody could represent Pakistan on the global stage has to be these 4 lads. At least now, right now.
That's for sure. I mean, I8, especially inside such a huge competition, getting those big numbers in their backs already in the first day, that just shows how confident they are inside this lobby. And this also means that the research behind the entire day is proven true. But we talk about trying to kill, taking a little bit of dig onto DRS. The down man needs a hand, but that's not really going to be possible, at least for now. And this is how the one man of SUDOR actually did go down. The entire squad was almost about to fall down. And, well, this is the prime example of map like Sanhok. You can never know where people are hiding, because Sanhok is just a map that is so close, that's so small and composed, especially in the late games. Each and every single compound, you will have to know that it's probably taken. Oh, the down man is finally back up on his feet, so DRS are going to be having a little bit of smiles on their faces, maybe.
Maybe not for long, because I do see Team Vibes, just closing in from the backlines now. They are just going to get sandwiched so badly because, well, Nima's gone down before he even gets the res. The push is going to come in from T2K as Johnson falls down as well as Stage does get rid off, but Martin Ninja is trying his best over here to keep things alive, and there he falls. And DRS, I mean, they're having a really bad day. That's even got worse.
What's going on? DRS are falling down like rookies over here. No one's scared of DRS at this point. DRS is one of those teams that Season 4 everyone used to fear to at least fight against, and now in MENA Championship, it's like teams are just easily challenging fight against them. They're actually able to come out on top. And I feel like that's one of the main reasons why DRS as well are quite scared to challenge a few fights over here. But now you also do see TDK having quite a lot of view. That means a lot of information around them, especially in these late game circles. That's what you really need. Enigma Galaxy, take a look at this. Caught out in the open outside the zone. Lit have all the advantage in this entire world. They're looking to silence the rookies out of here, but Enigma Galaxy, they're not one of those teams that's going to be falling out. Lord, exposing yourself, throwing that nade, silences the rookie right there. Lit, doing a good job, making sure Lord is being counted out this game.
Yeah, that's certainly making it so exciting, right? I mean, Enigma Galaxy and LIT, both these teams, they try to have a different approach. They rather took that western route, going from the western island, and now trying to enter in. And, well, how the mighty have fallen, Enigma Galaxy being one of the favorites from the MENA region, of course. Now, Ralph, he's definitely got to get that rest back on towards his teammate. But considering fourth circle and the distance that they have got to get inside the circle, that's gonna be a little bit bleak for me. But KHK, they won with the nature. They're sort of trying to approach Team Raw. Now, Raw looks completely fresh because they've had that roster shuffles. Now, B-Shaw getting knocked out as, well, Pennywise is going to take one more player down as another Assault. It's going to be Assault as Joker just spawned out another player over there. Does manage to get the knock, but Pennywise still just prone in and gets spotted as well. Joker doing all the heavy lifting, but for how long?
Joker being the hitman inside this fight. KHK falling down like dominoes. What's going on, KHK? You need to get yourself together. You got to hold the nerves and show your gun skills on the enemy team, but that's not what you need right now. KHK doing a good job with their utility usage. It's going to be Lewis who finds a confirmation for himself and also takes down Chari. Now Joker is the man under pressure. He needs to do something. He needs to pull off this clutch. If he's not really able to do so, Lewis is just going to rub the salt on their wounds.
Yeah, they certainly are. And this is the moment where I really want Lewis, just to get past over his fears and maybe try to lob a grenade at Joker's direction. He's definitely going to get that, but no. Before that, wanted to heal himself up, and Joker, being the smart one over there, being the brave one over there, does get the final kill. And that being said, I8 look to be in a little bit of trouble as they go up against Ickard, as S1 does manage to take one more, and is just right out thrown in the open, gets punished from the backlines by Skeeton. Now this is where hell breaks loose.
This is where hell breaks loose, and well, this is the stereotypical Sanhok over here, ladies and gentlemen. Third parties coming from each and every single side of the map. Rico Infinity, you know this team, they do like to play on the edges, but also don't like the separation coming in from the side of Rico Infinity, but it's fine. That also means that one lad is kind of holding that compound over there right on the edge lines. Take a look at Legend though. Oh, so low on his HP, barely managed to get back in the cover. Cryptics have their eyes locked on to Fragboy from Deadeye's guys. Fragboy needs to make sure he's playing this one out as safe as possible.
You know, this had to happen, right? You know, so many teams on that eastern peripheries, they had to lock horns, and that's why they witnessed the bloodbath. But Marshall, to spot out Fragboy, will make no mistake in taking him down as Cryptics. Now they're getting serious, right? They're playing for the objectives. They've managed to get that one knock. They know it's a good circle. There's no chance that they're gonna get the res up, as Jiggle will manage to take one more for himself. As Rico Infinity, they do bite the dust.
They do bite the dust, and well, that's not really a good thing. Rico Infinity, they still do have one more lad up on his feet, but there's still a down man, and take a look at this. Cryptics now, they need to make it inside the zone, but they're also taking a lot of zone damage. As one more falls down, Marshall as well goes down, the IGL's down, he needs some help. Vibes as well taking a lot of shots on themselves. So much blood being drawn over here in these final zones, and this is what it's known for. Assassin now looking to get his man up on the feet. Is that going to be possible? That's a question what we're wondering. Stalwart Esports spotting a few teams out in the front lines. The circle shifts all the way out in the open in no man's land, and these teams looking to make it inside. But the main problem is there's no cover available in the late zone.
I feel Stalwart, man. I mean, considering the position that they have, there's no one behind them. They're gonna have no issues getting inside the circle, right? But at the same time, I'm really excited to see this fight breaking down. And there you have it, Scurry just spotting out Hassan from afar, and makes no mistake in taking him down, putting him 6 feet under. But right now, what is going to be really important is that northern side area that we do have, as we do see a few teams, you know, first aiding themselves. But right now, Stalwart, they want to engage against I8. They're already marching at Uzum's direction. Now they smell revenge. They want it, but Uzum does not back off without a fight, as he gets trade, as he does manage to get a knock with that grenade. Considering Blade changing his position, this fight has been reset, and it's looking better than ever.
One man being knocked out from the side of Stalwart Esports, but it shouldn't really be a sign of worry for them. Easily able to get that man up, back on their feet. Easy there, soldiers.
Oh,
Stalwart Esports, you got to play this one out a little safe, because the wall of death is coming right behind you. Make sure each and every single step you take should be for success. Take a look at that NASR. So lucky. That one man is down so low, but finally he has been shut down, and it's all down to I8's Vibes and Stalwart Esports. As you mentioned, this is what you were really opting out for. Stalwart Esports, they have the man advantage inside this entire final zone.
oh, they certainly have. Now, you know, Uzum, all by his lonesome, he's just trying to, you know, get the second position at the very least. You know, now I8 has already qualified, but you know, for Stalwart, it's not just about getting the first spot. It's just not about, you know, having the highest skills. It's about sending a message, right? They are, of course, repping the Mongolian region, which we know is so aggressive, but we did not see a lot out of them for in the finals, right, of the South Asian region. So this is where they need to redeem themselves, and what a good start has it been so far. But Assassin, you know how good this lad is, as Action just jiggling around, and will get the final kill and his revenge as well, there you have it. Stalwart finally getting the chicken dinner, of course, after a very good effort in the Erangel game. Now the boys do seem happy.
They definitely should be happy. That's a huge chicken dinner as well. And we were talking about how Sanhok can be one of those games that can be, you know, circle favor as well. If a team is being favored by the zone, the chances are pretty much high of them actually winning this. But Stalwart Esports, they were always on the edge of the zone. They were also struggling trying to make it inside, but in the end, they just had the man advantage. They did a good job making sure they stayed as a unit, they stayed together, and that's what got them this victory.
Yeah, 100%. You know, when a lot of teams were just rotating around, this is where we've got to give props to teams like Vibes and I8, considering how far they were from the zone, they did still put up a really good fight. But Stalwart being really lucky from the very start, they had the center for themselves. They just had to move one compound and they realized the zone is forming next to them. But that is the beauty of Sanhok, right? And we love all these fights, but that was still the fourth game of the evening. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're still not done yet. We still have one more game to go. But what we're going to do right now is push for a short little break, because right after is the desk coming to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag hook up your fun. This was the fourth game of the day number 1 right here. And it has been an interesting one. As Ocean was commenting upon it, the MENA, well, they love to take those fights head on.
Yeah, they love to take those fights, even if it's a map of Sanhok, and they do take those fights for themselves. And that's the reason. That the lobby itself had its impact over there was no silence overall. I would say today, in the entirety of the day, there was not a lot of silence though. So that's all thanks to MENA region somehow.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, I would completely agree with that, but again, we do have the MVP of this map right now in front of us, and that is going to be Jiggle from Wizzes Esports, doing a phenomenal job, I mean, getting those kills, and especially with the damage that he has dished out, securing the 6 kills, 6 points for his team was going to be very important, and maybe with this game, we're going to see things take a turn for the better for Wizzes Esports, as far as the overall rankings are considered, but I want to say this, I mean, the winners of this game, they've been trying for so long, Stalwart Esports today, and finally, the game is theirs.
Well, it does put them to the second spot, though.
Yeah.
And, well, it's all thanks to, Ayer and their brilliance. Even they did not have the numbers, though. Still, they managed to have good placement points for themselves somehow, and that just worked up in the favor.
It definitely did. Again, I mean, when it comes down to the gameplay that has been showcased from IA throughout the day, they are maintaining that lead in terms of every single point that they can possibly capitalize upon. With that, as we move on from the MVP to the top players list, this is where Stalwart Esports definitely is going to be shining along with their players. Action and Scry.
7 kills by Scry. 7 kills, 652 damage. That's just a lot by an individual. As of now, I would say. Action, 4 kills. I mean, he loves to be, he loves to have his name, right, in top 5 always. So that's just really good. Botika coming up from Nasser, if we talk about it, and Suyog as well. T2K. We were hoping for T2K's performance, and well, they kind of delivered here and there.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with what Ocean said, but I have to say, from Nasser Esports, Batika, it was just a matter of time before this team starts to pop off. I mean, we know the caliber
Hopefully.
of players they have, and slowly and steadily, as they do get used to the sort of play style and the pace at which teams like Stalwart Esports, teams like I8 actually do like to play, I think they're going to feel a little bit more comfortable, and that is when we're going to see them get into their own zone. But looking at this head-to-head, I mean, Stalwart Esports, they were playing at a whole different level throughout this game. Throughout the day, they have been doing their own thing, and it has been working out quite nicely. But Wizzes with Vibes, again, sort of a uphill battle in this matchup, and that has been the story for them throughout the day. So maybe tomorrow we're going to see a good recovery from Vibes Esports, and I want to see them make it into the top 5 somehow.
Well, why talk about tomorrow? There's still one more game remaining.
Oh, yeah?
We might just anticipate that Erangel to be YB Sports' lucky charm and bring their gameplay all around.
Maybe.
But with that, it could be the case. It's all speculation right now. But moving on to the facts itself, we've got the match summary right here on our screens, where indeed you talk about those kill department and the highest damage. I mean, it has been an unexpected Sanhok game.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, because me and Ocean, we have had this conversation for a while now that Sanhok is where you see the most aggressive teams take a back foot, and this time things were looking different. I mean, everyone just wanted to go for those fights.
Yeah.
Indeed. With that, let's have a look at the match ranking coming in from this game. We do know who got that chicken dinner. 26 points, Stalwart Esports with 11 kills to the team. And YB Esports, as you guys were just talking about it, so slowly but surely are moving up in terms of the overall standing itself when it comes to that. But in all of this, Train to Kill still maintaining the decent performance for their side with 6 to 7 points pretty much every single game.
I mean, DE as well. If you look at this, right, DE and Fate, these two teams had really good first game for themselves.
Right.
And now, well, they had decent second last game for themselves. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow and all those things that as we'll be moving forward. But Stalwart just coming up with good numbers for themselves. That's really good. I8. Well, no doubt they still have, like, another game for them to play. So I would love to see what happens in that another game. As for what the difference is as of now, with 26 points in the favor of Stalwart and 14 for I8. Might just be close to, just close out the day overall.
Oh, absolutely. But on the other front, when we move on to the second page right here, once again, the teams that are on the 13th position and lower than that is the teams that I would want you guys to talk about. Where do you think, or rather, what do you think could be the reason for the lacking performance from these teams?
I mean, I don't know, but I just want to say that Nigma Galaxy and DRS Gaming, they're just toying with my emotions right now.
Not
And all
just
the
you,
fans.
Not you. Yeah, definitely not just you. But I have answers. I feel like I have answers to both the questions. Where and what? Right. So where is always about the early game movements, and they are not engaging in fights. If you look at this, they are being taken down in the fights. That means they don't want to process the fights for themselves in the early sides. That's one thing that is happening. And why? Well, they just want to feel the lobby for the first day. That might just be the reason. First day. Understand testing the waters and all, but
Exactly.
they should test the waters. That's what I want to say is at least test the waters. Don't.
Well, right now they're just trying. They're just trying to get as you so perfectly mentioned, test the waters or simply understand the lobby. But in all of that, they're just not wanting to touch it, right? They're not wanting to get their feet wet and dirty as of now. But day 2 could be a different saga. But before we move on to all those speculative questions, let's have a look at the zone analysis.
Yeah, and in this one, just as we are just looking forward, we're looking where Stalwart. I'm just, this team's here, and well, as we were just moving for this, had to move this much. That was just the only difference that they moved in the entirety of the game for themselves. So let's just not focus on them. I mean, you can focus on them because they got the chicken, but let's just focus on the other teams that was just moving around the entirety. Look at this. As the circle's moving forward right now, Lit is one of the teams that just has to get inside the circle. Nasser is one of the teams that have to get inside the circle. Now look at Nasser, right? You saw them staying just around here. And well, look at the rotation. This, for me, I would say personally, well, they might have thought something that we would just go from the back line. For them, the thought would have been the circle might just end up here. We'll just enter in or something like that. But well, this was kind of not expected, right, by the lads.
Yeah.
And That was the reason that just went against them.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, but this play, I would say that it has an insurance policy as well, because it is the early game situation in which they
Now look at
decide
them.
to rotate
Yeah.
wide, and that sort of allows you the opportunity, because even if you miss the circle, even if it
They
shifts
are
to
here.
where you were not predicting, yeah, you will have the opportunity to sort of sneak in and find a safe haven, and that is exactly
Yeah.
what they were aiming for.
And then there's this team, just as we were talking about, right? they were just here from the boot camp side. They just moved in here, and well, the next circle they just move in here and they just get a good game for themselves. I8, no doubt they were taking really good fights for themselves, but their players were being taken down. And as soon as they reached the zone or something, they just had two lads surviving for themselves, and then at the end, obviously, was just one lad surviving, on which there was just a run over being done by the lads. So yeah, those things did happen. But look at this. Such a comfortable spot. I believe, I was just talking to Fix at this point. I was like, look at the positioning. It's beautiful from Stalwart side. It's really beautiful.
And this is not the first time we've seen them pull off these moves in this map. They have been incredible in the past as well, and it's good to see that Stalwart Esports and I8, both these teams are just like they are playing their own game. Yeah, sure.
They have done 1v4s in this map at the same place, if you just remember, right?
Although I have a question for you, Ocean. You've been saying a lot about teams testing the waters, and water is right there. But where was the water on Miramar, my man? What was that?
Well, let's move.
We'll talk about that.
Come back to that exactly. And before we do have to go through the Oppo F19 Pro moments, because again, I mean, these teams in the lobby, they were just so very destructive in the map. Sanhok.
This was a sneaky play, by the way.
Yeah, this was actually destructive. It was like silent destruction. That was happened, right? And then it's like, hey, I need that vehicle. Thank you very much. Take care. Bye bye. And then they move.
Gotta save the buggy. Make sure that you don't, by mistake, blow up one of the tires while you're taking down your opponent. And that was quite nice to see. But I mean, from this point onwards, we saw I8 sort of get into a little bit of trouble, and we've always talked about this. When you take a fight on Sanhok, you make a lot of noise, and that just means that if you are forced to move out of your cover, if you are forced to rotate, a little bit of a distance, you have to be careful that you make sure your front lines are going to be cleared up.
Yeah, that's definitely right. And we just look forward to it as of the fights that were happening. But right now, after this one, I get it. We are seeing these movements, right? These were brilliant movements. But after this one, I'm still waiting for just that thing, the overall standings. Where does it put both the teams in the top two? Because that's going to be really close. I just believe it's going to be close. Yeah. And that is something that would keep the competition alive in the next game. And again, moving forward tomorrow overall.
I mean, it is going to be fun. Tomorrow is definitely going to be
this
fun.
jiggle was really good,
Yeah. I mean, Action at this point is just showing off. They knew it was just one lad.
He can. I
behind
mean,
that.
you know it, right? He loves to. He loves to.
Always.
Alright, no team, damn it. No team in with one kill and just, a lot of damage. This time, no team with that thing. But again, if you talk about it, right, T2K has been doing decent once again for themselves, but onto the central lines. I love the way Raw played their first game, but after that, I'm getting the glimpses of the previous Raw. Remember when they used to be in 11 to 15 most of the times in PMPL previous? So I want to see more. Again, I don't want to, have that same vibe overall, to be honest.
Well, we'll see again, because again, this is just day number 1, and all the teams are trying to just understand the competition, the lobby that they're playing against on the other front. As we were talking about that storyboard, as Ocean did mention what sort of a point difference is that going to be. I8 is still up on top, but only 5 points shy is going to be Stalwart Esports.
You know what the difference is? It's one chicken dinner.
Yep, it is.
And I believe there will be one team that would have their second chicken dinner in the last game.
Well. That is a very interesting crystal ball speculation coming in from the side of Ocean.
Not these two. There are other teams as well. There are other teams as well.
That just leaves the 3 options, right?
Yeah, 3 options.
Stalwart and Fate. So he said not these two. That means Fate Esports.
No, not just these two. That's what I'm saying. Not again. Hey, stop manipulating.
I'm going to twist his words the whole time now.
But Vibes Esports, a good performance from them, jumping up to that 7th position, looking pretty neat right now. And again, the game and the day is still not done.
Oh, well, I mean, second half of the standings. Now, things are still pretty close. We're just getting started, but it is, again, going to be really interesting to see how these teams actually do finish off their
Alright.
day, because 4 matches a day, you just have 16 matches in total before you head to
Johnny.
the finals. Yeah.
Exactly.
I changed my mind. It might be DRS as well. Might be. Might
Oh,
be.
so you now want me to pass out, basically, because Nick
Imagine if
Galaxy
they,
and
imagine
DRS,
if they get in. Imagine if they get in like top 12 by this one, or
think-
maybe top
yeah.
10. It's close. It's really close.
Yeah.
Well, to get that perfect speculation brought onto the result, we do need to move on to the schedule, where Group A is not going to be participating this time around, and it is going to be Erangel. So let's see if DRS will be able to bring that sort of a dominating play. Because again, I mean, we've seen them time and time again on Erangel dominate so many times in the past, but today's day is looking a little dicey for their gameplay, but we shall see if it'll be theirs for the taken. What do you think, Johnny?
I mean, I was just going to ask you a question since you're the man running the show. Do we take Fate Esports as Ocean's prediction? Because that is what I took from it. I want to ask you, what did you take from his prediction? As he said, like, oh, there's going to be second chicken dinner. It's not going to be one of these two. What do you think, Blotter?
It's more of biting your own tongue, right? Like Ocean predicted that, yep, all right, one of those teams who got the chicken dinner will be getting a second one.
I mean,
but
that's
to
weird,
be on the
right?
safe side.
If I take chances, that's wrong. If I don't take chances, oh, Ocean plays safe. I mean,
Well. With that, we're going to get moving along into the game itself. The final game of day number 1 right here. It is time to introduce once again the Panda Bros, who are going to be none other than Pain Fixes and Necro to take you through this final game.
Oh, well, I'm so happy. I mean, finally someone has managed to shut down Ocean, not just once, but twice. So, huge props to my man Johnny for doing that. But right now, I mean, Necro, we've got to talk about this, right? The crystal ball, they say. I mean, I've got to question the geometry on that one, for sure. But what I believe, it's a facade, right? Because, you come in, you're just predicting the second chicken dinner for a team, and then you go DRS. What do you think, though?
Nah, he's just playing it safe, honestly. Like, he's just staying on the safe side. Now, I know he did say, if I don't predict, people say that he's playing on the safe side. If he does it, well, then I feel like right now, all he's doing is just playing on the safe side. He went with DRS. Now, he does know DRS probably has gone themselves a lot of time to get comfortable inside this lobby. So maybe DRS might just deliver, but I disagree with that. I don't really think like DRS is going to be taking this one home, but what do you think?
You know, I'm telling you, bro. DRS, they've got it. They've got this in the back. Maybe not this chicken dinner, but I'm certain I'm gonna see them in the finals. They're gonna be there. They're gonna come. They're gonna dominate. And well, I mean, I'm predicting a top 2 performance. But either ways, this is a conversation that we've already had prior. Before this tournament even started. They've already qualified for the GC. They are playing for the Moolah. And now, taking a look at this particular flight path trajectory, we do have it to be a kind of a default flight path, right? But what has been really interesting so far have definitely been the Erangel circles. So refreshing as lime. And but I know you want military base, but where do you predict the circle this time?
I'm saying top right near Yasnaya. Kind of like the Stalberg kind of circle. That's what I'm predicting. I want to see a little bit of uniqueness in the game. Yeah, even though we have seen those kind of circles in the past, but I still want to see one of those. And I want to see a curveball being thrown on these teams. But one thing I've been noticing over here, Fixes, is that K7, now, of course, being one of those teams that is from the HTM region, they used to like to drop towards Yasnaya Pole 9. Now, in the previous map of Erangel, they dropped near Shelter. Now, I do want to say over here that DRS is they'd like to go towards Yasnaya since a long time. I mean, that's their OG spot. I feel like, is that the reason? Like, what do you think? Like, they're trying to improvise?
Yeah, 100%. That is what exactly we were talking about. They wanted to test the waters, and they did. They felt what was better for them, and they opted for that. And there you have it. Well, your wishes are definitely granted because, what is a first day without a military circle, right? Yeah. And there you have it. But what I'm really interested in is the fight right in front of us. Two really good teams going up against each other. It's Rico Infinity up against T2K. Now, I really like like Rico Infinity's positioning, because they've got the better of the compounds, especially if you take a look at the mini map that we've got one of those players having a different angle, right? He's got that entire compound to himself, and Charshin, well, he's already drawing out the first blood, going up against Wizzes with Vibes, who apparently have dropped in an area that we've never seen them in the past do so.
Seems like a lot of improvisation, especially that plane fly path fixes. We got to talk about that. That was one of the unique plane fly paths, and that's why I visited Vibes. I feel like they were kind of caught off guard over there. And, well, the bodies are hitting the deck pretty early. Oh, he just swallows that nade. Rico Infinity, one man goes down. Suyoga as well is down low on the side of TDK, but they don't need to worry about it. He's probably going to be patching himself back up onto full HP. Rico Infinity getting pushed. He's just that one man alive in that initial compound. He's trying his best to fight back. Backup is there. There is one more man in those compounds, playing out those walls, playing out those edges of the compound, trying his best to play this one as safe as possible. Also, trying to provide that cover fire. We just want to see, is that going to be possible? Is he going to be able to fight back in this kind of situation? They're being stormed by TDK.
Well, they say now Street's position has been completely compromised. Will switch his weapons and has to reset, needs to heal himself up as Pidan. He does need that res up, but Suyog, he's not going to let it happen. Does manage to take down Skeeton though, and instantly finds a good position inside the compound. Would want to get a few finishes over there for himself, as Chain is also wanting to rush in. And Prestige, does he have his headphones on? Because now the push is definitely coming on towards him, and Anas, really dicey position. Anas and Prestige, two players surviving, does have the SKS to play around with, but still does manage to find a knock, Necro.
Oh, making that SKS work in that close range, and that's what we like to see, a unique choice of weapon. I feel like he just didn't really have time to choose over there. And take a look at this, Jane. With some jumping shots, wasn't really able to connect much, but he's also taken a lot of bullets onto his body, so he needs to back off and retreat for a while. He needs a little breather. He needs to patch himself back up. There should be a res back up for Rico. So Rico as well, they do realize Jane is down quite low, and that's why we do see them on the aggressive footing over here. Jane, it seems like he has no meds. That's why he's just on run. And TDK, what's going on? Early bodies falling down for a team like TDK, and we're not really used to seeing that.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the way it started off and the transition where we saw, right? You're not supposed to get cocky, right? T2K did exactly the same. And SKS, desperate measures, man. But we do have a replay again coming from us. But we do have I8 going up against A1 Esports. My man Lucy is really putting up a fight, but he is definitely outnumbered, and well, he did get taken off over there, but still Blade doing the job, and R8, they've been looking really promising. They had needed his SKS, but it's going to be Crypto who did come in for the clutch and did manage to get the final kill. And of course, we've got well, two teams eliminated already. And Rico Infinity, man, we've got to give it to them. The way they held themselves, the moment you need to hold on to your nerves, that is where they did, and were just a better team, right? T2K, they were just scattered along, and they realized they got a few knocks. They wanted to capitalize. They pushed in one by one. They did not push in tandem, and they were punished for that, and well, they deserve it.
They definitely do. The fight between Rico Infinity and TDK definitely escalated pretty quickly, but I also want to talk about one more thing that I noticed now. Enigma Galaxy, they like to drop near Pachinki, but this time all the way down near military base. Now, I don't really know what's the mentality behind this one. Yeah, I do realize it's a southern circle, so maybe they just want to be pre-prepared for the things that might just be upcoming in the future. I don't know.
Well, K7, they've got a lot of experience, right? Even Ocean did touch upon it, the World League, but Deadeyes, this is one of the teams that I'm really eyeing out for this tournament. The Chokers tag needs to go off, right? They always tend to mess up, but this time, they're looking determined than ever, as Fragboy is just closing in, has managed to spot out Clever, though, from SUDOR. Does take a few shots and backs off, and then again tries to push in, but he's getting shot from elsewhere. Still manages to find a knock though, but can he retreat in time? Exactly, Necro.
It's invisible. His HP bar is invisible. Oh, these early fights. And I feel like the main reason behind this one is because the separation from a majority of the teams. For example, teams like Rico Infinity staying together, it pans out for them. Teams like Deadeye Skies staying together, again, it pans out in the positive side for them. And I feel like in these lobbies, staying together like a well-tight unit is probably the best thing you can do. If you separate out and if you get caught by anyone's eyes over there, well, that's where your glimmer of hopes just fades away. But as you mentioned, K7, of course, is one of those teams that is pretty experienced.
Yeah.
I also do want to see what they have to show, at least in the future lines as well. Now, DRS is one of those teams that Ocean and you opted out to at least like win this chicken dinner. So I want to see how are they going to be, you know, just proceeding in forward, because the blue zone, the wall of death has already covered them. They're trying to make it outside of that. They were probably. And how are they going to be rotating inside?
You know, for me, I do not know if I am feeling it with DRS because, you know, of course, Ocean did, and we certainly tend to get together at times. But this time, you know, I'm not just feeling it from them. Maybe today is not the day where they woke up from the right side of the bed, right? You do have those gloomy days you want to really forget, and for DRS, that certainly has been. But you never know, because the kind of experience that they put on the table, the nerves that they have, you know, they want a chicken dinner, they know how to get it. But considering how the circle has really shifted, now this next shift is going to be really important. That sort of sets the tone as to where we're going to head up next. But well, that pretty much does not change anything at all. But still, you know, a little bit on towards the southern side, we've got, well, Enigma Galaxy already getting the better of the military base. But Hixie spotting out the players of NASA. But there you have it, you know, all of them just grouping up, going after that one lad, and will have no mistake in taking him down. Now, this is the problem that happens when, you know, you tend to wander off a little bit. You know, they were trying to ensure they had the better territory control. They wanted to have a few players at the military base. If the circle shifts there, we've got men. If the circle shifts outside the military base, we still had men. And, well, that sort of was the cause of his demise over there.
Told you, man. The separation is not the key inside these lobbies. You always got to stay together like a well-knit unit. But Deadeye's guys, one of those teams looking to go inside or at least make their entrance in the military base. They will probably do so successfully without taking any kind of damage. They have a clear pathway in front of them. I also do like that they have one guy just swimming inside the military base, just making sure even if things get south on this boat, if everyone does get spotted out, there should be at least one man playing for the positions out there. But now if you also talk about how NASR took one of the mans out from Enigma Galaxy, that's going to be a huge disadvantage in the future lines for them. And they need to start adapting to how things are going to be looking like, because already a three-man squad in those late games, we do know how things can go south. And again, a separation coming out. Nima separated from the rest of the pack, and he falls down. Same thing goes with Vibes as well. Probeen being a little too desperate to confirm that kill.
Oh, and he does get punished, right? DRS, well, you know, Nima is bleeding right now. Martin Ninja needs to get the res as he does step into the enemy territory. Well, we'll try to get the res instantly back up, as Vibes, they're doing exactly the same. Two big, you know, giants from the Nepali region, as AJ is trying to provide that quintessential cover fire. Does connect, and well, this is the bloodbath now finally starting up, as DRS slowly but surely picking up the pace, picking up the numbers, getting a few kills here and there. And now, well, K7, they've spotted them out, and DRS, they're lying right out in the open without any cover. Once the vehicles that get destroyed, they've got no mobility with them, and K7 seems like they would really want to capitalize on this situation.
The quick decision-making skill of DRS helping them out a little bit in that previous situation. K7, though, keeping visuals on this entire situation over here, making sure none of the action is being slipped by their hands. Circle still pretty much well divided between two islands, but still, I feel like the chance of it slipping down towards military base are probably going to be more. Or I do want to see a Brit circle as well. What do you think, sir?
You know, I really wanted to shift towards the northern side. You know, that would be absolutely preposterous, just the way we like our PUBG Mobile, right? But now we've got Zivi just trying to spray in through that murky smoke. We've got Mafia Ninja still knocked out. Nima is trying to create more soft cover so that, he can get the res back up in time. Now, this is the moment of truth, right? This is something that everyone has been waiting for. And, well, not the kind of a shift that we anticipated, but a kind of a shift that we do love. Not a lot of teams over there. Enigma Galaxy needs to rotate in, but I8, they've really got a very good round at the same time against Darwin, as Zevi just driving over, but eventually gets knocked out. What on earth is happening next row?
K7, rookie mistakes being punished. The rookies being silenced by DRS, and they're like, all right, we are the real soldiers, and we'll show you how to play inside these kind of zones. Look at that action as well, pretty much being separated out. The separation, as I mentioned, is just not the key in these lobbies, man. You always got to stay together as a well-knit unit. Ziv11 still being knocked out. They're trying to work upon him, but I don't really feel like getting the res back on him is going to be that easy. Look at the circle shift. You want to see another shift? That's what we're getting right now. A little bit of another shift. All the teams that were down south, they will have to move up now north. And here we also do see K7 slowly and steadily trying to get especially they're trying to do over here is they're just trying to create a cheeky angle on DRS. But DRS as well, they're not rookies. They are making sure that they're repositioning themselves after every single duel.
I'm starting to feel worried for both these teams, right? Because objectively, they're not achieving anything at all, right?
Yep.
Considering the position that they are in. I mean, unless and until the circle completely shifts to its north side. Because look at this, Enigma Galaxy, they've taken a good spot. Team Fate, they are trying to swim through the waters. And the moment they step out, if they cannot get a good cover for themselves, they're pretty much done, right? So many teams on the northern side. Now, this is where I really want to see some late rotations coming in. I8, Uzim, in fact, rather spotting out Deadeyes, who apparently did take that water out, and one of the players has definitely fallen. Will be, of course, there in just a minute, because I really want to see how they're going to rotate inside the zone. Now, the only round that they can opt for is the certain one, but now we've got action right in front of him, and we know how explosive this player can tend to be once he starts feeling himself.
Definitely. We do know action. I mean, he has some pure mechanical skills. He's got some cracked aim on his back to back him up. And T.I. Kurt, take a look at that fight being challenged. So bold with his decisions. Didn't even think twice when he pushed over there. He's like, all right, either I go down or the enemy man goes down, and finds a knock on the top. That's going to be giving them so much advantage inside a fight against Stalwart Esports. Can kind of separate it out from top there. Scry and action are really far away. I don't really feel like there's no glimmer of hope for top to at least get back up on his feet unless Stalwart Esports just makes some miraculous plays happen. And take a look at T.I. Kurt, how they're playing this one out. There's one man all the way in the back lines creating the flank angle.
Oh, well, certainly, and this is the kind of confidence I would love to see from, Eckhart right at this moment, right? The way they've been playing, and of course, it takes a lot of cojones, to, stand up and peek like that. Look at him, he's got no cover at all. This kind of confidence, and he's still not being punished. I mean, Stalwarts needs to start rethinking their approach. Of course, they did manage to get a beautiful chicken, but this is something that they really need to capitalize on. This is something that, you would not be expecting from the Mongolians, because Ravan, look at him. He needs to, he's showing that willingness to address. He wants to bring the fight right at the face of the players of Stalwart. I've never seen them being backed off like this.
Exactly, Stalwart Esports. They do realize their hopes are fading away slowly and steadily, but T.I. Kurt looking to capitalize on those knocks they found initially. Pika down low, that's the IGL right there. He needs to be safe and sound. It's kind of like a protect the VIP situation for Stalwart Esports at this point.
Yep.
They're trying their best to hold that site down, but the site falls in disarray. Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, facing off against Fate. Do you realize they need to? The circle has shifted down south this time on the melee base, and they're looking to just get themselves a little bit more better position inside the zone, and that's what I really like about Enigma Galaxy, just the adaptation that they're showing inside these games.
I mean, the adjustments, yes, but they sort of look a little bit clumsy right now, considering how they made that move, right? Because it's going to be so risky. And now, if they sort of tend to pull this one off, then that's going to be huge. But well, one thing for sure, we do have a confirmation. It's going to be a certain zone, and Neko is going to be happier than ever. He can munch on his chicken sandwich and have a good hearty eat. But from what we can see right now, Nasir, I really like the place that they're holding on. They've got a little bit of a high ground advantage to have a good aerial view, but at the same time, they cannot be complacent because Deadeyes, they're just right at the tails. Now, if they're not aware about them, then they're going to be really in terrible waters.
They definitely are. Look at how many teams are in waters just swimming on the melee base. But pretty much 90% of the teams aren't going to be able to make it on the island there. There's no cover as soon as you keep your feet on the ground. And how are you going to be making it out alive, especially when there's going to be some fishermen making sure the fishes aren't really exceeding their limits? But now, till now, it's pretty much things just teams kind of trying to find themselves comfortable positioning inside these late games. Triple I Kurt, we did see this team, how they challenge a fight against Stalwart Esports. They make sure that Stalwart Esports is on the back foot, and they made sure that they aren't really being challenged by Stalwart Esports. So overall, Kurt, they have owned this spot, and if they're able to challenge fight just like how they did against Stalwart Esports, it's just going to be building up the steps for success.
Oh, well, certainly. I mean, I'm really impressed already, you know, with S-Rod making an appearance in this roster, and the way they're putting up, you know, they're not shying away from the fights. As, you know, Starward, they definitely have been the zone magnet so far, you know, back-to-back zones coming at them, and, you know, they've been making really smart moves, but, you know, still have lost out on a few numbers. That's a cause of concern for me. But now, from what we can see, a lot of fishes in the water as Crypto just cautious inside this little shack, and well, gets a few kills, and does manage to get a kill, of course. 7 kills already for Team I8, and they've lost out on Blade and Reviews. So we're gonna see a defensive approach from them right now, you know, just trying to get some good possession points, because in terms of kills, they certainly have gotten the marks. You know, anything above 5 is really good, and they're already sitting at the tippity top, so they really did not have to worry. But look at Assassin. Now, if he makes one wrong move, there you go, you know, he's just given up his position. Now, someone around, maybe one of those players from Triple Earth, if they spot him out, and where does Assassin have to hide? Can he get into the waters while
Assassin,
the time remains?
I just feel like he should go towards the grassy area and just try to prone down. That would at least give him a little glimmer of hope for the future games. Down quite low. K7, unlucky. We're trapped in the water. Couldn't really make a lot of things happen with that position. But look at Wizzes with Vibes. They have made themselves a safe entrance. And as I say, well, they have been silenced. They could have been a threat, but they have been silenced now. K7 being eliminated on 10th position. And, well, Wizzes Vibes following them up right on the back of 9th position. And look at this. Deadeyes guys now looking to challenge against Nasser. They have managed to find themselves one up. Actually, Nasser, they had the entire side of the control, but, well, within a few seconds, the side falls into disarray.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, the fears have turned true, right? We were sort of anticipating this skirmish to happen, this fight to happen, and it did. And Deadeyes did get the better round of Team Nasser over there, and all they have to do right now is run. But you know what I'm really liking is the change, the way it have been playing. You know, look at them. They've been so confident. They've been so aggressive. Just the way I would want a team to be performing in the 4 days so far. You know, you've already qualified for the finals. You know you're feeling yourself. You know, try to test your limits. You know, try to break past it, because you're gonna need that. You're gonna need that little bit of confidence inside the finals, because it's gonna be just 2 days. You've got to be at your tip, right? You've got to be at your complete apex form. But now, taking a look at how things are, Crypto seems to be the final player surviving, and he still has 3 kills. And I'm pretty sure from the past that we've seen from this lad that potentially carries, I think he's gonna get a few more now.
Another circle shifts on to Stalwart Esports. This is where they get a chance to dig on the enemy's hills. They're able to hold that compound pretty well. They're making sure none of the teams are directly going to be YOLOing or ramming their vehicles in that compound. They will have nothing to worry about, because that's the only team that has a safe cover inside the zone. The only teams next to them are pretty much going to be Triple I Kurd, and then you have Fate right next to you, and also NGX. The rest of the teams are still on the move, and there's a high chance that they might just be caught off guard in rotations.
Oh, well, they certainly can, but Dead Eyes, I mean, this is a gamble, right? They've got that only compound, one of those only compounds that was remaining. Not even a compound, it's a little shack. And how are you going to play around of it? Because if Crypto does have one that could grenade, you can just pass it through the skylight, and it's done, right? The entire squad just gets exploded. But Freak, I believe he does have an idea of where Crypto could possibly be, as Raouf, he's also surrounded. The players of Dead Eyes, he's got a good vision at them, as finally the players of Triple Icar, they managed to go into the push. Now it's 3v2 situation. Pika and Scurry, the two players remaining, as S-Rod and Ali. Well, they're really close, but can they be the cause of demise for Starwood? That's going to be a big question, as well. Vehicles are jumping, but Pika still manages to remain unscathed.
DI Kurd again, challenging a fight against Starwood Esports, but this time, tables have been flipped against them. There is one man near the compound. Finally, there is the backup over there, and Ravan will pretty much get the res back up onto the fallen man. He will give him a helping hand over there, but NGX, on the other hand, on top of the hill, they are falling down. This just leaves them with one last man alive. Triple I Kurd, they're getting third-partied. They're getting stabbed in the back by Fate. And there's no way, there's no safe way out from here.
Oh, but you know what? I'm loving Dead Eyes this particular game. The way they've been playing, the way they dropped, they took the waterways. They had to take a risky fight. They were being blocked off by IA. Did manage to take the southern route, and then managed to take down the players of Nasser. Now they're not really shying off. Now they're going on that aggressive front. They're going in for the push onto his Raoul, who the fact is hiding and are basically doing nothing, as he just gets bounced on. And Dead Eyes, one more squad fight for these lads, and have already managed to accrue 8 freaking kills.
Yeah, those are some incredible numbers, incredible stats, I gotta say. Dead Eyes guys, yeah, as you mentioned, they have a little bit of choker tag on their name. Always somehow they tend to screw things up in the last moment. But the recent addition of True Love, guys, they have a new kind of a mentality, new kind of a mindset inside the games. And that up till now, at least in the final game of Erangel, is showing pretty much high. It's showing pretty much true. And take a look at this. Dead Eyes guys find themselves a free knock onto the player style of Esports. Now this just leaves Scry, the only man alive. And I do wonder if we're not really seeing Apex playing over here. But hold on, Scry though, he's also putting in a lot of work against Triple I Kurd. One man being taken down. The Reds should be back up. But Scry still making sure that that shouldn't really be the case over here. 30 bullets of pain. The signature M416 is coming into work over here. Scry single-handedly making sure Kurd is feeling each and every single bullet. They're feeling the pain that he's feeling right now, because Scry was left the only man from the squad, and he wants to make sure it's the same thing for them as well. And that nade to close off that fight. Wow, a great way to close that one.
Scurry, he's gonna be so happy. But you know, that was Kobe, right? I mean, the grenade just coming out of nowhere. And exactly, that was true love. Now Scurry, he's gonna be happy about that. But Dead Eyes, they seem determined as ever as they go in for the push. They know he's just that one man struggling to survive. He's been doing it for quite some time over there. Stormy is just trying to jiggle and jaggle around, but he's not gonna stay alive anymore. As Dead Eyes, they've already smelled the chicken dinner and finally just grab it for themselves, and now the happiness just oozing out, you know, on top with those moves. He's gonna feel himself, because Dead Eyes, they've got a lot of proof. They've got a curse that they need to get rid of, and wow, what a start, directly propelling themselves to the 3rd spot. And well, what an end to the evening.
Well, I gotta say, the South Asian teams, man, they're definitely feeling themselves. They are high on morals. They're boosted up. And well, the other teams as well, they need to step themselves up slowly and steadily. I mean, I'm pretty sure they do have it. As we mentioned, it was just the first day, but you don't really have a lot of matches left in your hands. And well, Dead Eyes guys with that incredible chicken dinners. But still, you gotta give props to Scry, man. The fight that he was putting up against his enemy team, that was Triple I Kurd, he single-handedly almost eliminated them, but in the end, True Love was like, all right, man, this is a little bit of helping hand from my side.
Yeah, just a gift before we take you down. And, well, yeah, of course, Promptus Curry, he's been phenomenal. But, you know, Dead Eyes, of course, with that beautiful chicken and with a different style of play, right? Of course, the desk will be talking about this, but after this little break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the virtual awesomeness right here at PMPL MENA and SA Championship. Day number 1 coming to an end with that 5th and final game taken care of. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Dudes, what do you think is the day? Has the day been as you anticipated?
I would still want to see the overall standings. I'm just there only. I want to see the overall standings because Salvar was in top 3. I8, well, they had an early elimination. Not exactly early though, but they still got eliminated. So that there was a few speculations. So yeah, and the zone. So as soon as the zone started shifting to the military base area, it kind of gave me the final game vibes of PMPL finals. Like, you know, remember that happening. So I was like, what is happening? But then, you know, we got on top. And well, the lad dance is good.
He does. And the team needed it, you know. I mean, those guys, they have been throughout the day kind of just been trying but slacking, and then in the end, they do pick the slack up and get that chicken dinner for themselves, which is certainly going to be pushing them all the way up to that 3rd position, I believe, is what I saw for the team.
I mean, they are in the top 3, and I think at this point it is a fact that as long as On Top is there, he will be able to make sure that his team is doing really well for themselves. I mean, we've seen him perform time and time again, and this game was actually really important for them because, as we did talk about it before the match started, Deadies guys, they had a decent start to the day, but then the momentum fell off really, really hard, and with this match, I believe they have set themselves up for tomorrow. But it wasn't just them. Wizzes Esports have brought themselves quite nicely in this game. Fate Esports, it looked like they were doing really well, but it was the lack of numbers, the players not all of the players not making it to the late game stages that did not work out for them. Although I have to say, based on where the circle was, I agree with what Ocean said. I mean, Stalwart Esports and I8, they were looking really well. Especially, I had my eyes set on I8 as they were playing close to the military bridge. But then again, I mean, some games are just not going to be yours.
That's true. That's true. But you know, NSR with just one lad surviving, they still managed to get those 2 kills for themselves, 2 knockouts. Well, that's really decent. But coming down to DE again and again, you remember the first game when DE had a really good outing with 13 points for themselves, and this time they have a chicken dinner. But I would still say, you know, I would want to see tomorrow, day after tomorrow, as for what the momentum goes for this team, because we know whatever we say, we would just not want to jinx it yet.
So we don't say it, I guess.
I mean, not even yet. We wouldn't just not want to jinx it, right? Because this team has that potential. I don't know what happens to this team when it comes down to those final moments. But as of now, while the team is doing decent, let's just put it that full stop.
So right now, I'm not worried about Deadies, guys, because as you mentioned, it's always at the final moment. It's always at the last day. So for now, I believe all they have to do is just be consistent and play the way they're doing right now, because it is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is looking pretty good for them. And well, I mean, Ikhard, if we talk about this team, right? This team was a real headache for Stalwart, almost like the entirety of the game.
Yeah, completely agree with that. I mean, causing a lot of chaos for the team. But, I mean, DRS, we are seeing them slowly and steadily pull themselves back up as they walk away with 6 points from this game. For that team, and not just them, K7 Esports as well, because that is a star-studded lineup right there. We expect a lot more from them. But I have to say, as you did mention, Ikur Esports, I want to say NASR, Nasser as well, they are doing really well. I mean, slowly and steadily moving up, slowly and steadily bringing the momentum, building up the momentum. The consistency needs to be there from now on, because they, as you mentioned earlier on, the margin for error in this tournament, it's non-existent.
True. With 15 games remaining before the top 16 move into the finals, definitely now it's time to start counting down that 15 number as the matches progress on from one to the next. With that, let's move on to the zone analysis, where we shall see the rotations that were made and not made that resulted in this sort of a gameplay. Ocean.
First of all, have a look at this nightmare. What is this? I mean, honestly, if it's just have a look at this, because
You're the one who pointed out the water, by the way.
yeah, I love it, and that's why I'm saying, like, this is a nightmare for a lot of teams, right? So D likes to drop here, and look at them already just, trying to have a really good area. Now, for this one, right, everyone must be thinking where the circle is, because 50% of the area is on the upper side and 50% on the lower side. So everyone, have their mixed opinions, and this is where I8 is, because I8 would want to think of it, if the circle moves north, they move north. They would want to be the first team to move north, right? And that's what they were calculating for themselves. But luckily, the circle was slowly and steadily moving south, and that kind of helped them. But look at Stalwart, right, Johnny? Really slow rotation for a team, but they thought it would help them. But well, there comes this one name that just, these lads, and this as well, just just became a real headache for this team.
Yeah, I don't think even Stalwart Esports expected someone to cross over that late, and especially taking the risk of going through the blue zone itself. So it was something that they were not expecting, and they made sure they were able to capitalize on the element of surprise that they had, and they did it quite nicely.
And look at these teams, right? Still on the other side. Now it's time for them to struggle, because they can't move from here. They can't move from here. Both the bridges are under the blue zone's damage. So a few of them were onto swimming, and this is the thing where it just came to my mind. Flashback, the finals.
Yeah,
it's still ended pretty decent, I would say.
The flashbacks are of nightmares that the teams had, especially.
That's why I said, what a nightmare circle this is.
Exactly. I mean, but yeah, I mean, we wanted this, right? Because we don't like it when players are too comfortable. Yeah, we love chaos.
We love chaos. In the words of Great Fixes, we love masala. Not great.
Great fixes. All right. But indeed, I mean, bringing the day to an end, this was certainly a spectacular result for the side of DE, of course. And as was anticipated, well, they have made that comeback. But as you so perfectly mentioned, will that continue on from tomorrow? We hope so. We definitely hope so. And again, for the side of DRS, they've got those kill departments working in their favor. The placement points, we'll see how the storyboard looks. But before we talk about that storyboard, let's go through all the wonderful moments that took place through this chaotic game, through, of course, the Oppo Opinion performance.
Oh, well, if you have the circle on Erangel in a weird position, the game is going to be off to a weird start as well. And that was what it was with this one as well, with this game, how it began with the early aggression from a lot of different directions that we do not expect.
It was good because it was chaotic. It was chaotic, that's why it was good.
Yeah.
It just goes hand in hand. You talk about every single area, be it open lands, be it those cities, or be it, one or two compounds. You see those early fights, you would want to take it. First things first, well, it's the final game of the day. And if you feel like you're at a comfortable position, well, why not just make it even better? And even if you just lose that fight, even if you get taken down, well, you have the entire night, the entire day of tomorrow to just, think about it. What's going wrong? How can we fix that? And all, and then come back again. So, last game of every day, it should be in this format only. It should be with this pace, I would say.
I completely agree with that. I mean, it was a game changer, and it is sort of a wake-up call at the end of the day that that should make the players focused for tomorrow's matches. But I have to say, I've been talking about teams in particular during these Oppo F19 Pro moments. I want to say props to that team, Nasir Esports, because their early game was very textbook in a situation like this, but that sort of shows how much they're focused and put in the time on studying how teams like I8 and Stalwarts actually do like to play circles like this, because they position themselves towards the southwest and then very slowly they brought themselves up and up and up and found a way inside the circle. So it was really important, because a little bit of a misstep and, well, you would have gone down super early, because you have to be careful of I8. Ocean agrees with me on this, because I8, they have a habit of watching the bridge and they will always keep on scouting the back. And if they see someone crossing towards those hills that are, well, just on the shorelines, they will destroy the entire team.
Well, there's nothing stopping them from the side of I8, right? Again, right here we can clearly see almost 1500 damage, and every single game that I has been part of today, right?
Yeah.
They have had upwards of 5 kills easy. That is what this team does, and that is how they bring their gameplay level up compared to the entirety of the lobby. Wherein this time around, I mean, so many teams, we're looking at just that one kill.
I mean, that's what Johnny says, classic I8. And well, they
Exactly.
were classic again, because
They are.
they're coming up with good kill numbers for themselves. A check mark. Coming up with a decent placement point, check mark. Having that consistency, check mark. I just want to see the first and second position where it is, because Stalwart,
I think
well,
the
they
order...
were-
I think the order Ocean said those things is in fact correct, because kills always comes first for them.
Yeah, that's it happens for them.
That definitely does. With that, it's time to move on to the storyboard, which of course Ocean has been talking about quite a lot. The overall rankings is going to be dictated by what team is going to be on top and by how many points. Well, I8.
2 points.
2 points. Just 2 points.
2 points. Well, I8, they're definitely going to be happy, but Stalwart, tomorrow, they would want to change it. And look at the gap after that. It's 69 points, 67 points, and then 51 points. These two teams are doing really good for themselves, and that's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
It is quite phenomenal, but Nasir Esports bring themselves inside the top 6, and with just a 1 point difference between them and Wizzes with Vibes, it's going to be really interesting to see tomorrow how they start off their day and how they sort of try and build up the pressure and bring themselves up inside the top 5. And again, these are just the standings for now. That is the league stages before we head on to the final. So all teams want to do right now at this point is stay in the top 16, because those are the teams that will be moving forward and well on the 16th position for now. After this game, after a good performance, we have Equal Triple Esports.
Absolutely, but this still is a preliminary report, basically, right? Because there are still 15 games remaining, and in the next 3 days, today was the day where teams try and figure out the strategies of their opponents, but tomorrow onwards, the actual battle will begin.
I mean, that battle, I would say it's okay. I mean, DRS, well, they would, again, want to be in top 16 all day. They will get there. A1 Esports, I want to know what's going, because we did not talk about this team overall right now, right?
At all.
A1 Esports, I don't know what's going wrong with this team, because this team loves to be in top 8 or something on the first days mostly. We've seen that happen.
Yeah. I mean, so here's the thing, right? Throughout the entire day, we've hardly seen the teams at the bottom 4 in action. I mean, Cryptics, they've been taken out early so many times. KHK, A1 Esports, and DRS in a similar situation. Tomorrow is going to be really important for them, because as Blotter said, I mean, the number of matches are slowly and steadily running out, and you have to make sure that in this is a sprint right now. It's not a marathon, it's a sprint, and you have to make sure you are really quick to bring yourself inside the top 16. And I mean, they can make it, as Ocean said, but with teams like these, with teams like DRS, A1 Esports, Cryptics, KHK Esports, especially at this level, it is about proving that you will be a threat once you make it to the finals and not just make it.
And you do that every single game now on fourth, right? And that is something where we have to bring up the name I8. That team has been delivering that throughout day number 1. So let's bring up the team card for the side of I8 and see what sort of a start have they built up just on League Plays day number 1.
Pretty good start for themselves.
Oh, yes.
Again, the lad just, I mean, he is by far the most brilliant support player that I've ever seen.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal, brilliant. He just gets those skill points for him. 3.25
Exactly,
KPA.
Ocean.
I'll just say it.
2 minutes plus survival time.
Yeah. I'll just say it, Ocean. I'll just say it. I'll just come right ahead and say it. He's the best in South Asia.
He definitely is. He definitely is the best that there is in South Asia when it comes down to the support format, and well, he gets those skills as well. I don't know what sort of support player he is.
I mean, he's the best player all over. I mean, because as you said, I mean, his role inside of the team is usually to provide the support fire, but we have seen him not be afraid at all to be the first man charging in. We have seen him be really versatile with his playstyle, and kudos to his teammates as well, Reviews, Blade, and Uzum, who do a wonderful job of making sure that their playstyle is as versatile as Crypto, because you see a few matches in which they do like to, in certain situations, play around him and his firepower, but they are not afraid to step up their game when it's definitely required of them, as we did see earlier on in today, where Blade and in fact Uzum was able to finish off the match against our Esports, who are just proving to be their rivals at this point. But still, this team is incredible, and Crypto, again, best South Asia has to offer.
You know, I mean, let's move on along and have a look at the day summary as I bring up one more point that XP had brought in during the cast. And he was talking about I8 and how these 4 lads have stuck together as a team for such a long time. And that synergy that they've created is the reason why this team ends up dominating in all of these fights that they end up taking.
It's about it kind of comes down to the if you have that synergy, you kind of have a telepathic conversation that you don't even say things, but you understand it, and that happened in that chicken dinner match for the team.
Yeah. Absolutely, you've been in those sort of different situations on different maps countless number of times, and you have made it a point that before you even call out, or the team leader calls out, the IGN calls out, you already know what needs to be done. Creating that flank, already set. You've already got the 2 on support, already perfectly set. Crypto is already charging in, all perfectly set. I mean, that's what I8 does, and that's the reason why we see them right there with highest damage and kills and everything working in this team's favor.
That's true. I mean, talking about all these regions, right? We started off with the MENA domination, but then we move on to HTM domination, and well, 3 games coming down to obviously, South Asian domination. So we almost had, and that too, coming down to Nepal, and then Mongolia, and then obviously, Pakistan coming up here. So that shows obviously we would want to see what Bangladesh has to offer tomorrow, and obviously Africa.
Oh yes, that ball is going to be in their court, and the opportunity is certainly going to be theirs to make that goal or basket, whatever you want to take that analogy in towards. But moving on forth, as we move on along, let's have a look at the kill leaders, just based on day one's gameplay from all these teams.
Had to be.
Oh, wow.
Had to be.
Yeah, rivals, as I said.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Crypto, I8 Stalwart. Military base is dominating right now. That's what I would say.
Oh boy, I mean this tournament just got a whole lot better, but we are just getting started, so still have a long way to go.
Oh yes, buckle up fans, because this is going to be quite an exhilarating roller coaster of a ride is what I'm anticipating from the side of these 20 teams. But again, enough has already been spoken about the teams that are sitting on that bottom half of that leaderboard, and tomorrow we can keep our fingers crossed that they will be bringing up that gameplay. What do you think, Ocean?
Well, definitely. And tomorrow, I would say the storyline might remain the same. I mean, 1-2 points, and also we'll have to see what happens.
Oh yes, indeed. Along with that, we do have those social media links right down there, and all that. The most important thing, fans, that I need you to request you to do is go down to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page and view the stream from that page, because there are so many giveaways taking place. There are redeeming codes that are available. That is where you will find it. So with that, as you're busy going across that social media, do not forget to look up these 2 dudes and of course DM them and whatever fancies your boat. With that, day number 1 certainly does come to an end, but the journey has just started, all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.